Preface. When I first saw Mr. Osgood's beautiful illustrated edition of The Lady of the Lake, I asked him to let me use some of the cuts in a cheaper annotated edition for school and household use, and the present volume is the result. The text of the poem has given me unexpected trouble. When I edited some of Gray's poems several years ago, I found that they had not been correctly printed for more than half a century. But in the case of Scott, I supposed that the text of Black's so-called author's edition could be depended upon as accurate. Almost at the start, however, I detected sundry obvious misprints in one of the many forms in which this edition is issued, and an examination of others showed that they were as bad in their way. The shilling issue was no worse than the costly illustrated one of 1853, which had its own assortment of slips of the type. No two editions that I could obtain agreed exactly in their readings. I tried in vain to find a copy of the Editio Princeps, 1810, in Cambridge and Boston, but succeeded in getting one through a London bookseller. This I compared, line by line, with the Edinburgh edition of 1821, from the Harvard Library, with Lockhart's first edition, the Globe edition, and about a dozen others English and American. I found many misprints and corruptions in all except the edition of 1821, and a few even in that. For instance, in I. 217 Scott wrote, "Found in each cliff a narrow bower," and it is so printed in the first edition, but in every other that I have seen cliff appears in place of clift to the manifest injury of the passage. In Roman 2. 685, every edition that I have seen since that of 1821 has, "I meant not all my heart might say," which is worse than nonsense, the correct reading being "my heat." In Roman 6. 396, the Scottish boun, though it occurs twice in other parts of the poem, has been changed to bound in all editions since 1821, and 8 lines below, the old word barded has become barbed. Scores of similar corruptions are recorded in my notes and need not be cited here. I have restored the reading of the first edition, except in cases where I have no doubt that the later reading is the poet's own correction or alteration. There are obvious misprints in the first edition which Scott himself overlooked. See on Roman 2. 115, 217, vi. 527, etc. And it is sometimes difficult to decide whether a later reading a change of a plural to a singular, or like trivial variation is a misprint, or the author's correction of an earlier misprint. I have done the best I could, with the means at my command, to settle these questions, and am at least certain that the text as I give it is nearer right than in any edition since 1821, as all the variations are recorded in the notes. The reader who does not approve of the one I adopt can substitute that which he prefers. I have retained all Scott's notes. A few of them have been somewhat abridged, and all those added by Lockhart. My own I have made as concise as possible. There are, of course, many of them which many of my readers will not need, but I think there are none that may not be of service, or at least of interest, to some of them, and I hope that no one will turn to them for help without finding it. Scott is much given to the use of Elizabethan words and constructions, and I have quoted many parallelisms from Shakespeare and his contemporaries. I believe I have referred to my edition of Shakespeare in only a single instance, on Roman 3. 17, but teachers and others who have that edition will find many additional illustrations in the notes on the passages cited. While correcting the errors of former editors, I may have overlooked some of my own. I am already indebted to the careful proofreaders of the university press for the detection of occasional slips in quotations or references, and I shall be very grateful to my readers for a memorandum of any others that they may discover. Cambridge, June 23, 1883. Argument. The scene of the following poem is laid chiefly in the vicinity of Loch Katrine, in the western Highlands of Perthshire. The time of action includes 6 days, and the transactions of each day occupy a canto. The Lady of the Lake. Canto First. The Chase. Harp of the North. That mouldering long hast hung on the wych-elm that shades St. Fillan's spring, and down the fitful breeze thy numbers flung, till envious ivy did around thee cling, muffling with verdant ringlet every string. O minstrel harp, still must thine accent sleep. Mid rustling leaves and fountains murmuring, still must thy sweeter sounds their silence keep, nor bid a warrior smile, nor teach a maid to weep. Not thus, in ancient days of Caledon, was thy voice mute amid the festal crowd, when lay of hopeless love or glory won, aroused the fearful or subdued the proud. At each according pause was heard aloud thine ardent symphony sublime and high. Fair dames and crested chiefs attention bowed, for still the burden of thy minstrelsy was knighthood's dauntless deed and beauty's matchless eye. Oh, wake once more! How rude soe'er the hand that ventures o'er thy magic maze to stray, oh, wake once more! Though scarce my skill commands some feeble echoing of thine earlier lay, though harsh and faint, and soon to die away, and all unworthy of thy nobler strain, yet if one heart throb higher at its sway, the wizard note has not been touched in vain. Then silent be no more. Enchantress, wake again. Aye, the stag at eve had drunk his fill, where danced the moon on Monan's rill, and deep his midnight lair had made in lone Glenartney's hazel shade. But when the sun his beacon red had kindled on Benvoirlich's head, the deep-mouthed bloodhound's heavy bay resounded up the rocky way, and faint, from farther distance borne, were heard the clanging hoof and horn. Aye, aye. As chief who hears his warder call, to arms. The foemen storm the wall, the antlered monarch of the waste sprung from his heathery couch in haste. But ere his fleet career he took, the dewdrops from his flanks he shook, like crested leader proud, and high tossed his beamed frontlet to the sky. A moment gazed adown the dale, a moment snuffed the tainted gale, a moment listened to the cry that thickened as the chase drew nigh. Then, as the headmost foes appeared, with one brave bound the copse he cleared, and, stretching forward free and far, sought the wild heaths of Umvar. Aye, aye, aye. Yelled on the view the opening pack rock, glen, and cavern paid them back. To many a mingled sound at once the awakened mountain gave response. 100 dogs bayed deep and strong, clattered 100 steeds along, their peal the merry horns rung out. 100 voices joined the shout, with hark and whoop and wild halloo, no rest Benvoirlich's echoes knew. Far from the tumult fled the roe, close in her covert cowered the doe. The falcon, from her cairn on high, cast on the rout a wondering eye, till far beyond her piercing, ken the hurricane had swept the glen. Faint and more faint, its failing din returned from cavern, cliff, and linn, and silence settled, wide and still on the lone wood and mighty hill. IV. Less loud the sounds of sylvan war disturbed the heights of Umvar, and roused the cavern where, 'tis told, a giant made his den of old, for ere that steep ascent was won, high in his pathway hung the sun, and many a gallant, stayed perforce, was fain to breathe his faltering horse, and of the trackers of the deer scarce half the lessening pack was near. So shrewdly on the mountainside had the bold burst their mettle tried. V. The noble stag was pausing now upon the mountain's southern brow, where broad extended, far beneath, the varied realms of fair Menteith. With anxious eye he wandered o'er mountain and meadow, moss and moor, and pondered refuge from his toil, by far Lochard or Aberfoyle. But nearer was the copsewood grey that waved and wept on Loch Katrine, and mingled with the pine trees blue on the bold cliffs of Benvenue. Fresh vigor with the hope returned, with flying foot the heath he spurned, held westward with unwearied race, and left behind the panting chase. Vi. T were long to tell what steeds gave o'er, as swept the hunt through Cambusmore, what reins were tightened in despair, when rose Benledi's ridge in air, who flagged upon Bochastle's heath, who shunned to stem the flooded teeth for twice that day, from shore to shore, the gallant stag swam stoutly o'er. Few were the stragglers, following far, that reached the lake of Venachar, and when the brig of Turk was won, the headmost horseman rode alone. Vi. Alone, but with unbated zeal, that horseman plied the scourge and steel for jaded now and spent with toil, embossed with foam and dark with soil, while every gasp with sobs he drew, the laboring stag strained full in view. 2 dogs of black St. Hubert's breed, unmatched for courage, breath, and speed, fast on his flying traces came, and all but won that desperate game. For, scarce a spear's length from his haunch, vindictive twalled the bloodhounds staunch, nor nearer might the dogs attain, nor farther might the quarry strain thus up the margin of the lake, between the precipice and brake, or stalk and rock their race they take. VIII. The hunter marked that mountain high, the lone lake's western boundary, and deemed the stag must turn to bay. Where that huge rampart barred the way, already glorying in the prize, measured his antlers with his eyes, for the death wound and death halloo mustered his breath, his whinyard drew. But thundering as he came prepared, with ready arm and weapon bared, the wily quarry shunned the shock, and turned him from the opposing rock. Then, dashing down a darksome glen, soon lost to hound and hunter's ken, in the deep Trossach's wildest nook his solitary refuge took. There, while close couched the thicket shed cold dews and wild flowers on his head, he heard the baffled dogs in vain rave through the hollow pass amine, chiding the rocks that yelled again. IX. Close on the hounds the hunter came, to cheer them on the vanished game, but, stumbling in the rugged dell, the gallant horse exhausted fell. The impatient rider strove in vain to rouse him with the spur and rein, for the good steed, his labors o'er, stretched his stiff limbs, to rise no more. Then, touched with pity and remorse, he sorrowed o'er the expiring horse. I little thought, when first thy rein I slacked upon the banks of Seine, that Highland eagle air should feed on thy fleet limbs, my matchless steed. Woe worth the chase, woe worth the day, that costs thy life, my gallant grey. X. Then through the dell his horn resounds, from vain pursuit to call the hounds. Back limped with slow and crippled pace, the sulky leaders of the chase, close to their master's side they pressed, with drooping tail and humbled crest. But still the dingle's hollow throat prolonged the swelling bugle note. The owlets started from their dream, the eagles answered with their scream, round and around the sounds were cast, till echo seemed an answering blast. And on the hunter tried his way to join some comrades of the day, yet often paused, so strange the road, so wondrous were the scenes it showed. XI. The western waves of ebbing day rolled o'er the glen their level way, each purple peak, each flinty spire, was bathed in floods of living fire. But not a setting beam could glow within the dark ravines below, where twined the path in shadow hid, round many a rocky pyramid, shooting abruptly from the dell its thunder-splintered pinnacle, round many an insulated mass, the native bulwarks of the pass, huge as the tower which builders vain presumptuous piled on Shinar's plain. The rocky summits, split and rent, formed turret, dome, or battlement, or seemed fantastically set with cupola or minaret, wild crests as pagod ever decked, or mosque of eastern architect. Nor were these earth-born castles bare, nor lacked they many a banner fair, for, from their shivered brows displayed, far o'er the unfathomable glade, all twinkling with the dewdrop sheen, the briar rose fell in streamers green, kind creeping shrubs of thousand dyes waved in the west wind's summer sighs. XII. Boon nature scattered, free and wild, each plant or flower, the mountain's child. Here eglantine embalmed the air, hawthorn and hazel mingled there, the primrose pale and violet flower found in each cliff a narrow bower, foxglove and nightshade, side by side, emblems of punishment and pride, grouped their dark hues with every stain the weather-beaten crags retain. With boughs that quaked at every breath, grey birch and aspen wept beneath, aloft, the ash and warrior oak cast anchor in the rifted rock, and, higher yet, the pine tree hung his shattered trunk, and frequent flung, where seemed the cliffs to meet on high, his boughs athwart the narrowed sky. Highest of all, where white peaks glanced, where glistening streamers waved and danced, the wanderer's eye could barely view the summer heaven's delicious blue, so wondrous wild, the whole might seem the scenery of a fairy dream. XII. Onward amid the copse, gan peep a narrow inlet, still and deep, affording scarce such breadth of brim as served the wild duck's brood to swim. Lost for a space, through thickets veering, but broader when again appearing tall rocks and tufted knolls their face could on the dark blue mirror trace, and farther as the hunter strayed, still broader sweep its channels made. The shaggy mounds no longer stood, emerging from entangled wood, but wave-encircled seemed to float, like castle girdled with its moat, yet broader floods extending still divide them from their parent hill, till each, retiring, claims to be an islet in an inland sea. XIV. And now, to issue from the glen, no pathway meets the wanderer's ken, unless he climb with footing nice a far-projecting precipice. The broom's tough roots his ladder made, the hazel saplings lent their aid, and thus an airy point he won, where, gleaming with the setting sun, one burnished sheet of living gold, Loch Katrine lay beneath him rolled. In all her length far winding lay, with promontory, creek, and bay, and islands that, empurpled bright, floated amid the livelier light, and mountains that like giants stand to sentinel enchanted land. High on the south, huge Benvenue down to the lake in masses through crags, knolls, and mounds, confusedly hurled, the fragments of an earlier world. A wildering forest feathered o'er his ruined sides and summit hoar, while on the north, through middle air, Bennen heaved high his forehead bare. XV. From the steep promontory gazed the stranger, raptured and amazed, and what a scene we're here, he cried, for princely pomp or churchman's pride. On this bold brow, a lordly tower, in that soft vale, a lady's bower on yonder meadow far away, the turrets of a cloister grey. How blithely might the bugle horn chide on the lake the lingering morn. How sweet at eve, the lover's lute chime, when the groves were still and mute. And when the midnight moon should lave her forehead in the silver wave, how solemn on the ear would come the holy matin's distant hum, while the deep peal's commanding tone should wake, in yonder islet lone, a sainted hermit from his cell, to drop a bead with every knell. And bugle, lute, and bell, and all should each bewildered stranger call to friendly feast and lighted hall. XVI. Blithe were it then to wander here. But now beshrew yon nimble deer like that same hermit's, thin and spare. The copse must give my evening fare, some mossy bank my couch must be, some rustling oak my canopy. Yet pass we that. The war and chase give little choice of resting place. A summer night in greenwood spent were but tomorrow's merriment. But hosts may in these wilds abound, such as are better missed than found. To meet with Highland plunderers here were worse than loss of steed or deer. I am alone. My bugle strain may call some straggler of the train, or fall the worst that may betide, ere now this falchion has been tried. XVI. But scarce again his horn he wound, when lo! Forth starting at the sound, from underneath an aged oak that slanted from the islet rock a damsel guider of its way, a little skiff shot to the bay, that round the promontory steep led its deep line in graceful sweep, eddying in almost viewless wave, the weeping willow twig to rave, and kiss with whispering sound and slow, the beach of pebbles bright as snow. The boat had touched this silver strand just as the hunter left his stand, and stood concealed amid the brake to view this lady of the lake. The maiden paused, as if again she thought to catch the distant strain. With head upraised and look intent, and eye and ear attentive bent, and locks flung back and lips apart, like monument of Grecian art, in listening mood she seemed to stand, the guardian naiad of the strand. XVI. And ne'er did Grecian chisel trace a nymph, a naiad, or a grace of finer form or lovelier face. What though the sun, with ardent frown, had slightly tinged her cheek with brown, the sportive toil, which, short and light had dyed her glowing hue so bright, served too in hastier swell to show short glimpses of a breast of snow. What though no rule of courtly grace to measured mood had trained her pace, a foot more light, a step more true, ne'er from the heath flower dashed the dew and the slight harebell raised its head, elastic from her airy tread. What though upon her speech there hung the accents of the mountain tongue, those silver sounds, so soft, so dear, the listener held his breath to hear. XIX. A chieftain's daughter seemed the maid, her satin snood, her silken plaid, her golden brooch such birth betrayed. And seldom was a snood amid such wild luxuriant ringlets hid, whose glossy black to shame might bring the plumage of the raven's wing, and seldom o'er a breast so fair mantled a plaid with modest care, and never broached the folds combined above a heart more good and kind. Her kindness and her worth to spy, you need but gaze on Ellen's eye. Not Katrine in her mirror blue gives back the shaggy banks more true, than every free-born glance confessed the guileless movements of her breast, whether joy danced in her dark eye, or woe or pity claimed a sigh, or filial love was glowing there, or meek devotion poured a prayer, or tale of injury called forth the indignant spirit of the north. One only passion unrevealed with maiden pride the maid concealed, yet not less purely felt the flame. Oh, need I tell that passion's name? XX. Impatient of the silent horn, now on the gale her voice was borne. Father, she cried, the rocks around loved to prolong the gentle sound. A while she paused, no answer came. Malcolm, was thine the blast? The name less resolutely uttered fell, the echoes could not catch the swell. A stranger I, the huntsman said, advancing from the hazel shade. The maid, alarmed, with hasty oar pushed her light shallop from the shore, and when a space was gained between, closer she drew her bosom's screen. So forth the startled swan would swing, so turned to prune his ruffled wing. Then safe, though fluttered and amazed, she paused, and on the stranger gazed. Not his the form, nor his the eye, that youthful maidens want to fly. XXI. On his bold visage middle age had slightly pressed its signet sage, yet had not quenched the open truth and fiery vehemence of youth. Forward and frolic glee was there, the will to do, the soul to dare. The sparkling glance, soon blown to fire, of hasty love or headlong ire. His limbs were cast in manly could for hardy sports or contest bold, and though in peaceful garb arrayed, and weaponless except his blade, his stately mien as well implied a high-born heart, a martial pride, as if a baron's crest he wore, and sheathed in armor bode the shore. Slighting the petty need he showed, he told of his benighted road. His ready speech flowed fair and free, in phrase of gentlest courtesy, yet seemed that tone and gesture bland less used to soothe than to command. XXII. A while the maid the stranger eyed, and, reassured, at length replied, that Highland halls were open still to wildered wanderers of the hill. Nor think you unexpected come to yon lone isle, our desert home. Before the heath had lost the dew this morn, a couch was pulled for you on yonder mountain's purple head have ptarmigan and heathcock bled, and our broad nets have swept the mere to furnish forth your evening cheer. Now, by the rood, my lovely maid, your courtesy has erred, he said. No right have I to claim, misplaced, the welcome of expected guest. A wanderer, here by fortune toss, my way, my friends, my courser lost, I ne'er before, believe me, fair, have ever drawn your mountain air, till on this lake's romantic strand I found a fay in fairyland. XXII. I well believe, the maid replied, as her light skiff approached the side. I well believe that ne'er before your foot has trod Loch Katrine's shore, but yet, as far as yesternight, old Allan Bane foretold your plight, a grey-haired sire, whose eye intent was on the visioned future bent. He saw your steed, a dappled grey, lie dead beneath the birchen way, painted exact your form and mien, your hunting suit of Lincoln green, that tasselled horn so gaily gilt, that falchion's crooked blade and hilt, that cap with heron plumage trim, and yon 2 hounds so dark and grim. He bade that all should ready be to grace a guest of fair degree. But light I held his prophecy, and deemed it was my father's horn whose echoes o'er the lake were borne. XXIV. The stranger smiled. Since to your home a destined errant knight, I come announced by prophet sooth and old, doomed, doubtless, for achievement bold, I'll lightly front each high emprise for one kind glance of those bright eyes. Permit me first the task to guide your fairy frigate o'er the tide. The maid, with smile suppressed and sly, the toil unwanted saw him try, for seldom, sure, if e'er before, his noble hand had grasped an oar, yet with main strength his strokes he drew, and o'er the lake the shallop flew, with heads erect and whimpering cry, the hounds behind their passage ply. Nor frequent does the bright oar break the darkening mirror of the lake, until the rocky isle they reach, and moor their shallop on the beach. XXV. The stranger viewed the shore around. Was all so close with copsewood bound, nor track nor pathway might declare that human foot frequented there, until the mountain maiden showed a clambering unsuspected road, that winded through the tangled screen, and opened on a narrow green, where weeping birch and willow round with their long fibers swept the ground. Here, for retreat in dangerous hour, some chief had framed a rustic bower. XXVI. It was a lodge of ample size, but strange of structure and device, of such materials as around the workman's hand had readiest found. Lopped of their boughs, their hoar trunks bared, and by the hatchet rudely squared, to give the walls their destined height. The sturdy oak and ash unite, while moss and clay and leaves combine to fence each crevice from the wind. The lighter pine trees overhead their slender length for rafters spread, and withered heath and rushes dry supplied a russet canopy. Due westward, fronting to the green, a rural portico was seen aloft on native pillars borne, of mountain fir with bark unshorn, where Ellen's hand had taught to twine the ivy and Idaean vine. The clematis, the favored flower which boasts the name of virgin bower, and every hardy plant could bear Loch Katrine's keen and searching air. An instant in this porch she stayed, and gaily to the stranger said, "On heaven and on thy lady call, and enter the enchanted hall." XXVII. My hope, my heaven, my trust must be my gentle guide, in following thee. He crossed the threshold and a clang of angry steel that instant rang. To his bold brow his spirit rushed, but soon for vain alarm he blushed when on the floor he saw displayed, cause of the din, a naked blade dropped from the sheath, that careless flung upon a stag's huge antlers swung for all around, the walls to grace. Hung trophies of the fight or chase, a target there, a bugle here, a battle-axe, a hunting spear, and broadswords, bows, and arrows store, with the tusk trophies of the boar. Here grins the wolf as when he died, and there the wildcat's brindled hide the frontlet of the elk adorns, or mantles o'er the bison's horns, pennons and flags defaced and stained, that blackening streaks of blood retained, and deer skins, dappled, dun, and white, with otter's fur and seals unite, in rude and uncouth tapestry all, to garnish forth the sylvan hall. XXVII. The wondering stranger round him gazed, and next the fallen weapon raised. Few were the arms whose sinewy strength sufficed to stretch it forth at length. And as the brand he poised and swayed, I never knew but one, he said, whose stalwart arm might brook to wield a blade like this in battlefield. She sighed, then smiled and took the word. You see the guardian champion's sword, as light it trembles in his hand as in my grasp a hazel wand. My sire's tall form might grace the part of Ferragus or a Scabart, but in the absent giant's hold are women now, and menials old. XXIX. The mistress of the mansion came, mature of age, a graceful dame, whose easy step and stately port had well become a princely court, to whom, though more than kindred knew, young Ellen gave a mother's due. Meet welcome to her guest she made, and every courteous right was paid that hospitality could claim, though all unasked his birth and name. Such then the reverence to a guest, that fellest foe might join the feast, and from his deadliest foeman's door unquestioned turn the banquet or at length his rank the stranger names. The knight of Snowdon, James Fitz-James, lord of a barren heritage, which his brave sires, from age to age, by their good swords had held with toil. His sire had fallen in such turmoil, and he, God wot, was forced to stand oft for his right with blade in hand. This morning with Lord Moray's train he chased a stalwart stag in vain, stripped his comrades, missed the deer, lost his good steed, and wandered here. XXX. Fain would the knight in turn require the name and state of Ellen's sire. Well showed the elder lady's mien that courts and cities she had seen Ellen, though more her looks displayed the simple grace of sylvan maid, in speech and gesture, form and face, showed she was come of gentle race. Were strange in ruder rank to find such looks, such manners, and such mind. Each hint the knight of Snowdon gave, Dame Margaret heard with silence grave, or Ellen, innocently gay turned all inquiry light away. Weird women we. By dale and down we dwell, afar from tower and town. We stem the flood, we ride the blast, on wandering nights our spells we cast, while viewless minstrels touch the string, tease thus our charmed rhymes we sing. She sung, and still a harp unseen filled up the symphony between. XXXI. Song. Soldier, rest. Thy warfare o'er, sleep the sleep that knows not breaking. Dream of battled fields no more, days of danger, nights of waking. In our isle's enchanted hall, hands unseen thy couch are strewing, fairy strains of music fall, every sense in slumber doing. Soldier, rest. Thy warfare o'er, dream of fighting fields no more. Sleep the sleep that knows not breaking, morn of toil, nor night of waking. No rude sound shall reach thine ear, armor's clang or war steed champing trump, nor pibroch summon here mustering clan or squadron tramping. Yet the lark's shrill fife may come at the daybreak from the fallow, and the bittern sound his drum booming from the sedgy shallow. Ruder sounds shall none be near, guards nor warders challenge here, hears no war steeds neigh, and champing, shouting clans or squadrons stamping. XXXII. She paused then, blushing, led the lay, to grace the stranger of the day. Her mellow notes a while prolong the cadence of the flowing song, till to her lips in measured frame the minstrel verse spontaneous came. Song continued. Huntsman, rest. Thy chase is done, while our slumberous spells assail ye. dream not, with the rising sun, bugles here shall sound reveille. Sleep. The deer is in his den sleep. Thy hounds are by thee lying sleep. Nor dream in yonder glen how thy gallant steed lay dying. Huntsman, rest. Thy chase is done. Think not of the rising sun, for at dawning to assail ye hear no bugle sound reveille. XXXII. The hall was cleared, the stranger's bed was there of mountain heather spread, where oft 100 guests had lain and dreamed their forest sports again. But vainly did the heath flower shed its moorland fragrance round his head. Not Ellen's spell had lulled to rest the fever of his troubled breast. In broken dreams the image rose of varied perils, pains, and woes. His steed now flounders in the brake, now sinks his barge upon the lake, now leader of a broken host. His standard falls, his honors lost. Then from my couch May heavenly might chase that worst phantom of the night. Again returned the scenes of youth, of confident, undoubting truth. Again his soul he interchanged with friends whose hearts were long estranged. They come, in dim procession led, the cold, the faithless, and the dead as warm each hand, each brow as gay, as if they parted yesterday. And doubt distracts him at the view, were his senses false or true? Dreamed he of death or broken vow, or is it all a vision now? XXXIV. At length, with Ellen in a grove, he seemed to walk and speak of love. She listened with a blush and sigh. His suit was warm, his hopes were high. He sought her yielded hand to clasp, and a cold gauntlet met his grasp. The phantom sex was changed and gone, upon its head a helmet shone, slowly enlarged to giant size, with darkened cheek and threatening eyes. The grisly visage, stern and hoar, to Ellen still a likeness bore. He woke, and, panting with affright, recalled the vision of the night. The hearth's decaying brands were red and deep and dusky luster shed, half showing, half concealing, all the uncouth trophies of the hall. Mid those the stranger fixed his eye where that huge falchion hung on high, and thoughts on thoughts, a countless throng, rushed, chasing countless thoughts along, until the giddy whirl to cure, he rose and sought the moonshine pure. XXXV. The wild rose, eglantine, and broom wasted around their rich perfume. The birch trees wept in fragrant balm. The aspens slept beneath the calm. The silver light, with quivering glance, played on the water's still expanse. Wild were the heart whose passion's sway could rage beneath the sober ray. He felt its calm, that warrior guest, while thus he communed with his breast. Why is it, at each turn I trace some memory of that exiled race? Can I not mountain maiden spy, but she must bear the Douglas eye? Can I not view a Highland brand, but it must match the Douglas hand? Can I not frame a fevered dream, but still the Douglas is the theme? I'll dream no more by manly mind, not even in sleep is will resigned. My midnight orisons said o'er, I'll turn to rest and dream no more. His midnight orisons he told, a prayer with every beat of gold, consigned to heaven his cares and woes, and sunk in undisturbed repose, until the heathcock shrilly crew, and morning dawned on Benvenue. Canto Second. The Island. Aye, at morn the blackcock trims his jetty wing, tea is morning prompts the linnet's blithest lay. All nature's children feel the matin spring of life reviving, with reviving day. And while yon little bark glides down the bay, wafting the stranger on his way again, morn's genial influence roused a minstrel gray. And sweetly o'er the lake was heard thy strain, mixed with the sounding harp, O white-haired Allan Bane. Aye, aye. Song. Not faster yonder rowers might flings from their oars the spray, not faster yonder rippling bright. That tracks the shallop's course in light, melts in the lake away, then men from memory erase the benefits of former days. Then, stranger, go. Good speed the while, nor think again of the lonely isle. High place to thee in royal court, high place in battled line, good hawk and hound for sylvan sport. Where beauty sees the brave resort, the honored meed be thine. True be thy sword, thy friend sincere, thy lady constant, kind, and dear, and lost in loves and friendships smile be memory of the lonely isle. Aye, aye, aye. Song continued. But if beneath yon southern sky a platted stranger roam, whose drooping crest and stifled sigh, and sunken cheek and heavy eye pine for his Highland home, then, warrior, then be thine to show the care that soothes a wanderer's woe, remember than thy hap erewhile, a stranger in the lonely isle. Or if on life's uncertain main mishap shall mar thy sail, if faithful, wise, and brave in vain, woe, want, and exile thou sustain beneath the fickle gale, waste not a sigh on fortune changed, on thankless courts or friends estranged, but come where kindred worth shall smile, to greet thee in the lonely isle. IV. As died the sounds upon the tide, the shallop reached the mainland side, and ere his onward way he took, the stranger cast a lingering look, where easily his eye might reach the harper on the islet beach, reclined against a blighted tree, as wasted, grey, and worn as he. To minstrel meditation given, his reverend brow was raised to heaven, as from the rising sun to claim a sparkle of inspiring flame. His hand, reclined upon the wire, seemed watching the awakening fire. So still he sat as those who wait till judgment speak the doom of fate. So still, as if no breeze might dare to lift one lock of hoary hair. So still, as life itself were fled in the last sound his harp had sped. V. Upon a rock with lichens wild, beside him Ellen sat and smiled. Smiled she to see the stately drake lead forth his fleet upon the lake, while her vexed spaniel from the beach bayed at the prize beyond his reach. Yet tell me then, the maid who knows, why deepened on her cheek the rose. Forgive, forgive, fidelity. Perchance the maiden smiled to see yon parting lingerer wave adieu, and stop and turn to wave anew, and, lovely ladies, ere your ire condemn the heroine of my lyre. Show me the fair would scorn to spy and prize such conquest of her eve. VI. While yet he loitered on the spot, it seemed as Ellen marked him not. But when he turned him to the glade, one courteous parting sign she made. And after, oft the knight would say, that not when prize of festal day was dealt him by the brightest fair who e'er wore jewel in her hair, so highly did his bosom swell as at that simple mute farewell. Now with a trusty mountain guide, and his dark stag-hounds by his side, he parts the maid, unconscious still, watched him wind slowly round the hill, but when his stately form was hid, the guardian in her bosom chid, thy Malcolm. Vain and selfish maid, T was thus upbraiding conscience said, not so had Malcolm idly hung on the smooth phrase of southern tongue, not so had Malcolm strained his eye another step than then to spy. Wake, Allanbane, aloud she cried to the old minstrel by her side, arouse thee from thy moody dream. I'll give thy harp heroic theme, and warm thee with a noble name, pour forth the glory of the Graham. Scarce from her lip the word had rushed, when deep the conscious maiden blushed, for of his clan, in hall and bower, young Malcolm Graham was held the flower. VII. The minstrel waked his harp 3 times, arose the well-known martial chimes, and thrice their high heroic pride in melancholy murmurs died. Vainly thou bidst, O noble maid, clasping his withered hands, he said, vainly thou bidst me wake the strain, though all unwont to bid in vain. Alas! Then mine a mightier hand has tuned my harp, my strings has spanned. I touch the chords of joy, but low and mournful answer notes of woe, and the proud march which victors tread sinks in the wailing for the dead. Oh, well for me, if mine alone that dirge's deep prophetic tone. If, as my tuneful father said, this harp, which erst Saint Maudin swayed, can thus its master's fate foretell, then welcome be the minstrel's knell. VIII. But dear lady, thus it sighed, the eve thy sainted mother died, and such the sounds which, while I strove to wake a lay of war or love, came marring all the festal mirth, appalling me who gave them birth, and, disobedient to my call, wailed loud through Bothwell's bannered hall. Ere Douglaises, to ruin driven, were exiled from their native heaven, oh! If yet worse mishap, and woe my master's house must undergo, or aught but weal to Ellen fair brood in these accents of despair, no future bard, sad harp, shall fling triumph or rapture from thy string, one short, one final strain shall flow, fraught with unutterable woe, then shivered shall thy fragments lie, thy master cast him down and die. IX. Soothing she answered him, assuage, mine honored friend, the fears of age, all melodies to thee are known that harp has rung or pipe has blown, in lowland vale or highland glen from Tweed to Spey what marvel, then, at times unbidden notes should rise, confusedly bound in memory's ties, entangling as they rush along. The war march with the funeral song, small ground is now for boding fear obscure, but safe, we rest us here. My sire, in native virtue great, resigning lordship, lands, and state, not then to fortune more resigned than yonder oak might give the wind, the graceful foliage storms may reave, fine noble stem they cannot grieve. For me she stooped, and looking round, plucked a blue harebell from the ground. For me, whose memory scarce conveys an image of more splendid days, this little flower that loves the lea may well my simple emblem be. It drinks heaven's dew as blithe as rose that in the king's own garden grows. And when I place it in my hair, Allen, a bard is bound to swear he ne'er saw coronet so fair. Then playfully the chaplet wild she wreathed in her dark locks, and smiled. X. Her smile, her speech, with winning sway wiled the old harper's mood away. With such a look as hermits throw, when angels stoop to soothe their woe he gazed, till fond regret and pride thrilled to a tear, then thus replied, loveliest and best. Thou little know'st the rank, the honours thou hast lost. Oh, might I live to see thee grace, in Scotland's court, thy birthright place, to see my favourite step advance the lightest in the courtly dance, the cause of every gallant's sigh, and leading star of every eye, and theme of every minstrel's art, the lady of the bleeding heart. Xi. Fair dreams are these, the maiden cried, light was her accent, yet she sighed. Yet is this mossy rock to me worth splendid chair and canopy, nor would my footsteps spring more gay in courtly dance than blithe Strathspey, nor half so pleased mine ear inclined to royal minstrels lay as thine. And then for suitors proud and high, to bend before my conquering eye thou, flattering bard. Thyself wilt say, that grim Sir Roderick owns its sway. The Saxon scourge, Clan Alpine's pride, the terror of Loch Lomond's side, would, at my suit, thou know'st he, delay a Lennox foray for a day. Xii. The ancient bard her glee repressed, ill hast thou chosen theme for jest. For who, through all this western wild, named black Sir Roderick Eyre, and smiled? In Holyrood a knight he slew, I saw, when back the dirk he drew, courtiers give place before the stride of the undaunted homicide, and since, though outlawed, hath his hand full sternly kept his mountain land. Who else dared give Woe the day that I such hated truth should say, the Douglas, like a stricken deer, disowned by every noble peer, even the rude refuge we have here. Alas, this wild, marauding chief alone might hazard our relief, and now thy maiden charms expand, looks for his guerdon in thy hand, full soon may dispensation sought, to back his suit, from Rome be brought. Then, though in exile on the hill, thy father, as the Douglas, still be held in reverence and fear, and though to Roderick thou it so dear that thou mightst guide with silken thread. Slave of thy will, this chieftain dread, yet, O loved maid, thy mirth refrain. Thy hand is on a lion's mane. Xii. Minstrel, the maid replied, and high her father's soul glance from her eye. My debts to Roderick's house I know, all that a mother could bestow to Lady Margaret's care I owe, since first an orphan in the wild she sorrowed o'er her sister's child, to her brave chieftain's son, from ire of Scotland's king who shrouds my sire. A deeper, holier debt is owed, and, could I pay it with my blood, Allen? Sir Roderick should command my blood, my life but not my hand. Rather will Ellen Douglas dwell a vaders in Maron and Cell, rather through realms beyond the sea, seeking the world's cold charity, where ne'er was spoke a Scottish word. And ne'er the name of Douglas heard an outcast pilgrim will she rove, than wed the man she cannot love. Xiv. Thou shackst, good friend, thy tresses grey, that pleading look, what can it say but what I own, I grant him brave, but wild as Bracklin's thundering wave, and generous save vindictive mood or jealous transport chafe his blood. I grant him true to friendly band, as his claymore is to his hand. But oh, that very blade of steel more mercy for a foe would feel. I grant him liberal, to fling among his clan the wealth they bring, when back by lake and glen they wind, and in the lowland leave behind, where once some pleasant hamlet stood, a mass of ashes slaked with blood. The hand that for my father fought I honor, as his daughter ought, but can I clasp it reeking red from peasants slaughtered in their shed? No. Wildly while his virtues gleam, they make his passions darker seem, and flash along his spirit high, like lightning o'er the midnight sky. While yet a child and children know, instinctive taught, the friend and foe, I shuddered at his brow of gloom, his shadowy plaid and sable plume. A maiden grown, I ill could bear his haughty mien and lordly air. But if thou join'st he a suitor's claim, in serious mood, to Roderick's name, I thrill with anguish, or if ere a Douglas knew the word, with fear. To change such odious theme were best. What think'st thou of our stranger guest? XV. What think I of him? Woe the while that brought such wanderer to our isle. Thy father's battle brand, of yore for Tyneman forged by fairy lore, what time he leagued, no longer foes his border spears with Hotspur's bows, did, self-unscabbarded, foreshow the footstep of a secret foe. If courtly spy hath harbored here, what may we for the Douglas fear? What for this island, deemed of old Clan Alpine's last and surest hold? If neither spy nor foe, I pray what yet may jealous Roderick say, nay, wave not thy disdainful head. Bethink thee of the discord dread that kindled when at Beltane game thou least the dance with Malcolm Graham. Still, though thy sire the peace renewed smoulders in Roderick's breast the feud. Beware, but hark. What sounds are these? My dull ears catch no faltering breeze, no weeping birch, nor aspen's wake, nor breath is dimpling in the lake, still is the canna's hoary beard. Yet, by my minstrel faith, I heard and hark again. Some pipe of war sends the hold pibroch from afar. XVI. Far up the lengthened lake were spied 4 darkening specks upon the tide that, slow enlarging on the view, 4 manned and mast barges grew, and, bearing downwards from Glengel, steered full upon the lonely isle. The point of Bryanchoil they passed, and to the windward as they cast, against the sun they gave to shine the bold Sir Roderick's bannered pine. Nearer and nearer as they bear, spears, pikes, and axes flash in air. Now might you see the Tartars brave, and plaids and plumage dance and wave. Now see the bonnets sink and rise, as his tuff o'er the rower plies. See, flashing at each sturdy stroke, the wave ascending into smoke. See the proud pipers on the bow, and mark the gaudy streamers flow from their loud chanters down, and sweep the furrowed bosom of the deep, as, rushing through the Lake Amain, they plied the ancient Highland strain. XVI. Ever, as on they bore, more loud and louder rung the pibroch proud. At first the sounds, by distance tame, mellowed along the waters came, and lingering long by cape and bay, wailed every harsher note away, then bursting bolder on the ear. The clan's shrill gathering they could hear, those thrilling sounds that call the might of old Clan Alpine to the fight. Thick beat the rapid notes, as when the mustering hundreds shake the glen, and hurrying at the signal dread, fine battered earth returns their tread. Then prelude light, of livelier tone, express their merry marching on air peal of closing battle rose, with mingled outcry, shrieks, and blows, and mimic din of stroke and ward as broadsword upon target jarred, and groaning pause ere yet again, condensed, the battle yelled Amain. The rapid charge, the rallying shout, retreat borne headlong into rout, and bursts of triumph to declare Clan Alpine's congestal were there. Nor ended thus the strain, but slow sunk in a moan prolonged and low, and changed the conquering clarion swell for wild lament o'er those that fell. XVI. The war pipes ceased, but lake and hill were busy with their echoes still, and, when they slept, a vocal strain bade their hoarse chorus wake again, while loud 100 clansmen raised their voices in their chieftain's praise. Each boatman, bending to his oar, with measured sweep the burden bore, in such wild cadence as the breeze makes through December's leafless trees. The chorus first could Allen know, Roderick Vich Alpine ho. Fro, and nearer as they rode, distinct the martial ditty flowed. XIX. Boat Song. Hail to the chief who in triumph advances. Honored and blessed be the evergreen pine. Long may the tree, in his banner that glances, flourish, the shelter and grace of our line. Heaven send it happy dew, earth lend its sap anew gaily to burgeon and broadly to grow, while every Highland glen sends our shout back again. Roderick Vich Alpine Dhu, ho. Ero. Ours is no sapling, chance sown by the fountain, blooming at Beltane, in winter to fade when the whirlwind has stripped every leaf on the mountain. The more shall Clan Alpine exult in her shade. Moored in the rifted rock, proof to the tempest's shock, firmer he roots him the ruder it blow, Menteith and Breadalbane, then echo his praise again, Roderick Vich Alpine Dhu, ho. Ero. XX. Proudly our pibroch has thrilled in Glen Fruin, and Banachar's groans to our slogan replied. Glen Luss and Ross Dhu, they are smoking in ruin, and the best of Loch Lomond lie dead on her side. Widow and Saxon maid long shall lament our raid. Think of Clan Alpine with fear and with woe, Lennox and leaving Glen shake when they hear again, Roderick Vich Alpine Dhu, ho. Ero. Row, vassals, row, for the pride of the Highlands. Stretch to your oars for the evergreen pine. Oh, that the rosebud that graces yon islands were wreathed in a garland around him to twine. Oh, that some seedling gem, worthy such noble stem, honored and blessed in their shadow might grow. Loud should Clan Alpine then ring from her deepmost glen, Roderick Vich Alpine Dhu, ho. Ero. XXI. With all her joyful female band, had Lady Margaret sought the strand. Loose on the breeze their tresses flew, and high their snowy arms they threw, as echoing back with shrill acclaim, and chorus wild, the chieftain's name, while, prompt to please, with mother's art the darling passion of his heart, the dame called Ellen to the strand, to greet her kinsman ere he land. Come, loiterer, come. A Douglas thou, and shun to wreathe a victor's brow? Reluctantly and slow, the maid the unwelcome summoning obeyed, and when a distant bugle rung in the mid-path aside she sprung. List, Allan Bane. From mainland cast, I hear my father's signal blast. Be ours, she cried, the skiff to guide and waft him from the mountainside. Then, like a sunbeam, swift and bright, she darted to her shallop light, and eagerly while Roderick scanned for her dear form, his mother's band, the islet far behind her lay, and she had landed in the bay. XXII. Some feelings are to mortals given with less of earth in them than heaven, and if there be a human tear from passion's dross refined and clear, a tear so limpid, and so meek it would not stain an angel's cheek, 'tis that which pious fathers shed upon a duteous daughter's head. And as the Douglas to his breast, his darling Ellen closely pressed, such holy drops her tresses steeped, though tea was an hero's eye that weeped. Nor while on Ellen's faltering tongue her filial welcomes crowded hung, marked she that fear affection's proof still held a graceful youth aloof, no. Not till Douglas named his name, although the youth was Malcolm Graham. XXII. Allan, with wistful look the while, marked Roderick landing on the isle. His master piteously he eyed, then gazed upon the chieftain's pride, then dashed with hasty hand away from his dimmed eye the gathering spray, and Douglas, as his hand he laid on Malcolm's shoulder, kindly said, Canst thou, young friend, no meaning spy in my poor follower's glistening eye? I'll tell thee. He recalls the day when in my praise he led thee lay o'er the arched gate of Bothwell proud, while many a minstrel answered loud, when Percy's Norman pennon, won in bloody field, before me shone, and twice 10 knights, the least a name as mighty as yon chief may claim, gracing my pomp, behind me came. Yet trust me, Malcolm, not so proud was I of all that marshalled crowd, though the waned crescent owned my might, and in my train trooped lord and knight, though Blantyre hymned her holiest lays, and Bothwell's bards flung back my praise, as when this old man's silent tear, and this poor maid's affection dear, a welcome give more kind and true than aught my better fortunes knew. Forgive, my friend, a father's boast, oh, it out beggars all I lost. XXIV. Delightful praise, like summer rose that brighter in the dewdrop glows, the bashful maiden's cheek appeared, for Douglas spoke, and Malcolm heard. The flush of shame-faced joy to hide, the hounds, the hawk her cares divide, the loved caresses of the maid the dogs with crouch and whimper paid, and, at her whistle, on her hand the falcon took his favorite stand, closed his dark wing, relaxed his eye, nor, though unhooded, sought to fly. And trust, while in such guise she stood, like fabled goddess of the wood, that if a father's partial thought o'erweighed her worth and beauty aught, well might the lover's judgment fail to balance with a juster scale, for with each secret glance he stole, the fond enthusiast sent his soul. XXV. Of stature fair and slender frame, but firmly knit, was Malcolm Graham. The belted plaid and tartan hose did ne'er more graceful limbs disclose. His flaxen hair, of sunny hue, curled closely round his bonnet blue. Trained to the chase, his eagle eye the ptarmigan in snow could spy each pass by mountain, lake, and heath. He knew, through Lennox and Menteith, vain was the bound of dark brown doe when Malcolm bent his sounding bow, and scarce that doe, though winged with fear, outstripped in speed the mountaineer, right up Ben Lomond could he press, and not a sob his toil confess. His form accorded with a mind lively and ardent, frank and kind, a blither heart, till Ellen came did never love nor sorrow tame. It danced as lightsome in his breast as played the feather on his crest. Yet friends, who nearest knew the youth his scorn of wrong, his zeal for truth and bards, who saw his features bold when kindled by the tales of old said, were that youth to manhood grown, not long should Roderick Dhu's renown be foremost voiced by mountain fame, but quail to that of Malcolm Graham. XXVI. Now back they wend their watery way, and, "O my sire," did Ellen say, "why urge thy chase so far astray? And why so late returned? And why," the rest was in her speaking eye, "my child, the chase I follow far, 'tis mimicry of noble war, and with that gallant pastime reft were all of Douglas I have left. I met young Malcolm as I strayed far eastward, in Glenfinla's shade nor strayed I safe, for all around hunters and horsemen scoured the ground. This youth, though still a royal ward, risked life and land to be my guard, and through the passes of the wood guided my steps, not unpursued, and Roderick shall his welcome make, despite old spleen, for Douglas' sake. Then must he seek Strathendrick Glen, nor peril aught for me again." XXVII. Sir Roderick, who to meet them came, reddened at sight of Malcolm Graham, yet not in action, word, or eye failed aught in hospitality. In talk and sport they whiled away the morning of that summer day, but at high noon a courier light held secret parley with the knight, whose moody aspect soon declared that evil were the news he heard. Deep thought seemed toiling in his head, yet was the evening banquet made ere he assembled round the flame his mother, Douglas, and the Graham and Ellen too, then cast around his eyes, then fixed them on the ground, as studying phrase that might avail best to convey unpleasant tale. Long with his dagger's hilt he played, then raised his haughty brow and said, XXVII. Short be my speech, nor time affords nor my plain temper, glozing words. Kinsman and father, if such name Douglas vouchsafe to Roderick's claim, mine honoured mother Ellen. Why, my cousin, turn away thine eye and Graham, in whom I hope to know full soon a noble friend or foe, when age shall give thee thy command, and leading in thy native land, list all. The king's vindictive pride boasts to have tamed the border side, where chiefs, with hound and trawl, who came to share their monarch's sylvan game, themselves in bloody toils were snared, and when the banquet they prepared, and wide their loyal portals flung, o'er their own gateway struggling hung. Loud cries their blood from Megat's mead, from Yarrow braes and banks of Tweed, where the lone streams of Ettrick glide, and from the silver Teviot side, the dales, where martial clans did ride, are now one sheep walk, waste and wide. This tyrant of the Scottish throne, so faithless and so ruthless known, now hither comes, his end the same pretext of sylvan game. What grace for Highland chiefs, judge ye by fate of border chivalry? Yet more, amid Glenfinla's green Douglas, thy stately form was seen. This by espial sure I know, your counsel in the strait I show. XXIX. Ellen and Margaret fearfully sought comfort in each other's eye, then turned their ghastly look, each one, this to her sire, that to her son. The hasty colour went and came in the bold cheek of Malcolm Graham, but from his glance it well appeared, 'twas but for Ellen that he feared, while, sorrowful but undismayed, the Douglas thus his counsel said. Brave Roderick, though the tempest roar, it may but thunder and pass o'er, nor will I here remain an hour to draw the lightning on thy bower, for well thou know'st at this grey head the royal bolt were fiercest sped. For thee, who, at thy king's command, canst aid him with a gallant band, submission, homage, humbled pride, shall turn the monarch's wrath aside. Poor remnants of the bleeding heart, Ellen and I will seek apart the refuge of some forest cell, there, like the hunted quarry, dwell, till on the mountain, and the more the stern pursuit be past and o'er. XXX. No, by mine honour, Roderick said, so help me heaven and my good blade. No, never. Blasted be yon pine, my father's ancient crest and mine, if from its shade in danger part the lineage of the bleeding heart. Hear my blunt speech. Grant me this maid to wife, thy counsel to mine aid, to Douglas, leagued with Roderick Dhu, will friends and allies flock eno, like cause of doubt, distrust, and grief, will bind to us each western chief when the loud pipes my bridal tell, the links of Forth shall hear the knell, the guards shall start in Stirling's porch. And when I light the nuptial torch, 1,000 villages in flames shall scare the slumbers of King James. Nay, Ellen, blench not thus away. And mother, cease these signs, I pray. I meant not all my heat might say. Small need of inroad or of fight, when the sage Douglas may unite each mountain clan in friendly band to guard the passes of their land, till the foiled king from pathless glen shall bootless turn him home again. XXXI. There are who have, at midnight hour, in slumber scaled a dizzy tower, and on the verge that beetled o'er the ocean tide's incessant roar, dreamed calmly out their dangerous dream, till wakened by the morning beam. When, dazzled by the eastern glow, such startler cast his glance below, and saw unmeasured depth around, and heard unintermitted sound, and thought the battled fence so frail, it waved like cobweb in the gale. Amid his senses' giddy wheel, did he not desperate impulse feel, headlong to plunge himself below, and meet the worst his fears foreshow? Thus Ellen, dizzy and astound, as sudden ruin yawned around, by crossing terrors wildly tossed, still for the Douglas fearing most, could scarce the desperate thought withstand, to buy his safety with her hand. XXXII. Such purpose dread could Malcolm spy in Ellen's quivering lip and eye, and eager rose to speak but ere his tongue could hurry forth his fear. Had Douglas marked the hectic strife, where death seemed combating with life, for to her cheek, in feverish flood, one instant rushed the throbbing blood, then ebbing back, with sudden sway, left its domain as wan as clay. Roderick, enough. Enough, he cried, my daughter cannot be thy bride, not that the blush to woo her dear, nor paleness that of maiden fear. It may not be forgive her, chief, nor hazard aught for our relief. Against his sovereign, Douglas ne'er will level a rebellious spear. Was I that taught his youthful hand to rein a steed and wield a brand. I see him yet the princely boy. Not Ellen more my pride and joy, I love him still, despite my wrongs by hasty wrath and slanderous tongues. Oh, seek the grace you well may find, without a cause to mine combined. XXXII. Twice through the hall the chieftain strode, the waving of his Tartar's broad and darkened brow, where wounded pride with ire and disappointment vied seemed, by the torch's gloomy light, like the ill demon of the night, stooping his pinions shadowy sway upon the righted pilgrim's way, but unrequited love. Thy dart plunged deepest its envenomed smart, and Roderick, with thine anguish stung. At length the hand of Douglas wrung, while eyes that mocked at tears before with bitter drops were running o'er. The death pangs of long-cherished hope scarce in that ample breast had scope, but, struggling with his spirit proud, convulsive heaved its checkered shroud, while every sob so mute where all was heard distinctly through the ball. The son's despair, the mother's look, Roman 3 might the gentle Ellen brook. She rose, and to her side there came, to aid her parting steps, the Graham. XXXIV. Then Roderick from the Douglas broke as flashes flame through sable smoke, kindling its wreaths, long, dark, and low, to one broad blaze of ruddy glow. So the deep anguish of despair burst, in fierce jealousy, to air. With stalwart grasp his hand he laid on Malcolm's breast and belted plaid. Back, beardless boy, he sternly said, back, minion. Hold'st thou thus at naught the lesson I so lately taught? This roof, the Douglas, and that maid, thank thou for punishment delayed. Eager as greyhound on his game, fiercely with Roderick grappled Graham. Perish my name, if aught afford its chieftain's safety save his sword. Thus as they strove, their desperate hand griped to the dagger or the brand, and death had been but Douglas rose, and thrust between the struggling foes his giant strength. Chieftains, forgo. I hold the first who strikes my foe. Madmen, forbear your frantic jar. What? Is the Douglas fallen so far, his daughter's hand is deemed the spoil of such dishonorable broil? Sullen and slowly they unclasp, as struck with shame, their desperate grasp, and each upon his rival glared, with foot advanced and blade half bared. XXXV. Ere yet the brands aloft were flung, Margaret on Roderick's mantle hung, and Malcolm heard his Ellen scream, as faltered through terrific dream. Then Roderick plunged in sheath his sword, and veiled his wrath in scornful word. Rest safe till morning, pitied were such cheek should feel the midnight air. Then mayst thou to James Stuart tell, Roderick will keep the lake and fell, nor lackey with his freeborn clan the pageant pomp of earthly man. More would he of Clan Alpine know, thou canst our strength and passes show. Malaise, what ho, his henchman came, give our safe conduct to the Graham. Young Malcolm answered, calm and bold, fear nothing for thy favorite hold, the spot an angel deigned to grace is blessed, though robbers haunt the place. Thy churlish courtesy for those reserve, who fear to be thy foes. As safe to me the mountain way at midnight as in blaze of day, though with his boldest at his back even Roderick Dhu beset the track. Brave Douglas, lovely Elinay, not here of parting will I say. Earth does not hold a lonesome glen so secret, but we meet again, chieftain. We too shall find an hour, he said, and left the sylvan bower. XXXVI. Old Allen followed to the strand, such was the Douglas's command and anxious told. How, on the morn, the stern Sir Roderick Deep had sworn, the fiery cross should circle o'er dale, glen, and valley, down and more much were the peril to the Graham from those who to the signal came, far up the lake twere safest land, himself would row him to the strand. He gave his counsel to the wind, while Malcolm did, unheeding, bind, round dirk and pouch and broadsword rolled, his ample plaid in tightened fold, and stripped his limbs to such array as best might suit the watery way. XXXVI. Then spoke abrupt, farewell to thee, pattern of old fidelity, the minstrel's hand he kindly pressed, oh, could I point a place of rest. My sovereign holds in ward my land, my uncle leads my vassal band, to tame his foes, his friends to aid, poor Malcolm has but heart and blade. Yet if there be one faithful Graham who loves the chieftain of his name, not long shall honored Douglas dwell like hunted stag in mountain cell, nor, ere yon pride-swollen robber dare, I may not give the rest to air. Tell Roderick Dhu I owed him not tile poor service of a boat, to waft me to yon mountainside. Then plunged he in the flashing tide. Bold o'er the flood his head he bore, and stoutly steered him from the shore, and Allen strained his anxious eye, far mid the lake his form to spy, darkening across each puny wave, to which the moon her silver gave. Fast as the cormorant could skim, the swimmer plied each active limb, then landing in the moonlight dell, loud shouted of his weal to tell. The minstrel heard the far halloo, and joyful from the shore withdrew. Canto Third. The gathering. Time rolled his ceaseless course. The race of yore, who danced our infancy upon their knee, and told our marveling boyhood legends store of their strange ventures happed by land or sea, how are they blotted from the things that be? How few, all weak and withered of their force, wait on the verge of dark eternity, like stranded wrecks, the tide returning hoarse to sweep them from out sight. Time rolls his ceaseless course. Yet live there still who can remember well, how, when a mountain chief his bugle blew, both field and forest, dingle, cliff, and dell, and solitary heath, the signal knew, and fast the faithful clan around him drew. What time the warning note was keenly wound, what time aloft their kindred banner flew, while clamorous war-pipes yelled the gathering sound, and while the fiery cross glanced like a meteor, round. Aye. The summer dawn's reflected hue to purple changed Loch Katrine blue, mildly and soft the western breeze just kissed the lake, just stirred the trees, and the pleased lake, like maiden coy trembled, but dimpled not for joy the mountain shadows on her breast were neither broken nor at rest. In bright uncertainty they lie, like future joys to fancy's eye. The water lily to the light her chalice reared of silver bright, the doe awoke, and to the lawn begemmed with dewdrops, let her fawn, the grey mist left the mountainside. The torrent showed its glistening pride. Invisible in flecked sky the lark sent clown her revelry. The blackbird and the speckled thrush good morrow gave from brake and bush, in answer cooed the cushat dove her notes of peace and rest and love. Aye. No thought of peace, no thought of rest, assuaged the storm in Roderick's breast. With sheathed broadsword in his hand, abrupt he paced the islet strand, and eyed the rising sun, and laid his hand on his impatient blade. Beneath a rock, his vassal's care was prompt the ritual to prepare, with deep and deathful meaning fraught, for such antiquity had taught was preface meet, ere yet abroad the cross of fire should take its road. The shrinking band stood oft aghast at the impatient glance he cast, such glance the mountain eagle threw as, from the cliffs of Benvenue, she spread her dark sails on the wind, and, high in middle heaven reclined, with her broad shadow on the lake, silenced the warblers of the brake. IV. A heap of withered boughs was piled, of juniper and rowan wild, mingled with shivers from the oak, rent by the lightning's recent stroke. Brian the hermit by it stood, barefooted in his frock and hood. His grizzled beard and matted hair obscured a visage of despair, his naked arms and legs, seemed o'er, the scars of frantic penance bore. That monk, of savage form and face, the impending danger of his race, had drawn from deepest solitude far in Ben-Hur's bosom rude. Not his the mien of Christian priest, but Druid's, from the grave released, whose hardened heart and eye might brook on human sacrifice to look, and much, was said, of heathen lore mixed in the charms he muttered o'er. The hallowed creed gave only worse and deadlier emphasis of curse. No peasant sought that hermit's prayer his cave the pilgrim shunned with care, the eager huntsman knew his bound, and in mid-chase called off his hound. Or if, in lonely glen or strath, the desert dweller met his path he prayed, and signed the cross between, while terror took devotion's mien. Of Brian's birth strange tales were told. His mother watched a midnight fold, built deep within a dreary glen, where scattered lay the bones of men in some forgotten battle slain, and bleached by drifting wind and rain. It might have tamed a warrior's heart to view such mockery of his art. The knot grass fettered there the hand which once could burst an iron band beneath the broad and ample bone, that bucklered heart to fear unknown, a feeble and a timorous guest. The fieldfare framed her lowly nest, there the slow blindworm left his slime on the fleet limbs that mocked at time, and there, too, lay the leader's skull still wreathed with chaplet, flushed and full, for Heathbell with her purple bloom supplied the bonnet and the plume. All night, in this sad glen the maid sat shrouded in her mantles, shade she said no shepherd sought her side, no hunter's hand her snood untied. Yet ne'er again to braid her hair the virgin snood did alive wear, gone was her maiden glee and sport, her maiden girdle all too short, nor sought she, from that fatal night, or holy church or blessed rite, but locked her secret in her breast, and died in travail, unconfessed. Alone, among his young compeers, was Brian from his infant years, a moody and heartbroken boy, estranged from sympathy and joy, bearing each taunt which careless tongue on his mysterious lineage flung. Whole nights he spent by moonlight pale to wood and stream his teal, to wail till, frantic, he as truth received what of his birth the crowd believed, and sought, in mist and meteor fire, to meet and know his phantom sire. In vain, to soothe his wayward fate, the cloister oped her pitying gate, in vain the learning of the age unclasped the sable-lettered page. Even in its treasures, he could find food for the fever of his mind. Eager he read whatever tells of magic, Kabbalah, and spells, and every dark pursuit allied to curious and presumptuous pride, till with fired brain and nerves o'erstrung, and heart with mystic horrors wrung, desperate he sought Ben-Hur's den, and hid him from the haunts of men. The desert gave him visions wild, such as might suit the spectre's child. Where with black cliffs the torrents toil, he watched the wheeling eddies boil, Jill from their foam his dazzled eyes beheld the river demon rise. The mountain mist took form and limb of noontide hag or goblin grim. The midnight wind came wild and dread, swelled with the voices of the dead. Far on the future battle heath his eye beheld the ranks of death. Thus the lone seer, from mankind hurled, shaped forth a disembodied world. One lingering sympathy of mind still bound him to the mortal kind. The only parent he could claim of ancient Alpine's lineage came. Late had he heard, in prophet's dream, the fatal Benshai's boding scream. Sounds, too, had come in midnight blast of charging steeds, careering fast along Ben-Hur's shingly side, where mortal horsemen ne'er might ride. The thunderbolt had split the pine, all augured ill to Alpine's line. He girt his loins, and came to show the signals of impending woe, and now stood prompt to bless or ban, as bade the chieftain of his clan. Tea was all prepared, and from the rock a goat, the patriarch of the flock, before the kindling pile was laid, and pierced by Roderick's ready blade. Patient the sickening victim eyed the lifeblood ebb in crimson tide down his clogged beard and shaggy limb, till darkness glazed his eyeballs dim. The grisly priest, with murmuring prayer, a slender crosslet framed with care, a cubit's length in measure due, the shaft and limbs were rods of yew, whose parents in Inchcailiach wave their shadows o'er Clan Alpine's grave, and, answering Laman's breezes deep, soothe many a chieftain's endless sleep. The cross thus formed he held on high, with wasted hand and haggard eye, and strange and mingled feelings woke, while his anathema he spoke. Woe to the clansman who shall view this symbol of sepulchral yew, forgetful that its branches grew where weep the heavens their holiest dew on Alpines dwelling low. Deserter of his chieftain's trust, he ne'er shall mingle with their dust, but, from his sires and kindred thrust, each clansman's execration just shall doom him wrath and woe. He paused, the word the vassals took, with forward step and fiery look, on high their naked brands they shook, their clattering targets wildly strook, and first in murmur low, then like the billow in his course that far to seaward finds his source, and flings to shore his mustered force, burst with loud roar their answer hoarse. Woe to the traitor, woe! Benen's grey scalped the accents new, the joyous wolf from covert drew, the exulting eagle screamed afar, they knew the voice of Alpine's war. X. The shout was hushed on lake and fell, the monk resumed his muttered spell, dismal and low its accents came, the while he scathed the cross with flame, and the few words that reached the air, although the holiest name was there, had more of blasphemy than prayer. But when he shook above the crowd its kindled points, he spoke aloud. Woe to the wretch who fails to rear at this dread sign the ready spear. For as the flames this symbol sear, his home, the refuge of his fear, a kindred fate shall know. Far o'er its roof the volumed flame clan Alpine's vengeance shall proclaim, while maids and matrons on his name shall call down wretchedness and shame, and infamy and woe. Then rose the cry of females, shrill as goshawks whistle on the hill, denouncing misery and ill, mingled with childhood's babbling trill of curses stammered slow, answering with imprecation dread. Sunk be his home in embers red. And cursed be the meanest shed that o'er shall hide the houseless head we doom to want and woe. A sharp and shrieking echo gave, Quaruruskin, thy goblin cave. And the grey pass where birches wave on Beal and Ambo. Xi. Then deeper paused the priest anew, and hard his laboring breath he drew, while, with set teeth and clenched hand, and eyes that glowed like fiery brand, he meditated curse more dread and deadlier on the clansman's head who, summoned to his chieftain's aid, the signal saw and disobeyed. The crosslets' points of sparkling would he quenched among the bubbling blood. And as again the sign he reared, hollow and hoarse his voice was heard. When flits this cross from man to man Vichalpine's summons to his clan, burst be the ear that fails to heed. Palsied the foot that shuns to speed. May ravens tear the careless eyes, wolves make the coward heart their prize. As sinks that blood stream in the earth, so may his heart's blood drench his hearth. As dies in hissing gore the spark, quench thou his light, destruction dark. And be the grace to him denied, bought by this sign to all beside. He ceased, no echo gave again the murmur of the deep Amen. Xii. Then Roderick with impatient look from Brian's hand the symbol took. Speed, Malise, speed, he said, and gave the crosslet to his henchman brave. The muster-place be Lanrick Mead instant the time speed, Malise, speed. Like Heathbird, when the hawks pursue, a barge across Loch Katrine flew, high stood the henchman on the prow, so rapidly the barge maul row the bubbles where they launched the boat were all unbroken and afloat, dancing in foam and ripple still, when it had neared the mainland hill. And from the silver beach's side still was the prow 3 fathom wide, when lightly bounded to the land the messenger of blood and brand. Xii. Speed, Malise, speed. The dun deer's hide on fleeter foot was never tied. Speed, Malise, speed. Such cause of haste, thine active sinews never braced. Bend gainst the steepy hill thy breast, burst down like torrent from its crest, with short and springing footstep past the trembling bog and false morass, cross the brook like roebuck bound, and thread the brake like questing hound. The crag is high, the score is deep, yet shrink not from the desperate leap. Parched are thy burning lips and brow, yet by the fountain pause not now, herald of battle, fate, and fear. Stretch onward in thy fleet career. The wounded hind thou track'st not now, pursuest not maid through greenwood bough, nor priest thou now thy flying pace with rivals in the mountain race. But danger, death, and warrior deed are in thy course speed, Malise, speed. Xiv. Fast as the fatal symbol flies, in arms the huts and hamlets rise, from winding glen, from upland brown, they poured each hardy tenant down. Nor slacked the messenger his pace, he showed the sign, he named the place, and, pressing forward like the wind, left clamor and surprise behind. The fisherman forsook the strand, the swarthy smith took dirk and brand, with changed cheer the mower blithe left in the half-cut swath his scythe, the herds without a keeper strayed. The plough was in mid-furrow staved, the falconer tossed his hawk away, The hunter left the stag at hay, prompt at the signal of alarms. Each son of Alpine rushed to arms, so swept the tumult and affray along the margin of a tray. Alas, thou lovely lake, that ere thy banks should echo sounds of fear. The rocks, the bosky thickets, sleep so stilly on thy bosom deep. The lark's blithe carol from the cloud seems for the scene too gaily loud. XV. Speed, Malais, speed. The lake is past, Duncragan's huts appear at last, and peep like moss-grown rocks, half seen half hidden in the copse so green there mayst thou rest, thy labour done, their lord shall speed the signal on. As stoops the hawk upon his prey, the henchman shot him down the way. What woeful accents load the gale? The funeral yell, the female wail. A gallant hunter's sport is o'er, a valiant warrior fights no more. Who, in the battle or the chase, at Roderick's side shall fill his place? Within the hall, where torches' ray supplies the excluded beams of day, lies Duncan on his lowly bier, and o'er him streams his widow's tear. His stripling son stands mournful by, his youngest weeps, but knows not why. The village maids and matrons round the dismal coronach resound. XVI. Coronach. He is gone on the mountain, he is lost to the forest like a summer-dried fountain, when our need was the sorest. The font, reappearing from the raindrops shall borrow, but to us comes no cheering, to Duncan no morrow. The hand of the reaper takes the ears that are hoary, but the voice of the weeper wails manhood in glory. The autumn winds rushing waft the leaves that are searest, but our flower was in flushing when blighting was nearest. Fleet-foot on the corrie, sage counsel encumber, red hand in the foray how sound is thy slumber. Like the dew on the mountain, like the foam on the river, like the bubble on the fountain, thou art gone and forever. XVI. See Stuma, who, the bier beside his master's corpse with wonder eyed, poor Stuma, whom his least hallow could send like lightning o'er the dew, bristles his crest, and points his ears, as if some stranger step he hears. T is not a mourner's muffled tread, who comes to sorrow o'er the dead, but headlong haste or deadly fear urge the precipitate career. All stand aghast, unheeding all, the henchman bursts into the hall, before the dead man's bier he stood, held forth the cross besmeared with blood. The muster place is Lanrick Mead, speed forth the signal. Clansmen speed. XVI. Angus, the heir of Duncan's line, sprung forth and seized the fatal sign. In haste the stripling to his side his father's dirk and broadsword tied, but when he saw his mother's eye watch him in speechless agony, back to her opened arms he flew, pressed on her lips a fond adieu. Alas, she sobbed in, yet be gone, and speed thee forth like Duncan's son. One look he cast upon the bier, dashed from his eye the gathering tear, breathed deep to clear his laboring breast, and tossed aloft his bonnet crest. Then, like the high-bred colt when, freed, first he essays his fire and speed, he vanished, and o'er moor and moss sped forward with the fiery cross. Suspended was the widow's tear while yet his footsteps she could hear, and when she marked the henchman's eye wet with unwonted sympathy, "Kinsman," she said, "his race is run that should have sped thine errand on. The oak tea's fallen, the sapling bough is all Duncragan's shelter now, yet trust I well, his duty done, the orphan's God will guard my son. And you, in many a danger true at Duncan's hest your blades that drew to arms, and guard that orphan's head. Let babes and women wail the dead." Then weapon clang and martial call resounded through the funeral hall, while from the walls the attendant band snatched sword and targe with hurried hand, and short and flitting energy glanced from the mourner's sunken eye, as if the sounds to warrior dear might rouse her Duncan from his bier. But faded soon that borrowed force, grief claimed his right, and tears their course. XIX. Benledi saw the cross of fire, it glanced like lightning up Strathire. O'er dale and hill the summons flew, nor rest nor pause young Angus knew. The tear that gathered in his eye he deft the mountain breeze to dry, until, where Teith's young waters roll betwixt him, and a wooded knoll that graced the sable strath with green, the chapel of Saint Bride was seen. Swaln was the stream, remote the bridge, but Angus paused not on the edge, though the clerk waves danced dizzily. Though reeled his sympathetic eye, he dashed amid the torrent's roar. His right hand high the crosslet bore, his left the poleaxe grasped, to guide and stay his footing in the tide. He stumbled twice the foam splashed high, with hoarser swell the stream raced by, and had he fallen forever there, farewell Duncragan's orphan heir. But still, as if in parting life, firmer he grasped the cross of strife, until the opposing bank he gained, and up the chapel pathway strained. A blithesome route, that morning tide had sought the chapel of Saint Bride. Her troth Tamia's Mary gave to Norman, heir of Armandave, and, issuing from the Gothic arch, the bridal now resumed their march. In rude but glad procession came bonneted sire and coif-clad dame, and plaited youth, with jest and jeer which snooted maiden would not hear, and children, that, unwitting why, lent the gay shout their shrilly cry, and minstrels, that in measures vied before the young and bonny bride, whose downcast eye and cheek disclosed the tear and blush of morning rose. With virgin step and bashful hand, she held the kerchief's snowy band. The gallant bridegroom by her side beheld his prize, with victor's pride. And the glad mother in her ear was closely whispering word of cheer. XXI. Who meets them at the churchyard gate? The messenger of fear and fate. Haste in his hurried accent lies, and grief is swimming in his eyes. All dripping from the recent flood, panting and travel-soiled he stood, the fatal sign of fire and sword held forth, and spoke the appointed word. The muster place is Lanrick Mead, speed forth the signal. Norman, speed. And must he change so soon the hand just linked to his by holy band, for the fell cross of blood and brand? And must the day so blithe that rose, and promised rapture in the close, before its setting hour, divide the bridegroom from the plighted bride? Oh, fatal doom it must. It must. Clan Alpine's cause, her chieftain's trust, her summons dread, brook no delay, stretch to the race away. Away. XXII. Yet slow he laid his plaid aside, and lingering eyed his lovely bride, until he saw the starting tear speak woe he might not stop to cheer. Then, trusting not a second look, in haste he sped hind up the brook, nor backward glanced till on the heath where Lubnaig's lake supplies the teeth, what in the racer's bosom stirred. The sickening pang of hope deferred, and memory with a torturing train of all his morning visions vain. Mingled with love's impatience came the manly thirst for martial fame, the stormy joy of mountaineers ere yet they rush upon the spears, and zeal for clan and chieftain burning, and hope, from well-fought field returning with war's red honors on his crest, to clasp his Mary to his breast. Stung by such thoughts, o'er bank and brae, like fire from flint he glanced away, while high resolve and feeling strong burst into voluntary song. XXII. Song. The heath this night must be my bed, the bracken curtain for my head, my lullaby the warders tread far, far, from love and thee, Mary, tomorrow eve, more stilly laid, my couch may be my bloody plaid, my vesper song thy wail, sweet maid. It will not waken me, Mary. I may not, dare not, fancy now the grief that clouds thy lovely brow, I dare not think upon thy vow, and all it promised me, Mary. No fond regret must Norman know, when bursts Clan Alpine on the foe, his heart must be like bended bow, his foot like arrow free, Mary. A time will come with feeling fraught for, if I fall in battle fought, thy hapless lover's dying thought shall be a thought on thee, Mary. And if returned from conquered foes, how blithely will the evening close, how sweet the linnets sing repose, to my young bride and me, Mary. XXIV. Not faster o'er thy heathery breeze balqueter, speeds the midnight blaze, rushing in conflagrations strong thy deep ravines and dells along, wrapping thy cliffs in purple glow, and reddening the dark lakes below, nor faster speeds it, nor so far, as o'er thy heaths the voice of war. The signal roused to martial coil the sullen margin of Loch Voil, waked still Loch Doine, and to the source alarmed, Balvaig, thy swampy course. Thence southward turned its rapid road adown Strathgartney's valley broad till rose in arms each man might claim a portion in Clan Alpine's name, from the grey sire, whose trembling hand could hardly buckle on his brand, to the raw boy, whose shaft and bow were yet scarce terror to the crow. Each valley, each sequestered glen, mustered its little horde of men that met as torrents from the height in Highland dales, their streams unite still gathering, as they pour along, a voice more loud, a tide more strong till at the rendezvous they stood by hundreds prompt for blows and blood. Each trained to arms since life began, owning no tie, but to his clan no oath, but by his chieftain's hand, no law but Roderick Dhu's command. XXV. That summer morn had Roderick Dhu surveyed the skirts of Benvenue, and sent his scouts o'er hill and heath, to view the frontiers of Menteith. All backward came with news of truce, still lay each Marshal Graham and Bruce. In Redknot courts no horsemen wait, no banner waved on Cardross gate, on Duckray's towers no beacon shone, nor scared the herons from Loch Katrine. All seemed at peace now. Wat ye Wiley the chieftain with such anxious eye, ere to the muster he repair. This western frontier scanned with care, in Benvenue's most darksome cleft, a fair though cruel pledge was left. For Douglas, to his promise true, that morning from the isle withdrew, and in a deep sequestered dell had sought a low and lonely cell. By many a bard in Celtic tongue has Quarnan Uriskin been sung, a softer name the Saxons gave, and called the grot the Goblin Cave. XXVI. It was a wild and strange retreat, as air was trod by outlaws' feet. The dell, upon the mountain's crest, yawned like a gash on warrior's breast. Its trench had stayed full many a rock, hurled by primeval earthquake shock from Benvenue's grey summit wild. And here, in random ruin piled, they frowned incumbent o'er the spot, and formed the rugged sylvan rot. The oak and birch with mingled shade at noontide there a twilight made, unless when short and sudden shone some straggling beam on cliff or stone, with such a glimpse as prophet's eye gains on thy depth, futurity. No murmur waked the solemn still, save tinkling of a fountain rill. But when the wind chafed with the lake, a sullen sound would upward break, with dashing hollow voice, that spoke the incessant war of wave and rock. Suspended cliffs with hideous sway seemed nodding o'er the cavern grey. From such a den the wolf had sprung, in such the wildcat leaves her young, yet Douglas and his daughter fair sought for a space their safety there. Grey superstitions whispered dread debarred the spot to vulgar tread, for there, she said, did fays resort, and satyrs hold their sylvan court, by moonlight tread their mystic maze, and blast the rash beholder's gaze. XXVII. Now eve, with western shadows long, floated on Katrine bright and strong, when Roderick with a chosen few repassed the heights of Benvenue. Above the Goblin Cave they go, through the wild pass of Beelnambo. The prompt retainers speed before, to launch the shallop from the shore, for cross Loch Katrine lies his way to view the passes of Attray, and place his clansmen in array. Yet lags the chief in musing mind, unwonted sight, his men behind. A single page, to bear his sword, alone attended on his lord, the rest their way through thickets break, and soon await him by the lake. It was a fair and gallant sight, to view them from the neighboring height, by the low-leveled sunbeam's light. For strength and stature, from the clan each warrior was a chosen man, as even afar might well be seen by their proud step and martial mien. Their feathers dance, their tartars float, their targets gleam, as by the boat a wild and warlike group they stand, that well became such mountain strand. XXVI. Their chief with step reluctant still was lingering on the craggy hill, hard by where turned apart the road to Douglas's obscure abode. It was but with that dawning morn that Roderick Dhu had proudly sworn to drown his love in war's wild roar, nor think of Ellen Douglas more. But he who stems a stream with sand, and fetters flame with flaxen band, has yet a harder task to prove, by firm resolve to conquer love. Eve finds the chief, like restless ghost, still hovering near his treasure lost, for though his haughty heart deny a parting meeting to his eye, still fondly strains his anxious ear the accents of her voice to hear. And inly did he curse the breeze that waked to sound the rustling trees. But hark! What mingles in the strain? It is the harp of Allanbane, that wakes its measure slow and high, attuned to sacred minstrelsy. What melting voice attends the strings? 'Tis Ellen or an angel sings. XXIX. Hymn to the Virgin. Ave Maria, maiden mild, listen to a maiden's prayer. Thou canst hear though from the wild, thou canst save amid despair. Safe may we sleep beneath thy care, though banished, outcast, and reviled maiden. Hear a maiden's prayer, mother, hear a suppliant child. Ave Maria, Ave Maria. Undefiled, the flinty couch we now must share shall seem with down of eider piled, if thy protection hover there. The murky cavern's heavy air shall breathe of balm if thou hast smiled, then maiden. Hear a maiden's prayer, mother, list a suppliant child. Ave Maria. Ave Maria. Stainless styled. Foul demons of the earth and air, from this their wanted haunt exiled, shall flee before thy presence fair. We bow us to our lot of care, beneath thy guidance reconciled, here for a maid a maiden's prayer, and for a father here a child. Ave Maria. XXX. Died on the harp the closing hymn, unmoved in attitude and limb. As listening still, Clan Alpine's lord stood leaning on his heavy sword, until the page with humble sign twice pointed to the sun's decline. Then, while his plaid he round him cast, "It is the last time 'tis the last," he muttered thrice the last time ere that angel voice shall Roderick hear. It was a goading thought his stride hied hastier down the mountainside. Sullen he flung him in the boat an instant, crossed the lake it shot. They landed in that silvery bay, and eastward held their hasty way till, with the latest beams of light, the band arrived on Lanrick height, where mustered in the vale below Clan Alpine's men in martial show. XXXI. A various scene the clansmen made. Some sat, some stood, some slowly strayed. But most, with mantles folded round, were couched to rest upon the ground, scarce to be known by curious eye from the deep heather where they lie. So well was matched the tartan screen with heath-bell dark and brackens green, unless where, here and there, a blade or lance's point a glimmer made, like glowworm twinkling through the shade. But when, advancing through the gloom, they saw the chieftain's eagle plume, their shout of welcome, shrill and wide, shook the steep mountain's steady side. Thrice it arose, and Laken fell 3 times returned the martial yell. It died upon Bochastle's plain, and silence claimed her evening reign. Canto Fourth. The Prophecy. Aye. The rose is fairest when tea is budding new, and hope is brightest when it dawns from fears. The rose is sweetest washed with morning dew, and love is loveliest when embalmed in tears. O wilding rose, whom fancy thus endears, I bid your blossoms in my bonnet wave, emblem of hope and love through future years. Thus spoke young Norman, heir of Armandave, what time the sun arose on Venechar's broad wave. Aye, aye. Such fond conceit, half said, half sung, love prompted to the bridegroom's tongue. All while he stripped the wild rose spray, his axe and bow beside him lay, for on a pass, twixt lake and wood a wakeful sentinel he stood. Hark on the rock a footstep rung, and instant to his arms he sprung. Stand or thou deest, what malice, soon art thou returned from braes of down. By thy keen step and glance I know, thou bringst to us tidings of the foe, for while the fiery cross tried on distant scout had malice gone. Where sleeps the chief? The henchman said. Apart in yonder misty glade, to his lone couch I'll be your guide. Then called a slumberer by his side, and stirred him with his slackened bow. Up, up, Glentarkin. Rouse thee, ho. We seek the chieftain, on the track keep eagle watch till I come back. Aye, aye, aye. Together up the pass they sped. What of the foemen? Norman said. Varying reports from near and far, this certain that a band of war has for 2 days been ready bound, at prompt command to march from down. King James the while, with princely powers, holds revelry in Stirling towers. Soon will this dark and gathering cloud speak on our glens in thunder loud. Inured to bide such bitter bout, the warrior's plaid may bear it out, but Norman, how wilt thou provide a shelter for thy bonny bride? What? Know ye not that Roderick's care to the lone isle hath caused repair each maid and matron of the clan, and every child and aged man unfit for arms, and given his charge, nor skiff nor shallop, boat nor barge, upon these lakes shall float at large, but all beside the islet more, that such dear pledge may rest secure. IV. T is well advised the chieftain's plan, bespeaks the father of his clan. But wherefore sleeps Sir Roderick Dhu apart from all his followers true? It is because last evening-tide Brian an augury hath tried, of that dread kind which must not be unless in dread extremity, the Taghairm called, by which, afar, our sires foresaw the events of war. Duncragan's milk-white bull they slew. Malice. Well the gallant brute I knew. The choicest of the prey, we had when swept our merrimen Gallingad. His hide was snow, his horns were dark, his red eye glowed like fiery spark. So fierce, so tameless, and so fleet, sore did he cumber our retreat, and kept our stoutest kerns in awe even at the pass of Bealmaha. But steep and flinty was the road, and sharp the hurrying pikeman's goad, and when we came to Denon's row, a child might scathless stroke his brow. Norman. That bull was slain. His reeking hide they stretched the cataract beside, whose waters their wild tumult toss adown the black and craggy boss of that huge cliff, whose ample verge tradition calls the hero's targe. Couched on a shelf beneath its brink, close where the thundering torrents sink, rocking beneath their headlong sway, and drizzled by the ceaseless spray, midst groan of rock and roar of stream, the wizard waits prophetic dream. Nor distant rests the chief, but hush! See, gliding slow through mist and bush, the hermit gains yon rock, and stands to gaze upon our slumbering bands. Seems he not malaise, like a ghost, that hovers o'er a slaughtered host? Or raven on the blasted oak, that, watching while the deer is broke, his morsel claims with sullen croak? Malaise. Peace. Peace. To other than to me thy words were evil augury. But still, I hold Sir Roderick's blade Clan Alpine's omen and her aid, not aught that, gleaned from heaven or hell, yon fiend-begotten monk can tell. The chieftain joins him, see and now together they descend the brow. Vi. And as they came, with Alpine's lord the hermit monk held solemn word. Roderick. It is a fearful strife, for man endowed with mortal life whose shroud of sentient clay can still feel feverish pang and fainting chill, whose eye can stare in stony trance, whose hair can rouse like warrior's lance. 'Tis hard for such to view, unfurled, the curtain of the future world. Yet witness every quaking limb, my sunken pulse, mine eyeballs dim, my soul with harrowing anguish torn, this for my chieftain have I borne. The shapes that sought my fearful couch a human tongue may ne'er avouch, no mortal man save he, who, bred between the living and the dead, is gifted beyond nature's law had e'er survived to say he saw. At length the fateful answer came in characters of living flame. Not spoke in word, nor blazed in scroll, but born and branded on my soul, which spills the foremost foeman's life, that party conquers in the strife. Vi. Thanks, Brian, for thy zeal and care. Good is thine augury, and fair. Clan Alpine ne'er in battle stood, but first our broadswords tasted blood. A surer victim still I know, self-offered to the auspicious blow. A spy has sought my land this morn, no, eve shall witness his return. My followers guard each pass's mouth, to east, to westward, and to south. Red Murdoch, bribed to be his guide, has charge to lead his steps aside, till in deep path or dingle brown he light on those shall bring him clown. But see, who comes his news to show. Malaise. What tidings of the foe? Vi. At down, o'er many a spear and glaive 2 barons proud their banners wave. I saw the Moray's silver star, and marked the sable pale of Mar. By Alpine's soul, high tidings those. I love to hear of worthy foes. When move they on, tomorrow's noon will see them here for battle bound, then shall it see a meeting stern. But for the place say, couldst thou learn naught of the friendly clans of Erne? Strengthened by them, we well might bide the battle on Benledi's side. Thou couldst not well. Clan Alpine's men shall man the Trossach's shaggy glen, within Loch Katrine's gorge will fight, all in our maids' and matrons' sight, each for his hearth and household fire, father for child, and son for sire, lover for maid beloved. But why is it the breeze affects mine eye? Or dost thou come, ill-omened tear, a messenger of doubt or fear? No. Sooner may the Saxon lance unfix Benledi from his stance, than doubt or terror can pierce through the unyielding heart of Roderick Dhu. 'Tis stubborn as his trusty targe. Each to his post, all know their charge. The pibroch sounds, the bands advance, the broadswords gleam, the banners dance, obedient to the chieftain's glance. I turn me from the martial roar and seek Quaruriskin once more. Ix. Where is the Douglas? He is gone. And Ellen sits on the grey stone fast by the cave, and makes her moan, while vainly Allen's words of cheer are poured on her unheeding ear. He will return, dear lady, trust, with joy return, he must. Well was it time to seek afar some refuge from impending war, when e'en Clan Alpine's rugged swarm are cowed by the approaching storm. I saw their boats with many a light, floating the livelong yesternight, shifting like flashes darted forth by the red streamers of the north, I marked at morn how close they ride, thick moored by the lone islet's side, like wild ducks couching in the fen when stoops the hawk upon the glen. Since this rude race dare not abide the peril on the mainland side, shall not thy noble fathers care some safe retreat for thee prepare? X. Allen. No, Allen, no, pretext so kind my wakeful terrors could not blind. When in such tender tone, yet grave, Douglas a parting blessing gave, the tear that glistened in his eye drowned not his purpose fixed and high. My soul, though feminine and weak, can image his, e'en as the lake itself disturbed by slightest stroke reflects the invulnerable rock. He hears report of battle rife, he deems himself the cause of strife. I saw him redden when the theme turned, Allen, on thine idle dream of Malcolm Graham in fetters bound, which thou saidst, about him wound. Think'st thou he bode thine omen aught? Oh no, was apprehensive thought for the kind youth for Roderick too. Let me be just that friend so true, in danger both, and in our cause. Minstrel, the Douglas dare not pause. Why else that solemn warning given, if not on earth, we meet in heaven? Why else, to Cambuskenneth's fane, if Eve return him not again, am I to hie and make me known? Alas! He goes to Scotland's throne, buys his friend's safety with his own. He goes to do what I had done, had Douglas' daughter been his son. Xi. Nay, lovely Ellen, dearest, nay. If aught should his return delay, he only named yon holy fane as fitting place to meet again. Be sure he's safe, and for the Graham, heaven's blessing on his gallant name, my vision's sight may yet prove true, nor bode of ill to him or you. When did my gifted dream beguile? Think of the stranger at the isle, and think upon the harpings slow that presaged this approaching woe. Sooth was my prophecy of fear, believe it when it augurs cheer. Would we had left this dismal spot! Ill luck still haunts a fairy spot. Of such a wondrous tale I know, dear lady, change that look of woe, my harp was wont thy grief to cheer. Allen. Well, be it as thou wilt, I hear, but cannot stop the bursting tear. The minstrel tried his simple art, rut distant far was Ellen's heart. Xii. Ballad. Alice Brand. Merry it is in the good greenwood, when the mavis and merle are singing, when the deer sweeps by, and the hounds are in cry, and the hunter's horn is ringing. O Alice Brand, my native land is lost for love of you, and we must hold by wood and word, as outlaws want to do. O Alice, was all for thy locks so bright, and 'twas all for thine eyes so blue, that on the night of our luckless flight thy brother bold I slew. Now must I teach to hew the beech the hand that held the glaive, for leaves to spread our lowly bed, and stakes to fence our cave. And for vest of Paul, thy fingers small, that one on harp to stray, a cloak must shear from the slaughtered deer, to keep the cold away. O Richard! If my brother died, was but a fatal chance, for darkling was the battle tried, and fortune sped the lance. If Paul and Vere no more I wear, nor thou the crimson sheen as warm, we'll say, is the russet grey, as gay the forest green. And Richard, if our lot be hard, and lost thy native land, still Alice has her own Richard, and he his Alice Brand. Xii. Ballad continued. Tease merry, in good greenwood, so blithe Lady Alice is singing on the beech's pride, and oak's brown side, Lord Richard's axe is ringing. Up spoke the moody elfin king, who wondered within the hill, like wind in the porch of a ruined church, his voice was ghostly shrill. Why sounds yon stroke on beech and oak, our moonlight circles screen? Or who comes here to chase the deer, beloved of our elfin queen? Or who may dare on wold, to wear the fairy's fatal green? Up, Ergin, up! To yon mortal high, for thou wert christened man, for cross or sign thou wilt not fly, for muttered word or ban. Lay on him the curse of the withered heart, the curse of the sleepless eye, till he wish and pray that his life would part, nor yet find leave to die. Xiv. Ballad continued. Tease merry, in good greenwood, though the birds have stilled their singing, the evening blaze cloth Alice raise, and Richard is faggots bringing. Up Ergin starts, that hideous dwarf, before Lord Richard stands, and as he crossed and blessed himself, I fear not sign, quoth the grisly elf, that is made with bloody hands. But out then spoke she, Alice Brand, that woman void of fear, and if there's blood upon his hand, 'tis but the blood of deer. Now loud thou least, thou bold of mood. It cleaves unto his hand, the stain of thine own kindly blood, the blood of Ethert brand. Then forward stepped she, Alice Brand, and made the holy sign, and if there's blood on Richard's hand, a spotless hand is mine. And I conjure thee, demon elf, by him whom demons fear, to show us whence thou art thyself, and what thine errand here. XV. Ballad continued. Tease merry, in fairyland, when fairy birds are singing, when the court cloth ride by their monarch's side, with bit and bridle ringing. And gaily shines the fairyland, but all is glistening show, like the idle gleam that December's beam can dart on ice and snow. And fading like that varied gleam is our inconstant shape, who now like knight and lady seem, and now like dwarf and ape. It was between the night and day, when the fairy king has power, that I sunk down in a sinful fray, and twixt life and death was snatched away to the joyless elfin bower. But wist I of a woman bold, who thrice my brow durst sign, I might regain my mortal mold, as fair a form as thine. She crossed him once, she crossed him twice, that lady was so brave. The fouler grew his goblin hue, the darker grew the cave. She crossed him thrice, that lady bold. He rose beneath her hand, the fairest knight on Scottish mould, her brother, Ethert Brand. Merry it is in good greenwood, when the mavis and merle are singing, but merrier were they in Dunfermline Grey, when all the bells were ringing. XVI. Just as the minstrel sounds were stayed, a stranger climbed the steepy glade, his martial step, his stately mien, his hunting suit of Lincoln green, his eagle glance, remembrance claims 'tis Snowdon's night, 'tis James Fitz-James. Ellen beheld as in a dream then, starting, scarce suppressed a scream, O stranger! In such hour of fear, what evil hap has brought thee here? An evil hap how can it be that bids me look again on thee? By promise bound, my former guide met me betimes this morning tide, and marshalled over bank and borne the happy path of my return. The happy path, what? Said he not of war, of battle to be fought, of guarded pass? No, by my faith. Nor saw I aught could augur scathe. O haste thee, Allan, to the kern, yonder his Tartars I discern, learn thou his purpose, and conjure that he will guide the stranger sure. What prompted thee, unhappy man? The meanest serf in Roderick's clan had not been bribed, by love or fear, unknown to him to guide thee here. XVI. Sweet Ellen, dear my life must be, since it is worthy care from thee. Yet life I hold but idle breath when love or honour's weighed with death. Then let me profit by my chance, and speak my purpose bold at once. I come to bear thee from a wild, where ne'er before such blossoms smiled, by this soft hand, to lead thee far from frantic scenes of feud and war. Near Bochastle my horses wait, they bear us soon to Stirling Gate. I'll place thee in a lovely bower, I'll guard thee like a tender flower, O hush, Sir Knight. T were female art, to say I do not read thy heart too much, before, my selfish ear was idly soothed my praise to hear. That fatal bait hath lured thee back, in deathful hour, o'er dangerous track, and how, oh how, can I atone the wreck my vanity brought on? One way remains, I'll tell him all, yes. Struggling bosom, forth it shall. Thou, whose light folly bears the blame, buy thine own pardon with thy shame. But first my father is a man outlawed and exiled, under ban. The price of blood is on his head, with me 'twere infamy to wed. Still wouldst thou speak, then hear the truth. Fitz-James, there is a noble youth, if yet he is. Exposed for me and mine to dread extremity, thou hast the secret of my bears. Forgive, be generous, and depart. XVI. Fitz-James knew every wily train a lady's fickle heart to gain, but here he knew and felt them vain. There shot no glance from Ellen's eye, to give her steadfast speech the lie. In maiden confidence she stood, though mantled in her cheek the blood, and told her love with such a sigh of deep and hopeless agony, as death had sealed her Malcolm's doom, and she sat sorrowing on his tomb. Hope vanished from Fitz-James's eye, but not with hope fled sympathy. He proffered to attend her side, as brother would a sister guide. O little knows he thou Roderick's heart. Safer for both we go apart. O haste thee, and from Allan learn if thou mayst trust yon wily kern. With hand upon his forehead laid, the conflict of his mind to shade, a parting step or two he made then, as some thought had crossed his brain he paused, and turned, and came again. XIX. Here, lady, Yet a parting word, it chanced in fight that my poor sword preserved the life of Scotland's lord. This ring the grateful monarch gave, and bade, when I had boon to crave, to bring it back, and boldly claim the recompense that I would name. Ellen, I am no courtly lord, but one who lives by lance and sword, whose castle is his helm and shield, his lordship the embattled field. What from a prince can I demand, who neither reck of state nor land? Ellen, thy hand the ring is thine, each guard and usher knows the sign. Seek thou the king without delay, this signet shall secure thy way, and claim thy suit, whate'er it be, as ransom of his pledge to me. He placed the golden circlet on, paused, kissed her hand end, then was gone. The aged minstrel stood aghast, so hastily Fitz-James shot past. He joined his guide, and wending down the ridges of the mountain brown, across the stream, they took their way that joins Loch Katrine to a tray. XX. All in the Trossach's glen was still, noontide was sleeping on the hill. Sudden his guide whooped loud and high, Murdoch. Was that a signal cry? He stammered forth, I shout to scare yon raven from his dainty fare. He looked, he knew the raven's prey, his own brave steed. Ah! Gallant grey. For thee, for me, perchance thee were well we ne'er had seen the Trossach's dell. Murdoch, move first but silently, whistle or whoop, and thou shalt die. Jealous and sullen on they fared, each silent, each upon his guard. XXI. Now wound the path its dizzy ledge around a precipice's edge, when lo! A wasted female form, blighted by wrath of sun and storm, in tattered weeds and wild array, stood on a cliff beside the way. And glancing round her restless eye upon the wood, the rock, the sky seemed not to mark, yet all to spy. Her brow was wreathed with gaudy broom, with gesture wild she waved a plume of feathers, which the eagles fling to crag and cliff from dusky wing. Such spoils her desperate step had sought, where scarce was footing for the goat. The tartan plaid she first descried, and shrieked till all the rocks replied, as loud she laughed when near they drew, for then the lowland garb she knew, and then her hands she wildly wrung, and then she wept, and then she sung, the voice, in better time, perchance to harp or lute might chime, and now, though strained and roughened, still rung wildly sweet to dale and hill. XXII. Song. They bid me sleep, they bid me pray, they say my brain is warped and wrung, I cannot sleep on Highland brae, I cannot pray in Highland tongue. But were I now where Allan glides, or heard my native divan's tides, so sweetly would I rest, and pray that heaven would close my wintry day. 'Twas thus my hair they bade me braid, they made me to the church repair. It was my bridal morn, they said, and my true love would meet me there. But woe betide the cruel guile that drowned in blood the morning smile. And woe betide the fairy dream. I only wake to sob and scream. XXII. Who is this maid? What means her lay? She hovers o'er the hollow way and flutters wide her mantle gray, as the lone heron spreads his wing by twilight o'er a haunted spring. "'Tis Blanche of Divan," Murdoch said, a crazed and captive lowland maid, ta'en on the morn she was a bride, when Roderick forayed Divan side. The gay bridegroom resistance made, and felt our chief's unconquered blade. I marvel she is now at large, but oft she scapes from Maudlin's charge, hence, brainsick fool, he raised his bow. Now, if thou strick'st her but one blow, I'll pitch thee from the cliff as far as ever peasant pitched a bar. Thanks, champion, thanks, the maniac cried, and pressed her to Fitz-James's side. See the grey pennons I prepare, to seek my true love through the air. I will not lend that savage groom, to break his fall, one downy plume. No, deep amid disjointed stones, the wolves shall batten on his bones, and then shall his detested plaid, by bush and briar in mid-air stayed, wave forth a banner fail and free, meet signal for their revelry. XXIV. Hush thee, poor maiden, and be still. Oh, thou look'st kindly, and I will. Mine eye has dried and wasted been, but still it loves the Lincoln green, and, though mine ear is all unstrung, still it loves the lowland tongue. For oh, my sweet William was forester true, he stole poor Blanche's heart away. His coat it was all of the greenwood hue, and so blithely he trilled the lowland lay. It was not that I meant to tell, but thou art wise and guessest well. Then, in a low and broken tone, and hurried note, the song went on. Still on the clansman fearfully she fixed her apprehensive eye, then turned it on the knight, and then her look glanced wildly o'er the glen. XXV. The toils are pitched, and the stakes are set, ever sing merrily, merrily. The bows they bend, and the knives they whet, hunters live so cheerily. It was a stag of 10, bearing its branches sturdily. He came stately down the glen, ever sing heartily, heartily. It was there he met with a wounded doe, she was bleeding deathfully. She warned him of the toils below, oh, so faithfully, faithfully. He had an eye, and he could heed, ever sing warily. Warily, he had a foot, and he could speed, hunters watch so narrowly. XXVI. Fitz-James's mind was passion-tossed, when Ellen's hints and fears were lost, but Murdoch's shout suspicion wrought, and Blanche's song conviction brought. Not like a stag that spies the snare, but lion of the hunt aware, he waved at once his blade on high, disclose thy treachery or die. Forth at hell speed the clansman flew, but in his race his bow he drew. The shaft just grazed Fitz-James's crest, and thrilled in Blanche's faded breast. Murdoch of Alpine, prove thy speed, for ne'er had Alpine's son such need. With heart of fire and foot of wind, the fierce avenger is behind. Fate judges of the rapid strife, the forfeit death, the prize is life. Thy kindred ambush lies before, close couched upon the heathery moor them couldst thou reach. It may not be thine ambushed kin thou ne'er shalt see. The fiery Saxon gains on thee, resistless speeds the deadly thrust, as lightning strikes the pine to dust. With foot and hand Fitz-James must strain ere he can win his blade again. Bent o'er the fallen with falcon eye, he grimly smiled to see him die, then slower wended back his way, where the poor maiden bleeding lay. XXVII. She sat beneath the birchen tree, her elbow resting on her knee. She had withdrawn the fatal shaft, and gazed on it, and feebly laughed. Her wreath of broom and feathers gray, daggled with blood, beside her lay. The knight to staunch the life stream tried. Stranger, it is in vain, she cried. This hour of death has given me more of reason's power than years before, for, as these ebbing veins decay, my frenzied visions fade away. A helpless injured wretch I die, and something tells me in thine eye that thou wert mine avenger born. Seest thou this tress, oh? Still I've worn this little tress of yellow hair, through danger, frenzy, and despair. It once was bright and clear as thine, but blood and tears have dimmed its shine. I will not tell thee when tea was shred, nor from what guiltless victim's head my brain would turn. But it shall wave like plumage on thy helmet brave, till sun and wind shall bleach the stain, and thou wilt bring it me again. I waver still, O God. More bright let reason beam her parting light, oh. By thy knighthood's honored sign, and for thy life preserved by mine, when thou shalt see a darksome man, who boasts him chief of Alpine's clan, with Tartar's broad and shadowy plume, and hand of blood, and brow of gloom, be thy heart bold, thy weapon strong, and wreak poor Blanche of Divan's wrong. They watch for thee by pass and fell. Avoid the pass. O God. Farewell. XXVII. A kindly heart had brave Fitz-James, fast poured his eyes at pity's claims, and now, with mingled grief and ire, he saw the murdered maid expire. God, in my need, be my relief, as I wreak this on yonder chief. A lock from Blanche's tresses fair he blended with her bridegroom's hair, the mingled braid and blood he dyed, and placed it on his bonnet side. By him whose word is truth, I swear, no other favor will I wear, till this sad token I imbrue in the best blood of Roderick Dhu. But hark! What means yon faint halloo? The chase is up, but they shall know, the stag at bay, said dangerous foe. Barred from the known but guarded way, through copse and cliffs Fitz-James must stray, and oft must change his desperate track, by stream and precipice turn back. Heartless, fatigued, and faint, at length, from lack of food and loss of strength, he couched him in a thicket hoar, and thought his toils and perils o'er. Of all my rash adventures past, this frantic feat must prove the last. Who e'er so mad but might have guessed that all this Highland hornet's nest would muster up in swarms so soon as e'er they heard of bands at down? Like bloodhounds now they search me out. Hark, to the whistle and the shout. If farther through the wilds I go, I only fall upon the foe. I'll couch me here till evening gray, then darkling try my dangerous way. XXIX. The shades of eve come slowly down, the woods are wrapped in deeper brown, the owl awakens from her dell, the fox is heard upon the fell, enough remains of glimmering light to guide the wanderer's steps aright, yet not enough from far to show his figure to the watchful foe. With cautious step and ear awake, He climbs the crag and threads the brake, and not the summer solstice there tempered the midnight mountain air, but every breeze that swept the wold benumbed his drenched limbs with cold. In dread, in danger, and alone, famished and chilled, through ways unknown, tangled and steep, he journeyed on, till, as a rock's huge point he turned, a watchfire close before him burned. XXX. Beside its embers red and clear basked in his plaid a mountaineer, and up he sprung with sword in hand. Thy name and purpose. Saxon, stand, a stranger. What dost thou require? Rest and a guide, and food and fire. My life's beset, my path is lost, the gale has chilled my limbs with frost. Art thou a friend to Roderick? No, thou darst not call thyself a foe. I dare. To him and all the band he brings to aid his murderous hand. Bold words. But though the beast of game the privilege of chase may claim, though space and law the stag we lend, ere hound we slip or bow we bend, who ever recked, where, how, or when the prowling fox was trapped or slain. Thus treacherous scouts yet sure they lie who say thou cam'st a secret spy. They do, by heaven, come Roderick Dhu, and of his clan the boldest too, and let me but till morning rest, I write the falsehood on their crest. If by the blaze I mark aright thou bear'st the belt and spur of night, then by these tokens mayst thou know each proud oppressor's mortal foe. Enough, enough, sit down and share a soldier's couch, a soldier's fare. XXXI. He gave him of his Highland cheer, the hardened flesh of mountain deer, dry fuel on the fire he laid, and bade the Saxon share his plaid. He tended him like welcome guest, then thus his further speech addressed. Stranger, I am to Roderick Dhu a clansman born, a kinsman true, each word against his honor spoke demands of me avenging stroke, yet more upon thy fate, 'tis said, a mighty augury is laid. It rests with me to wind my horn, thou art with numbers overborne. It rests with me here, brand to brand, worn as thou art, to bid thee stand. But, not for clan nor kindred's cause, will I depart from honor's laws, to assail a wearied man were shame. And stranger is a holy name, guidance and rest, and food and fire. In vain he never must require. Then rest thee here till dawn of day, myself will guide thee on the way, o'er stock and stone, through watch and ward, till past Clan Alpine's outmost guard, as far as Coilantoggle's ford, from thence thy warrant is thy sword. I take thy courtesy, by heaven, as freely as 'tis nobly given. Well, rest thee, for the bittern's cry sings us the lake's wild lullaby. With that he shook the gathered heath, and spread his plaid upon the wreath, and the brave foemen, side by side, lay peaceful down like brothers tried, and slept until the dawning beam purpled the mountain and the stream. Canto Fifth. The combat. Fair as the earliest beam of eastern light, when first, by the bewildered pilgrim spied, it smiles upon the dreary brow of night, and silvers o'er the torrent's foaming tide, and lights the fearful path on mountain side. Fair as that beam, although the fairest far, giving to horror grace, to danger pride, shine martial faith, and courtesy's bright star through all the wreckful storms that cloud the brow of war. That early beam, so fair and sheen, was twinkling through the hazel screen when, rousing at its glimmer red, the warriors left their lowly bed, looked out upon the dappled sky, muttered their soldier matins try, and then awake their fire to steal, as short and rude, their soldier meal. That o'er, the gale around him threw his graceful plaid of varied hue, and true to promise, led the way, by thicket green and mountain gray. A wildering path, they winded now along the precipice's brow, commanding the rich scenes beneath, the windings of the Forth and Teeth, and all the vales between that lie. Till Stirling's turrets melt in sky, then, sunk in copse, their farthest glance gained not the length of horseman's lance. 'Twas oft so steep, the foot was as fain assistance from the hand to gain, so tangled oft that, bursting through, each hawthorn shed her showers of dew, that diamond dew, so pure and clear, it rivals all but beauty's tear. At length they came where, stern and steep, the hill sinks down upon the deep. Here Venichar in silver flows, there, ridge on ridge, Benledi rose, ever the hollow path twined on, beneath steep hank and threatening stone. 100 men might hold the post with hardihood against a host. The rugged mountain's scanty cloak was dwarfish shrubs of birch and oak with shingles bare, and cliffs between and patches bright of bracken green, and heather black, that waved so high, it held the copse in rivalry. but where the lake slept deep and still dank osiers fringed the swamp and hill. And oft both path and hill were torn, where wintry torrent down had borne and heaped upon the cumbered land its wreck of gravel, rocks, and sand. So toilsome was the road to trace the guide, abating of his pace, led slowly through the pass's jaws, and asked Fitz-James by what strange cause he sought these wilds, traversed by few without a pass from Roderick Dhu. IV. Brave Gale, my pass, in danger tried, hangs in my belt and by my side yet, sooth to tell, the Saxon said, I dreamt not now to claim its aid. When here, but 3 days since, I came bewildered in pursuit of game, all seemed as peaceful and as still as the mist slumbering on yon hill. Thy dangerous chief was then afar, nor soon expected back from war. Thus said, at least, my mountain guide, though deep perchance the villain lied. Yet why a second venture try? A warrior thou, and ask me why, moves our free course by such fixed cause as gives the poor mechanic laws. Enough I sought to drive away the lazy hours of peaceful day. Slight cause will then suffice to guide a knight's free footsteps far and wide, a falcon flown, a greyhound strayed, the merry glance of mountain maid, or, if a path be dangerous known, the danger's self is lure alone. V. Thy secret keep, I urge thee not, yet, ere again ye sought this spot, say, heard ye not of lowland war, against Clan Alpine, raised by Mar? No, by my word of bands prepared to guard King James's sports I heard, nor doubt I ought, but when they hear this muster of the mountaineer, their pennons will abroad be flung, which else in down had peaceful hung. Free be they flung. For we were loath, their silken folds should feast the moth. Free be they flung as free, shall wave Clan Alpine's pine in banner brave. But stranger, peaceful since you came, bewildered in the mountain game, whence the bold boast by which you show Vichalpine's vowed and mortal foe? Warrior, but yestermorn I knew not of thy chieftain, Roderick Dhu, save as an outlawed desperate man, the chief of a rebellious clan who, in the regent's court and sight, with ruffian dagger stabbed a knight. Yet this alone might from his part sever each true and loyal heart. Vi. Wrathful at such arraignment foul, dark lowered the clansman's sable scowl. A space he paused, then sternly said, and heardst thou why he drew his blade? Heardst thou that shameful word and blow brought Roderick's vengeance on his foe? What recked the chieftain if he stood on Highland heath or Holyrood? He rights such wrong where it is given, if it were in the court of heaven. Still was it outrage, yet, 'tis true, not then claimed sovereignty his due, while Albany with feeble hand held borrowed truncheon of command. The young king, mewed in Stirling Tower, was stranger to respect and power. But then thy chieftain's robber life, winning mean prey by causeless strife, wrenching from ruined lowland swain his herds, and harvest reared in vain, methinks a soul like, then should scorn the spoils from such foul foray born. Vi. The Gale beheld him grim the while, and answered with disdainful smile. Saxon, from yonder mountain high, I marked thee send delighted eye far to the south and east, where lay, extended in succession gay, deep waving fields and pastures green, with gentle slopes and groves between these fertile plains that softened vale, were once the birthright of the Gale. The stranger came with iron hand, and from our fathers reft the land. Where dwell we now? See, rudely swell crag over crag, and fell o'er fell. Ask we this savage hill we tread for fattened steer or household bread, ask we for flocks these shingles dry, and well the mountain might reply, to you, as to your sires of yore, belong the target and claymore. I give you shelter in my breast, your own good blades must win the rest. Pent in this fortress of the north, think'st thou we will not sally forth, to spoil the spoiler as we may, and from the robber rend the prey? I, by my soul, while on yon plain the Saxon rears one shock of grain, while of 10,000 herds their strays, but one along yon river's maze, the Gale, of plain and river air, shall with strong hand redeem his share. Where live the mountain chiefs, who hold that plundering lowland field and fold, is aught but retribution true. Seek other cause, gainst Roderick Dhu. VIII. Answered Fitz-James, and, if I sought, think'st thou no other could be brought? What deem ye of my path waylaid? My life given o'er to ambuscade. As of a meed to rashness due, hadst thou sent warning fair and true, I seek my hound or falcon strayed. I seek, good faith, a Highland maid, free hadst thou been to come and go, but secret path marks secret foe. Nor yet for this, even as a spy, hadst thou, unheard, been doomed to die, save to fulfill an augury. Well, let it pass. Nor will I now fresh cause of enmity avow to chafe thy mood and cloud thy brow. Enough, I am by promise tied to match me with this man of pride. Twice have I sought Clan Alpine's glen in peace. But when I come again, I come with banner, brand, and bow, as leader seeks his mortal foe. For lovelore swain in lady's bower ne'er panted for the appointed hour as I, until before me stand this rebel chieftain and his band. Ix. Have then thy wish. He whistled shrill, and he was answered from the hill, wild as the scream of the curlew. From crag to crag the signal flew. Instant, through copse and heath, arose bonnets and spears and bended bows on right. On left, above, below sprung up at once the lurking foe. From shingles grey their lances start. The bracken bush sends forth the dart. The rushes and the willow wand are bristling into axe and brand, and every tuft of broom gives life to plaided warrior armed for strife. That whistle garrisoned the glen at once with full 500 men, as if the yawning hill to heaven a subterranean host had given. Watching their leaders beck and will, all silent there they stood and still. Like the loose crags, whose threatening mass lay tottering o'er the hollow pass, as if an infant's touch could urge their headlong passage down the verge, with step and weapon forward flung upon the mountainside they hung. The mountaineer cast glance of pride along Benletti's living side, then fixed his eye and sable brow full on Fitz-James. How say'st he thou now? These are Clan Alpine's warriors true, and Saxon I am Roderick Dhu. X. Fitz-James was brave, though to his heart the lifeblood thrilled with sudden start. He manned himself with dauntless air, returned the chief his haughty stare. His back against a rock he bore, and firmly placed his foot before. Come one, come all. This rock shall fly from its firm base as soon as I, Sir Roderick marked, and in his eyes respect was mingled with surprise, and the stern joy which warriors feel in foemen worthy of their steel. Short space he stood, then waved his hand. Down sunk the disappearing band. Each warrior vanished where he stood, in broom or bracken, heath or wood. Sunk brand and spear and bended bow, in osiers pale and copses low. It seemed as if their mother earth had swallowed up her warlike birth. The wind's last breath had tossed in air pennon and plaid and plumage fair, the next but swept a lone hillside where heath and fern were waving wide. The sun's last glance was glinted back from spear and glaive, from targe and jack. The next, all unreflected, shone on bracken green and cold grey stone. Xi. Fitz-James looked round yet scarce, believed the witness that his sight received. Such apparition well might seem delusion of a dreadful dream. Sir Roderick in suspense he eyed, and to his look the chief replied, Fear not, nay, that I need not say, but doubt not aught from mine array. Thou art my guest. I pledged my word as far as Coilantoggle ford, nor would I call a clansman's brand for aid against one valiant hand, though on our strife lay every veil rent by the Saxon from the gale. So move we on. I only meant to show the reed on which you leant, deeming this path you might pursue without a pass from Roderick Dhu. They moved. I said Fitz-James was brave as ever knight that belted glaive, yet dare not say that now his blood kept on its wont and tempered flood, as following Roderick's stride, he drew that seeming lonesome pathway through, which yet by fearful proof was rife with lances, that to take his life, waited but signal from a guide, so late dishonored and defied. Ever, by stealth, his eye sought round the vanished guardians of the ground, and stirred from copse and heather deep fancy saw spear and broadsword peep, and in the plover's shrilly strain the signal whistle heard again. Nor breathed he free till far behind the pass was left, for then they wind along a wide and level green, where neither tree nor tuft was seen, nor rush nor bush of broom was near, to hide a bonnet or a spear. Xii. The chief in silence strode before, and reached that torrent-sounding shore, which, daughter of three mighty lakes, from Venachar in silver breaks, sweeps through the plain, and ceaseless mines on Bochastle the mouldering lines, where Rome, the empress of the world, of yore her eagle wings unfurled. And here his course the chieftain stayed, threw down his target and his plaid, and to the lowland warrior said, Bold Saxon, to his promise just, Vich Alpine has discharged his trust. This murderous chief, this ruthless man, this head of a rebellious clan, hath led thee safe, through watch and ward, far past Clan Alpine's outmost guard. Now man to man, and steel to steel, a chieftain's vengeance thou shalt feel. See, here all vantageless I stand, armed like thyself with single brand, for this is Coilantoggle ford, and thou must keep thee with thy sword. Xii. The Saxon paused. I ne'er delayed, when foeman bade me draw my blade, nay more, brave chief, I vowed thy death, yet sure thy fair and generous faith, and my deep debt for life preserved, a better meed have well deserved, can not but blood our feud atone. Are there no means? No, stranger, none. And here to fire thy flagging zeal, the Saxon cause rests on thy steel, for thus spoke fate by prophet bred between the living and the dead. Who spills the foremost foeman's life, his party conquers in the strife. Then, by my word, the Saxon said, the riddle is already read. Seek yonder break beneath the cliff, there lies red Murdoch, stark and stiff. Thus fate hath solved her prophecy, then yield to fate, and not to me. To James at Stirling let us go, when, if thou wilt be still his foe, or if the king shall not agree to grant thee grace and favour free, I plight mine honour, oath, and word that, to thy native strengths restored, with each advantage shalt thou stand that aids thee now to guard thy land. Xiv. Dark lightning flashed from Roderick's eye. Soars thy presumption then, so high, because a wretched kern ye slew, homage to name to Roderick Dhu. He yields not, he to man nor fate. Thou add'st but fuel to my hate, my clansman's blood demands revenge. Not yet prepared? By heaven, I change my thought, and hold thy valor light as that of some vain carpet knight, who ill deserved my courteous care, and whose best boast is but to wear a braid of his fair lady's hair. I thank thee, Roderick, for the word. It nerves my heart, it steels my sword, for I have sworn this braid to stain in the best blood that warms thy vein. Now truce, farewell. And rush begone, yet think not that by thee alone, proud chief, can courtesy be shown, though not from copse or heath or cairns start at my whistle clansman stern. Of this small horn one feeble blast would fearful odds against thee cast. But fear not, doubt not which thou wilt, we try this quarrel hilt to hilt. Then each at once his falchion drew, each on the ground his scabbard threw, each looked to sun and stream and plain as what they ne'er might see again. Then foot and point and eye opposed, in dubious strife they darkly closed. XV. Ill fared it then with Roderick Dhu, that on the field his targe he threw, whose brazen studs and tough bull-hide had death so often dashed aside. For, trained abroad his arms to wield Fitz-James's blade was sword and shield. He practiced every pass and ward to thrust, to strike, to feint, to guard, while less expert, though stronger far, the Gael maintained unequal war. 3 times in closing strife they stood, and thrice the Saxon blade drank blood, no stinted draught, no scanty tide, the gushing flood the Tartars died. Fierce Roderick felt the fatal drain, and showered his blows like wintry rain, and, as firm rock or castle roof against the winter shower is proof, the foe, invulnerable still, foiled his wild rage by steady skill till, at advantage ta'en, his brand forced Roderick's weapon from his hand, and backward borne upon the lee, brought the proud chieftain to his knee. XVI. Now yield thee, or by him who made the world, thy heart's blood dyes my blade. Thy threats, thy mercy I defy. Let recreant yield, who fears to die. Like adder darting from his coil, like wolf that dashes through the toil, like mountain cat who guards her young, full at Fitz-James's throat he sprung, received, but recked not of a wound, and locked his arms his foeman round. Now, gallant Saxon, hold thine own. No maiden's hand is round thee thrown. That desperate grasp thy frame might feel through bars of brass and triple steel. They tug, they strain. Down, down they go, the Gael above, Fitz-James below. The chieftain's gripe his throat compressed. His knee was planted on his breast. His clotted locks he backward threw, across his brow his hand he drew, from blood and mist to clear his sight. Then gleamed aloft his dagger bright. But hate and fury ill supplied the stream of life's exhausted tide. And all too late the advantage came, to turn the odds of deadly game, for, while the dagger gleamed on high, reeled soul and sense, reeled brain and eye. Down came the blow. But in the heath, the erring blade found bloodless sheath. The struggling foe may now unclasp the fainting chief's relaxing grasp, unwounded from the dreadful close, but breathless all, Fitz-James arose. XVII. He faltered thanks to heaven for life, redeemed, unhoped, from desperate strife. Next on his foe his look he cast, whose every gasp appeared his last. In Roderick's gore he dipped the braid. Poor Blanche, thy wrongs are dearly paid, yet with thy foe must die or live the praise that faith and valor give. With that he blew a bugle note, undid the collar from his throat, unbonneted, and by the wave sat down his brow and hands to rave. Then faint afar are heard the feet of rushing steeds in gallop fleet. The sounds increase, and now are seen 4 mounted squires in Lincoln green, 2 who bear lance, and 2 who lead by loosened rein a saddled steed. Each onward held his headlong course, and by Fitz-James reined up his horse, with wonder viewed the bloody spot. Exclaim not, gallants question not, you, Herbert and Luffness, alight and bind the wounds of yonder knight. Let the grey palfrey bear his weight, we destined for a fairer freight, and bring him on to Stirling straight. I will before at better speed, to seek fresh horse and fitting weed. The sun rides high, I must be bound to see the archer game at noon, but lightly Bayard clears the lee, De Vaux and Harry's follow me. XVII. Stand, Bayard, stand. The steed obeyed with arching neck and bended head, and glancing eye and quivering ear, as if he loved his lord to hear. No foot Fitz-James in stirrup stayed, no grasp upon the saddle laid, but wreathed his left hand in the mane, and lightly bounded from the plain turned on the horse his armed heel, and stirred his courage with the steel. Bounded the fiery steed in air, the rider sat erect and fair, then like a bolt from steel crossbow forth launched, along the plain they go. They dashed that rapid torrent through, and up Carhony's hill they flew, still at the gallop pricked the knight. His merrymen followed as they might. Along thy banks, swift teeth, they ride, and in the race they mock thy tide. Tory and Lendrick now are past, and Deanstown lies behind them cast. They rise, the bannered towers of Down, they sink in distant woodlands soon. Blair Drummond sees the hoofs strike fire. They sweep like breeze through Ochtertyre. They mark just glance and disappear the lofty brow of ancient Keir. They bathe their coursers' sweltering sides dark forth. Amid thy sluggish tides, and on the opposing shore take ground with plash, with scramble and with bound. Right hand they leave thy cliffs, Craig Forth. And soon the bulwark of the north, grey Stirling, with her towers and town upon their fleet career looked clown. XIX. As up the flinty path they strained, sudden his steed the leader reined, a signal to his squire he flung, who instant to his stirrups sprung. Seest thou, De Vaux, yon woodsman grey, who townward holds the rocky way of stature tall and poor array. Mark'st thou the firm, yet active stride, with which he scales the mountainside? Know'st thou from whence he comes, or whom? No, by my word, a burly groom he seems, who in the field or chase a baron's train would nobly grace. Out, De Vaux. Can fear supply, and jealousy no sharper eye. Afar, ere to the hill he drew, that stately form and step I knew. Like form in Scotland is not seen treads, not such step on Scottish green. 'Tis James of Douglas by St. Cyril, the uncle of the banished earl. Away, to court, to show the near approach of dreaded foe, the king must stand upon his guard Douglas, and he must meet prepared. Then right hand wheeled their steeds, and straight they won the castle's postern gate. XX. The Douglas, who had bent his way from Cambuskenneth's Abbey Grey now, as he climbed the rocky shelf, held sad communion with himself. Yes, all is true my fears could frame. A prisoner lies the noble Graham, and fiery Roderick soon will feel the vengeance of the royal steel. I can ward their fate, God grant the ransom come not late. The abbess hath her promise given, my child shall be the bride of heaven, be pardoned one repining tear. For he who gave her knows how dear, how excellent, but that is by, and now my business is to die, ye towers, within whose circuit dread A. Douglas by his sovereign bled, and thou, O sad and fatal mound, that oft hast heard the death axe sound. As on the noblest of the land fell the stern headsman's bloody hand, the dungeon, block, and nameless tomb prepare for Douglas seeks his doom. But hark! What blithe and jolly peal makes the Franciscan steeple reel? And see, upon the crowded street, in motley groups what maskers meet. Banner and pageant, pipe and drum, and merry Morris dancers come. I guess by all this quaint array, the burghers hold their sports today. James will be there, He loves such show, where the good yeoman bends his bow, and the tough wrestler foils his foe, as well as where, in proud career, the high-born filter shivers spear. I'll follow to the castle park, and play my prize. King James shall mark if age has tamed these sinews stark, whose force so oft in happier days his boyish wonder loved to praise. XXI. The castle gates were open flung, the quivering drawbridge rocked and rung, and echoed loud the flinty street beneath the coursers' clattering feet. As slowly down the steep descent fair Scotland's king and nobles went, while all along the crowded way was jubilee and loud huzzah. And ever James was bending low to his white jennet saddlebow, doffing his cap to city dame, who smiled and blushed for pride and shame. And well the simperer might be vain, he chose the fairest of the train. Gravely he greets each city sire, commends each pageant's quaint attire, gives to the dancers thanks aloud, and smiles and nods upon the crowd, who rend the heavens with their acclaims. Long live the Commons' king, King James. Behind the king thronged peer and knight, and noble dame and damsel bright, whose fiery steeds ill brooked the stay of the steep street and crowded way. But in the train you might discern dark lowering brow and visage stern, their nobles mourned their pride restrained, and the mean burghers' joys disdained, and chiefs, who, hostage for their clan, were each from home a banished man there thought upon their own grey tower, their waving woods, their feudal power, and deemed themselves a shameful part of pageant which they cursed in heart. XXII. Now in the castle park, drew out their checkered bands the joyous rout. Their morrisers, with bell at heel and blade in hand, their mazes wheel. But chief beside the butts, there stand bold Robin Hood and all his band, Friar Tuck with quarterstaff and cowl, old Scathelocke with his surly scowl, Maid Marian, fair as ivory bones scarlet and much, and Little John. Their bugles challenge all that will, in archery to prove their skill. The Douglas bent a bow of might, his first shaft centered in the white, and when in turn he shot again, his second split the first in twain. From the king's hand must Douglas take a silver dart, the archer's stake. Fondly he watched, with watery eye, some answering glance of sympathy, no kind emotion made reply. Indifferent as to archer white, the monarch gave the arrow bright. XXII. Now clear the ring. For hand to hand, the manly wrestlers take their stand. Two o'er the rest superior rose, and proud demanded mightier foes, nor called in vain, for Douglas came. For life is Hugh of Larbert lame, scarce better John of Alloa's fair, whom senseless home his comrades bear. Prize of the wrestling match, the king to Douglas gave a golden ring, while coldly glanced his eye of blue, as frozen drop of wintry dew. Douglas would speak, but in his breast his struggling soul his words suppressed. Indignant, then he turned him where their arms the brawny yeoman bear, to hurl the massive bar in air. When each his utmost strength had shown, the Douglas rent an earth-fast stone from its deep bed, then heaved it high, and sent the fragment through the sky rude beyond the farthest mark, and still in Stirling's royal park. The grey-haired sires, who know the past, to strangers point the Douglas cast, and moralize on the decay of Scottish strength in modern day. XXIV. The vale with loud applauses rang, the ladies' rock sent back the clang. The king, with look unmoved, bestowed a purse well filled with pieces broad. Indignant smiled the Douglas proud, and threw the gold among the crowd, who now with anxious wonder scan, and sharper glance, the dark grey man, till whispers rose among the throng that heart so free and hand so strong must to the Douglas blood belong. The old men marked and shook the head, to see his hair with silver spread, and winked aside, and told each son of feats upon the English done, ere Douglas of the stalwart hand was exiled from his native land. The women praised his stately form, though wrecked by many a winter's storm. The youth with awe and wonder saw his strength surpassing nature's law. Thus judged, as is their wont, the crowd till murmurs rose to clamors loud. But not a glance from that proud ring of peers, who circled round the king with Douglas held communion kind, or called the banished man to mind. No, not from those who at the chase once held his side the honored place, begirt his board, and in the field found safety underneath his shield, for he whom royal eyes disown, when was his form to courtiers known. XXV. The monarch saw the gambols flag and bade, let loose a gallant stag, whose pride, the holiday to crown 2 favorite greyhounds should pull down, that venison-free and Bordeaux wine might serve the archery to dine. But Loughra, whom from Douglas' side nor bribe nor threat could e'er divide, the fleetest hound in all the north, brave Loughra saw, and darted forth. She left the royal hounds midway, and dashing on the antlered prey, sunk her sharp muzzle in his flank, and deep the flowing lifeblood drank. The king's stout huntsman saw the sport by strange intruder broken short, came up, and with his leash unbound in anger, struck the noble hound. The Douglas had endured, that morn, the king's cold look, the noble's scorn, and last and worst to spirit proud, had borne the pity of the crowd, but Loughra had been fondly bred to share his board, to watch his bed, and oft would Ellen Loughra's neck in maiden glee with garlands deck. They were such playmates that with name of Loughra Ellen's image came. His stifled wrath is brimming high, in darkened brow and flashing eye, as waves before the bark divide. The crowd gave way before his stride, needs but a buffet and no more. The groom lies senseless in his gore. Such blow no other hand could deal, though gauntleted in glove of steel. XXVI. Then clamored loud the royal train, and brandished swords and staves amain, but stern the baron's warning. Back! Back on your lives, ye menial pack. Beware the Douglas, yes. Behold King James. The Douglas, doomed of old, and vainly sought for near and far, a victim to atone the war, a willing victim, now attends, nor craves thy grace but for his friends. Thus is my clemency repaid. Presumptuous lord, the monarch said, of thy misproud ambitious clan thou, James of Bothwell, wert the man, the only man, in whom a foe my woman mercy would not know, but shall a monarch's presence brook injurious blow and haughty look, what ho? The captain of our guard. Give the offender fitting ward, break off the sports, for tumult rose and yeomen gan to bend their bows, break off the sports. He said and frowned, and bid our horsemen clear the ground. XXVII. Then uproar wild and misarray marred the fair form of festal day. The horsemen pricked among the crowd, repelled by threats and insult loud. To earth are borne the old and weak. The timorous fly, the women shriek. With flint, with shaft, with staff, with bar, the hardier urge tumultuous war. At once round Douglas darkly sweep the royal spears in circle deep, and slowly scale the pathway steep, while on the rear in thunder pour the rabble with disordered roar with grief. The noble Douglas saw the commons rise against the law, and to the leading soldier said, Sir John of Hindford, 'twas my blade that knighthood on thy shoulder laid. For that good deed permit me then a word with these misguided men. XXVII. Here, gentle friends, ere yet for me ye break the bands of fealty. My life, my honor, and my cause, I tender free to Scotland's laws. Are these so weak as must require fine aid of your misguided ire? Or if I suffer causeless wrong, is then my selfish rage so strong, my sense of public weal so low that, for mean vengeance on a foe, those cords of love I should unbind which knit my country and my kind? Oh no! Believe, in yonder tower it will not soothe my captive hour, to know those spears our foes should dread for me in kindred gore are red. To know, in fruitless brawl begun, for me that mother wails her son, for me that widow's mate expires, for me that orphans weep their sires, that patriots mourn insulted laws, and curse the Douglas for the cause. Oh, let your patience ward such ill, and keep your right to love me still. XXIX. The crowd's wild fury sunk again in tears, as tempests melt in rain. With lifted hands and eyes, they prayed for blessings on his generous head, who for his country felt alone, and prized her blood beyond his own. Old men upon the verge of life blessed him who stayed the civil strife, and mothers held their babes on high, the self-devoted chief to spy triumphant over wrongs and ire, to whom the prattlers owed a sire. Even the rough soldier's heart was moved, as if behind some bier beloved, with trailing arms and drooping head, the Douglas up the hill he led, and at the castle's battled verge, with sighs resigned his honored charge. XXX. The offended monarch rode apart, with bitter thought and swelling heart, and would not now vouchsafe again through Stirling streets to lead his train. O Lennox, who would wish to rule this changeling crowd, this common fool. Hear'st thou, he said, the loud acclaim with which they shout the Douglas name. With like acclaim, the vulgar throat strained for King James their mourning note, with like acclaim they hailed the day when first I broke the Douglas' sway. And like acclaim would Douglas greet if he could hurl me from my seat. Who o'er the herd would wish to reign, fantastic, fickle, fierce, and vain. Vain as the leaf upon the stream, and fickle as a changeful dream, fantastic as a woman's mood, and fierce as frenzy's fevered blood. Thou many-headed monster thing, oh, who would wish to be thy king? XXXI. But soft. What messenger of speed spurs hitherward his panting steed? I guess his cognizance afar what from our cousin, John of Mar? He prays, my liege, your sports keep bound within the safe and guarded ground, for some foul purpose yet unknown, most sure for evil to the throne. The outlawed chieftain, Roderick Dhu, has summoned his rebellious crew. Tease said, in James of Bothwell's aid these loose banditti stand arrayed. The Earl of Mar this morn from Down to break their muster marched, and soon your grace will hear of battle fought. But earnestly the Earl besought, till for such danger he provide, with scanty train you will not ride. XXXII. Thou warn'st me I have done amiss. I should have earlier looked to this. I lost it in this bustling day. Retrace with speed thy former way. Spare not for spoiling of thy steed. The best of mine shall be thy meed. Say to our faithful Lord of Mar, we do forbid the intended war. Roderick this morn in single fight was made our prisoner by a knight, and Douglas hath himself and cause submitted to our kingdom's laws. The tidings of their leaders lost will soon dissolve the mountain host, nor would we that the vulgar feel, for their chief's crimes, avenging steel. Bear Mar our message, Brocco, fly. He turned his steed, my liege, I hie, yet ere I cross this lily lawn I fear the broadswords will be drawn. The turf the flying courser spurned, and to his towers the king returned. XXXII. Ill with King James's mood that day suited gay feast and minstrel lay. Soon were dismissed the courtly throng, and soon cut short the festal song. Nor less upon the saddened town, the evening sunk in sorrow down. The burghers spoke of civil jar, of rumored feuds and mountain war, of Moray, Mar, and Roderick Dhu all up in arms. The Douglas too, they mourned him pent within the hold, where stout Earl William was of old. And there his word the speaker stayed, and finger on his lip he laid, or pointed to his dagger blade. But jaded horsemen from the west at evening to the castle pressed, and busy talkers said they bore tidings of fight on Katrine's shore. At noon the deadly fray begun, and lasted till the set of sun. Thus giddy rumor shook the town till closed the night her pennons brown. Canto Sixth. The guardroom. The sun, awakening, through the smoky air of the dark city casts a sullen glance, rousing each caitiff to his task of care, of sinful man the sad inheritance, summoning revelers from the lagging dance, scaring the prowling robber to his den, gilding on battled tower the warder's lance, and warning student pale to leave his pen, and yield his drowsy eyes to the kind nurse of men. What various scenes, and oh, what scenes of woe, are witnessed by that red and struggling beam. The fevered patient from his pallet low through crowded hospital beholds its stream, the ruined maiden trembles at its gleam, the debtor wakes to thought of gyve and jail. The lovelorn wretch starts from tormenting dream, the wakeful mother, by the glimmering pale, trims her sick infant's couch, and soothes his feeble wail. At dawn the towers of Stirling rang with soldier step and weapon clang, while drums with rolling note foretell relief to weary sentinel. Through narrow loop and casement barred, the sunbeams sought the court of guard, and, struggling with the smoky air, deadened the torch's yellow glare. In comfortless alliance shone the lights through arch of blackened stone, and showed wild shapes in garb of war, faces deformed with beard and scar, all haggard from the midnight watch, and fevered with the stern debauch, for the oak table's massive board, flooded with wine, with fragments stored, and beakers drained, and cups o'erthrown, showed in what sport the night had flown. Some, weary, snored on floor and bench, some labored still their thirst to quench, some, chilled with watching, spread their hands o'er the huge chimney's dying brands, while round them, or beside them flung, at every step their harness rung. These drew not for their fields the sword, like tenants of a feudal lord, nor owned the patriarchal claim of chieftain in their leader's name. Adventurers they, from far who roved, to live by battle which they loved. There the Italian's clouded face, the swarthy Spaniards there you trace, the mountain-loving Switzer their more freely breathed in mountain air. The Fleming there despised the soil that paid so ill the labourer's toil. Their rolls showed French and German name, and merry England's exiles came to share, with ill-concealed disdain, of Scotland's pay the scanty gain. All brave in arms, well trained to wield the heavy halberd, brand, and shield, in camps licentious, wild, and bold, in pillage fierce and uncontrolled, and now, by holiday and feast, from rules of discipline released. IV. They held debate of bloody fray, fought, twixt Loch Katrine and a tray. Fierce was their speech, and mid their words, their hands oft grappled to their swords, nor sunk their tone to spare the ear of wounded comrades groaning near, whose mangled limbs and bodies gored bore token of the mountain's sword, though, neighboring to the court of guard. Their prayers and feverish wails were heard, sad burden to the ruffian joke, and savage oath by fury spoke. At length up started John of Brent, a yeoman from the banks of Trent. A stranger to respect or fear, in peace a chaser of the deer, in host a hardy mutineer, but still the boldest of the crew when deed of danger was to do. He grieved that day their games cut short, and marred the dicers' brawling sport, and shouted loud, "Renew the bowl. And while a merry catch I troll, let each the buxom chorus bear, like brethren of the brand and spear." V. Soldiers sung. Our vicar still preaches that Peter and Poole laid a swinging long curse on the bonny brown bowl, that there's wrath and despair in the jolly blackjack, and the 7 deadly sins in a flagon of sack. Yet whoop, Barnaby. Off with thy liquor, drink up seas out, and a fig for the vicar. Our vicar he calls it damnation to sip the ripe ruddy dew of a woman's dear lip, says that Beelzebub lurks in her kerchief so sly, and Apollyon shoots darts from her merry black eye. Yet whoop, Jack. Kiss Gillian the quicker, till she bloom like a rose, and a fig for the vicar. Our vicar thus preaches, and why should he not? For the dues of his cure are the placket and pot, and 'tis right of his office poor laymen to lurch who infringe the domains of our good mother church. Yet whoop, bully boys. Off with your liquor, sweet Marjorie's the word, and a fig for the vicar. VI. The warder's challenge, heard without, stayed in mid-roar the merry shout. A soldier to the portal went. Here is old Bertram, sirs, of Ghent, and beat for Jubilee the drum. A maid and minstrel with him come. Bertram, a Fleming, grey and scarred, was entering now the court of guard, a harper with him, and in plaid all muffled close, a mountain maid, who backward shrunk to scape the view of the loose scene and boisterous crew. What news? They roared. I only know, from noon till eve we fought with foe, as wild and as untamable as the rude mountains where they dwell. On both sides store of blood is lost, nor much success can either boast. But whence thy captives, friend? Such spoil as theirs must needs reward thy toil. Old dost thou wax, and wars grow sharp, thou now hast glee maiden and harp. Get thee an ape, and trudge the land, the leader of a juggler band. VII. No, comrade, no such fortune mine. After the fight these sought our line, that aged harper and the girl, and having audience of the earl, Mar bade I should purvey them steed, and bring them hitherward with speed. Forbear your mirth and rude alarm, for none shall do them shame or harm. Hear ye his boast, cried John of Brent, ever to strife and jangling bent. Shall he strike doe beside our lodge, and yet the jealous niggard grudge to pay the forester his fee? I'll have my share howe'er it be, despite of Moray, Mar, or thee. Bertram his forward step withstood, and, burning in his vengeful mood, old Allen, though unfit for strife, laid hand upon his dagger knife. But Ellen boldly stepped between, and dropped at once the tartan screen. So, from his morning cloud, appears the sun of May through summer tears. The savage soldiery, amazed, as on descended angel gazed, even hardy Brent, abashed and tamed, stood half admiring, half ashamed. VII. Boldly she spoke, soldiers attend. My father was the soldier's friend, cheered him in camps, in marches led, and with him in the battle bled. Not from the valiant or the strong should exile's daughter suffer wrong. Answered de Brent, most forward still in every feat or good or ill. I shame me of the part one played, and thou an outlaw's child, poor maid. An outlaw I by forest laws, and Mary Needwood knows the cause. Poor Rose, if Rose be living now, he wiped his iron eye and brow. Must bear such age, I think, as thou. Hear ye, my mates. I go to call the captain of our watch to hall. There lies my halberd on the floor, and he that steps my halberd o'er, to do the maid injurious part, my shaft shall quiver in his heart. Beware loose speech, or jesting rough, ye all know John de Brent. Enough. Ix. Their captain came, a gallant young, of Tullibardine's house he sprung, nor wore he yet the spurs of knight. Gay was his mien, his humour light, and though by courtesy controlled forward his speech, his bearing bold. The high-born maiden ill could brook the scanning of his curious look and dauntless eye, and yet, in sooth young Lewis was a generous youth. But Ellen's lovely face and mien ill suited to the garb and scene, might lightly bear construction strange, and give loose fancy scope to range. Welcome to Stirling Towers, fair maid. Come ye to seek a champion's aid, on palfrey white, with harper hoar like errant damosel of yore. Does thy high quest a knight require, or may the venture suit a squire? Her dark eye flashed, she paused and sighed. Oh, what have I to do with pride? Through scenes of sorrow, shame, and strife, a suppliant for a father's life, I crave an audience of the king. Behold, to back my suit, a ring, the royal pledge of grateful claims, given by the monarch to Fitz-James. X. The signatring young Lewis took with deep respect and altered look, and said, This ring our duty's own, and pardon, if to worth unknown, in semblance mean obscurely veiled, lady, in aught my folly failed. Soon as the day flings wide his gates, the king shall know what suitor waits. Please you meanwhile in fitting bower, repose you till his waking hour. Female attendants shall obey your hest, for service or array. Permit I marshal you the way. But, ere she followed, with the grace and open bounty of her race, she bade her slender purse be shared among the soldiers of the guard. The rest with thanks their guerdon took, but Brent, with shy and awkward look, on the reluctant maiden's hold forced bluntly back the proffered gold. Forgive a haughty English heart, and oh, forget its ruder part. The vacant purse shall be my share, which in my barrel cap I'll bear, perchance, in jeopardy of war, where gayer crests may keep afar. With thanks 'twas, all she could the maid his rugged courtesy repaid. Xi. When Ellen forth with Lewis went, Allen made suit to John of Brent. My lady safe? Oh, let your grace give me to see my master's face. His minstrel Ida share his doom, bound from the cradle to the tomb. 10th in descent, since first my sires waked for his noble house their heirs, nor one of all the race was known, but prized its weal above their own. With the chief's birth begins our care, our harp must soothe the infant heir, teach the youth tales of fight, and grace his earliest feat of field or chase. In peace, in war our rank we keep, we cheer his board, we soothe his sleep, nor leave him till we pour our verse a doleful tribute or his hearse. Then let me share his captive lot, it is my right, deny it not. Little we reck, said John of Brent, we southern men, of long descent, nor wot we how a name a word makes clansmen vassals to a lord, yet kind my noble landlord's part, God bless the house of Beaudesert. And, but I love to drive the deer more than to guide the labouring steer, I had not dwelt an outcast here. Come, good old minstrel, follow me, thy lord and chieftain shalt thou see. Xii. Then from a rusted iron hook, a bunch of ponderous keys he took, lighted a torch, and Allen led through grated arch and passage dread. Portals they passed, where deep within spoke prisoners' moan and fetters' din, through rugged vaults, where, loosely stored, lay wheel and axe and headsman's sword, and many a hideous engine grim, for wrenching joint and crushing limb, by artists formed who deemed it shame and sin to give their work a name. They halted at a io-browed porch, and Brent to Allen gave the torch, while bolt and chain he backward rolled, and made the bar unhasp its hold. They entered, 'twas a prison room of stern security and gloom, yet not a dungeon. For the day through lofty gratings found its way, and rude and antique garniture decked the sad walls and oaken floor, such as the rugged days of old deemed fit for captive nobles' hold. Here, said de Brent, thou mayst remain till the leech visit him again. Strict is his charge, the warders tell, to tend the noble prisoner well. Retiring then the bolt he drew, and the lock's murmurs growled anew. Roused at the sound, from lowly bed a captive feebly raised his head. The wondering minstrel looked, and knew not his dear lord, but Roderick Dhu. For come from where Clan Alpine fought they, erring, deemed the chief he sought. Xii. As the tall ship, whose lofty proar shall never stem the billows more, deserted by her gallant band, amid the breakers lies Astrand, so on his couch lay Roderick Dhu. And oft his fevered limbs he threw in toss abrupt, as when her sides lie rocking in the advancing tides that shake her frame with ceaseless beat, yet cannot heave her from her seat. Oh, how unlike her course at sea! Or his free step on hill and lea, soon as the minstrel he could scan. What of thy lady, of my clan, my mother, Douglas, tell me all. Have they been ruined in my fall? Ah, yes. Or wherefore art thou here? Yet speak, boldly, do not fear, for Allan, who his mood well knew, was choked with grief and terror too. Who fought, who fled, old man, be brief, some might, for they had lost their chief. Who basely live, who bravely died, oh, calm thee, chief. The minstrel cried, Ellen is safe. For that thank heaven, and hopes are for the Douglas given. The Lady Margaret too is well, and for thy clan on field or fell, has never harp of minstrel told of combat fought so true and bold. Thy stately pine is yet unbent, though many a goodly bough is rent. Xiv. The chieftain reared his form on high, and fever's fire was in his eye. But ghastly, pale, and livid streaks checkered his swarthy brow and cheeks. Hark, minstrel! I have heard thee play, with measure bold on festal day, in yon lone isle again where ne'er shall harper play or warrior hear. That stirring air that peals on high, o'er Dermid's race our victory. Strike it, and then for well thou canst, free from thy minstrel spirit glanced, fling me the picture of the fight, when met my clan the Saxon might. I'll listen, till my fancy hears the clang of swords, the crash of spears. These grates, these walls, shall vanish then for the fair field of fighting men, and my free spirit burst away, as if it soared from battle fray. The trembling bard with awe obeyed, slow on the harp his hand he laid, but soon remembrance of the sight he witnessed from the mountain's height, with what old Bertram told at night, awakened the full power of song, and bore him in career along, as shallop launched on river's tide, that slow and fearful leaves the side, but when it feels the middle stream, drives downward swift as lightning's beam. XV. Battle of Beal and Entwined. The minstrel came once more to view the eastern ridge of Benvenue, for ere he parted he would say farewell to lovely Loch Katrine. Where shall he find, in foreign land, so lone a lake, so sweet a strand? There is no breeze upon the fern, no ripple on the lake, upon her eyrie nods the erne. The deer has sought the brake, the small birds will not sing aloud. The springing trout lies still, so darkly glooms yon thundercloud, that swathes, as with a purple shroud, Ben Ledi's distant hill. Is it the thunder's solemn sound that mutters deep and dread, or echoes from the groaning ground the warrior's measured tread? Is it the lightning's quivering glance that on the thicket streams, or do they flash on spear and lance the sun's retiring beams? I see the dagger crest of Mar, I see the Moray's silver star, wave o'er the cloud of Saxon war, that up the lake comes winding far. To hero bound for battle strife, or bard of martial lay, 'twere worth 10 years of peaceful life, one glance at their array. XVI. Their light-armed archers far and near surveyed the tangled ground, their center ranks with pike and spear, a twilight forest frowned, their barded horsemen in the rear the stern battalia crowned. No cymbal clashed, no clarion rang, still were the pipe and drum, save heavy tread and armor's clang, the sullen march was dumb. Their breath no wind their crests to shake, or wave their flags abroad. Scarce the frail aspen seemed to quake that shadowed o'er their road. Their voward scouts no tidings bring, can rouse no lurking foe, nor spy a trace of living thing, save when they stirred the row. The host moves like a deep-sea wave, where rise no rocks its pride to brave, high-swelling, dark, and slow. The lake is past, and now they gain a narrow and a broken plain, before the Trossach's rugged jaws, and here the horse and spearman pause while, to explore the dangerous glen dive through the pass the archermen. XVI. At once there rose so wild a yell within that dark and narrow dell, as all the fiends from heaven that fell had pealed the banner cry of hell. Forth from the pass in tumult, driven like chaff before the wind of heaven, the archery appear for life. For life. Their flight they ply and shriek, and shout, and battle cry, and plaids and bonnets waving high, and broadswords flashing to the sky are maddening in the rear. Onward they drive in dreadful race, pursuers and pursued, before that tide of flight and chase, how shall it keep its rooted place? The spearmen's twilight wood. Down, down, cried Mar, your lances down bear back both friend and foe. Like reeds before the tempest's frown, that serried grove of lances brown at once lay levelled low, and closely shouldering side to side, the bristling ranks the onset bide, will quell the savage mountaineer, as their tinchel cows the game. They come as fleet as forest deer, will drive them back as tame. XVII. Bearing before them in their course the relics of the archer force, like wave with crest of sparkling foam, right onward did Clan Alpine come. Above the tide, each broadsword bright was brandishing like beam of light. Each targe was dark below, and, with the ocean's mighty swing, when heaving to the tempest's wing, they hurled them on the foe. I heard the lances shivering crash, as when the whirlwind rends the ash. I heard the broadsword's deadly clang, as if 100 anvils rang. But Moray wheeled his rearward rank of horsemen on Clan Alpine's flank. My bannerman, advance. I see, he cried, their column shake. Now, gallants, for your lady's sake, upon them with the lance. The horsemen dashed among the rout, as deer break through the broom. Their steeds are stout, their swords are out, they soon make lightsome room. Clan Alpine's best are backward borne where was Roderick then? One blast upon his bugle horn were worth 1,000 men. And refluent through the pass of fear, the battle's tide was poured, vanished the Saxon's struggling spear, vanished the mountain sword. As Bracklin's chasm, so black and steep, receives her roaring lin as the dark caverns of the deep suck the wild whirlpool in, so did the deep and darksome pass devour the battle's mingled mass. None linger now upon the plain, save those who ne'er shall fight again. XIX. Now westward rolls the battle's din, that deep and doubling pass within. Minstrel away. The work of fate is bearing on. Its issue wait, where the rude Trossach's dread defile opens on Katrine's lake and isle. Grey Benvenue I soon repassed, Loch Katrine lay beneath me cast. The sun is set, the clouds are met. The lowering scowl of heaven and inky hue of livid blue to the deep lake has given strange gusts of wind from mountain glens swept o'er the lake, then sunk again. I heeded not the eddying surge, mine eye but saw the Trossach's gorge, mine ear but heard that sullen sound, which like an earthquake shook the ground, and spoke the stern and desperate strife that parts not but with parting life, seeming, to minstrel ear, to toll the dirge of many a passing soul. Nearer it comes the dim-wood glen, the martial flood disgorged again, but not in mingled tide. The platted warriors of the north high on the mountain thunder forth and overhang its side, while by the lake below appears the darkening cloud of Saxon spears. At Weary Bay each shattered band, eyeing their foemen, sternly stand, their banners stream like tattered sail that flings its fragments to the gale, and broken arms and disarray mark the fell havoc of the day. XX. Viewing the mountain's ridge askance, the Saxons stood in sullen trance, till Moray pointed with his lance and cried, Behold yon isle, see. None are left to guard its strand but women weak, that wring the hand. 'Tis there of yore the robber band their booty want to pile. My purse, with bonnet pieces store, to him will swim a bowshot o'er, and loose a shallop from the shore. Lightly will tame the warwolf then, lords of his mate, and brood and den. Forth from the ranks a spearman sprung, on earth his casque and corslet rung. He plunged him in the wave, all saw the deed the purpose knew, and to their clamors Benvenue a mingled echo gave. The Saxons shout, their mate to cheer. The helpless females scream for fear and yells for rage the mountaineer. 'Twas then, as by the outcry riven, poured down at once the lowering heaven. A whirlwind swept Loch Katrine's breast, her billows reared their snowy crest. Well for the swimmer swelled they high, to mar the Highland marksman's eye, for round him showered, mid rain and hail, the vengeful arrows of the gale. In vain he nears the island low. His hand is on a shallop's bow. Just then a flash of lightning came, it tinged the waves and strand with flame. I marked Duncragan's widowed dame. Behind an oak I saw her stand, a naked dirk gleamed in her hand. It darkened but amid the moan of waves I heard a dying groan, another flash. The spearman floats a weltering corse beside the boats, and the stern matron o'er him stood, her hand and dagger streaming blood. XXI. Revenge! Revenge, the Saxons cried, the gale's exulting shout replied. Despite the elemental rage, again they hurried to engage. But, ere they closed in desperate fight, bloody with spurring came a knight sprung from his horse, and from a crag waved twixt the hosts a milk-white flag. clarion and trumpet by his side rung forth a truce note high and wide, while, in the monarch's name, afar a herald's voice forbade the war, for Bothwell's lord and Roderick bold were both, he said, in captive hold. But here the lay made sudden stand, the harp escaped the minstrel's hand. Oft had he stolen a glance, to spy how Roderick brooked his minstrelsy. At first, the chieftain, to the chime, with lifted hand kept feeble time. That motion ceased yet, feeling strong, varied his look as changed the song, at length. No more his deafened ear the minstrel melody can hear. His face grows sharp, his hands are clenched, as if some pang his heartstrings wrenched. Set are his teeth, his fading eye is sternly fixed on vacancy. Thus, motionless and moanless, drew his parting breath stout Roderick Dhu, old Allenbane looked on aghast, while grim and still his spirit passed. But when he saw that life was fled, he poured his wailing o'er the dead. XXII. Lament. And art thou cold and lowly laid, thy foeman's dread, thy people's aid, Breadalbane's boast, Clan Alpine's shade? For thee shall none a requiem say, for thee, who loved the minstrel's lay, for thee, of Bothwell's house the stay, the shelter of her exiled line, and in this prison house of thine I'll wail for Alpine's honored pine. What groans shall yonder valleys fill? What shrieks of grief shall rend yon hill? What tears of burning rage shall thrill, when mourns thy tribe thy battles done, thy fall before the race was won, thy sword ungirt ere set of sun? There breathes not clansman of thy line, but would have given his life for thine. Oh, woe for Alpine's honored pine! Sad was thy lot on mortal stage. The captive thrush may brook the cage, the prisoned eagle dies for rage. Brave spirit, do not scorn my strain. And when its notes awake again, even she, so long beloved in vain, shall with my harp her voice combine, and mix her woe and tears with mine, to wail Clan Alpine's honored pine. XXII. Ellen the while, with bursting heart, remained in lordly bower apart, where played, with many-colored gleams, through storied pane the rising beams. In vain on gilded roof they fall, and lightened up a tapestried wall, and for her use a menial train a rich collation spread in vain. The banquet proud, the chamber gay, scarce drew one curious glance astray, or if she looked, tea was but to say, with better omen dawned the day in that lone isle, where waved on high the dun deer's hide for canopy, where oft her noble father shared the simple meal her care prepared, while Luffra, crouching by her side, her station claimed with jealous pride, and Douglas, bent on woodland games, spoke of the chase to Malcolm Graham, whose answer, oft at random made, the wandering of his thoughts betrayed. Those who such simple joys have known are taught to prize them when they ray gone. But sudden see, she lifts her head, the window seeks with cautious tread. What distant music has the power to win her in this woeful hour? Tea was from a turret that o'erhung her latticed bower, the strain was sung. XXIV. Lay of the imprisoned huntsman. My hawk is tired of perch and hood, my idle greyhound loathes his food, my horse is weary of his stall, and I am sick of captive thrall. I wish I were as I have been, hunting the hart in forest green, with bended bow and bloodhound free, for that's the life is meet for me. I hate to learn the ebb of time from yon dull steeple's drowsy chime, or mark it as the sunbeams crawl, inch after inch, along the wall. The lark was wont my matins ring, the sable rook my vespers sing. These towers, although a king's they be, have not a hall of joy for me. No more at dawning morn I rise, and sun myself in Ellen's eyes, drive the fleet deer the forest through, and homeward wend with evening dew, a blithesome welcome blithely meet, and lay my trophies at her feet, while fled the eve on wing of glee. That life is lost to love and me. XXV. The heartsick lay was hardly said. The listener had not turned her head, it trickled still, the starting tear, when light a footstep struck her ear, and Snowdon's graceful knight was near. She turned the hastier, lest again the prisoner should renew his strain. "O welcome, brave Fitz-James," she said, "how may an almost orphan maid pay the deep debt? Oh, say not so. To me no gratitude you owe. Not mine, alas. The boon to give, and bid thy noble father live, I can but be thy guide, sweet maid, with Scotland's king thy suit to aid. No tyrant he, though ire and pride may lay his better mood aside. Come, Ellen, come. 'Tis more than time, he holds his court at morning prime. With heating heart and bosom wrung, as to a brother's arm she clung. Gently he dried the falling tear, and gently whispered hope and cheer, her faltering steps half led, half stayed, through gallery fair and high arcade, till at his touch its wings of pride a portal arch unfolded wide. XXVI. Within 'twas brilliant all and light, a thronging scene of figures bright. It glowed on Ellen's dazzled sight, as when the setting sun has given 10,000 hues to summer even, and from their tissue fancy frames aerial knights and fairy dames. Still by Fitz-James her footing stayed, a few faint steps she forward made, then slow her drooping head she raised, and fearful round the presence gazed, for him she sought who owned the state, the dreaded prince whose will was fate. She gazed on many a princely port might well have ruled a royal court, on many a splendid garb she gazed, then turned bewildered and amazed, for all stood bare. And in the room Fitz-James alone wore cap and plume. To him each lady's look was lent, on him each courtier's eye was bent, midst furs and silks and jewels' sheen he stood, in simple Lincoln green, the centre of the glittering ring, and Snowdon's knight is Scotland's king. XXVII. As wreath of snow on mountain breast slides from the rock that gave it rest, poor Ellen glided from her stay, and at the monarch's feet she lay, no word her choking voice commands, she showed the ring she clasped her hands. Oh, not a moment could he brook, the generous prince, that suppliant look. Gently he raised her and, the while, checked with a glance the circle's smile, graceful, but grave, her brow he kissed, and bade her terrors be dismissed. Yes, fair, the wandering poor Fitz-James the fealty of Scotland claims. To him thy woes, thy wishes, bring, he will redeem his signet ring. Ask not for Douglas, yester even, his prince and he have much forgiven, wrong hath he had from slanderous tongue from his rebel kinsmen, wrong. We would not, to the vulgar crowd, yield what they craved with clamour loud. Calmly we heard and judged his cause, our counsel aided, and our laws. I staunch thy father's death feud stern with stout de Vaux and grey Glencairn, and Bothwell's lord henceforth, we own the friend and bulwark of our throne. But, lovely infidel, how now? What clouds thy misbelieving brow? Lord James of Douglas, lend thine aid, thou must confirm this doubting maid. XXVII. Then forth the noble Douglas sprung, and on his neck his daughter hung. The monarch drank that happy hour, the sweetest, holiest draught of power, when it can say with godlike voice, arise, sad virtue, and rejoice. Yet would not James the general eye on nature's raptures long should pry. He stepped between, nay, Douglas, nay, steal not my proselyte away. The riddle tease my right to read, that brought this happy chance to speed. Yes, Ellen, when disguised I stray in life's more low but happier way. Tease under name which veils my power, nor falsely veils for Stirling's tower of yore the name of Snowdon claims, and Normans call me James Fitz-James. Thus watch I o'er insulted laws, thus learn to right the injured cause. Then, in a tone apart and low, ah, little traitress. None must know what idle dream, what lighter thought, what vanity full dearly bought, joined to thine eyes' dark witchcraft, drew my spellbound steps to Benvenue in dangerous hour, and all but gave thy monarch's life to mountain glaive. Aloud he spoke. Thou still dost hold that little talisman of gold, pledge of my faith, Fitz-James's ring, what seeks fair Ellen of the king? XXIX. Full well the conscious maiden guessed, he probed the weakness of her breast. But with that consciousness, there came a lightening of her fears for Graham, and more she deemed the monarch's ire kindled, gainst him who for her sire rebellious broadsword boldly drew, and, to her generous feeling true she craved the grace of Roderick Dhu. Forbear thy suit, the King of Kings alone can stay life's parting wings. I know his heart, I know his hand, have shared his cheer, and proved his brand. My fairest earldom would I give to bid Clan Alpine's chieftain live. Haste thou no other boon to crave, no other captive friend to save. Blushing, she turned her from the king, and to the Douglas gave the ring, as if she wished her sire to speak the suit that stained her glowing cheek. Nay, then, my pledge has lost its force, and stubborn justice holds her course. Malcolm, come forth, and, at the word, down kneeled the Graham to Scotland's lord. For thee, rash youth, no suppliant sues from thee may vengeance claim her dues, who, nurtured underneath our smile, haste paid our care by treacherous wile, and sought amid thy faithful clan a refuge for an outlawed man, dishonoring thus thy loyal name, fetters and warder for the Graham. His chain of gold the king unstrung, the lynx o'er Malcolm's neck he flung, then gently drew the glittering band, and laid the clasp on Ellen's hand. Harp of the North, farewell. The hills grow dark, on purple peaks a deeper shade descending, in twilight copse the glowworm lights her spark. The deer, half seen, are to the covert wending. Resume thy wizard elm. The fountain lending, and the wild breeze thy wilder minstrelsy, thy numbers sweet with nature's vespers blending, with distant echo from the fold and lay, and herd boy's evening pipe and hum of housing bee. Yet once again, farewell, thou minstrel harp. Yet once again, forgive my feeble sway, and little reck I of the censure sharp may idly cavil at an idle lay. Much have I owed thy strains on life's long way, through secret woes the world has never known. When on the weary night dawned wearier day, and bitterer was the grief devoured alone, that I o'erlive such woes, enchantress, is thine own. Hark! As my lingering footsteps slow retire, some spirit of the air has waked thy string. 'Tis now a seraph bold, with touch of fire, 'tis now the brush of fairy's frolic wing. Receding now, the dying numbers ring fainter and fainter down the rugged dell, and now the mountain breezes scarcely bring a wandering witch note of the distant spell, and now, 'tis silent all enchantress, fare thee well. Canto Fifth. 1. Fair as the earliest beam, etc. This introductory stanza is well worked in with the story. The morning beam lights the fearful path on mountain side, which the two heroes of the poem are to traverse, and the comparison which it suggests enlists our sympathy for Roderick, who is to be the victim of defeat. Taylor. 5. Enlights, etc. The MS. Has and lights the fearful way along its side. 10. Sheen. See on eye. 208. 14. The dappled sky. Cf. Milton L. Allegro 44. Till the dappled dawn doth rise, and Shakespeare Much Ado v. 3. 25. And look, the gentle day, before the wheels of Phoebus, round about dapples the drowsy east with spots of gray. 15. By. The word is used for the rhyme, but perhaps gives the idea of a hurry muttered off the prayers. 16. Steal. The word here is expressive of haste. 18. Gale. The Scottish Highlander calls himself Gael or Gaul, and terms the Lowlanders Sassenach or Saxons, Scot. 22. Wildering. Bewildering. See on eye. 274 above. For winded, see on eye. 500. 32. Bursting through. That is, as it bursts through a piece of loose writing, Taylor. 36. At length, etc. The MS. Reads. At length they paced the mountain's side, and saw beneath the waters wide. 44. The rugged mountain's scanty cloak, etc. The MS. Reads. The rugged mountain's stunted screen was dwarfish shrubs with cliffs between. Copse. 46. Shingles. Gravel or pebbles. See on Roman 3. 171 above. Taylor says, note how the details of this description are used in stanza Roman 9. Shingles, bracken, broom. 51. Dank. Damp, moist. Cf. Shakespeare R. and J. Roman 2. 3. 6. And night's dank dew. Milton, Sonnet to Mr. Lawrence. Now that the fields are dank and ways are mire, etc. 64. Sooth to tell. To tell the truth. See on eye. 476 above. Sooth to say sooth, in good sooth, etc. are common in old writers. Cf. The lay in trod. 57. The sooth to speak. 65. To claim its aid. The MS. Has to draw my blade. 78. Enough. Suffice it that. 81. A knight's free footsteps, etc. The MS. Reads. My errant footsteps far and wide, a knight's bold wanderings. 86. I urge thee not. The MS. Has I ask it not, and in 95 haul for down. 106. Outlawed. The first ed. Has exiled. 108. In the Regent's Court, etc. cf. Roman 2. 221 above. 124. Albany. The Regent of 108 above. He was the son of a younger brother of James III, who had been driven into exile by his brother's attempts on his life. He took refuge in France, where his son was made Lord High Admiral. On the death of James IV, he was called home by the Scottish nobles to assume the regency. 126. Mewed. Shut up. The word seems originally to have meant to molt or shed the feathers, and as a noun, the place, whether it be abroad or in the house, in which the hawk is put during the time she casts or doth change her feathers. R. Holmes's Academy of Armory, etc. Spenser has both noun and verb, as in F. Q. I. 5. 20, forthcoming from her darksome mew, and id. Roman 2. 3. 34, in which vain braggadocio was mewed. Milton uses the verb in the grand description of liberty in Of Unlicensed Printing. Methinks I see her as an eagle mewing her mighty youth, and kindling her undazzled eyes at the full midday beam. In England, the noun is still used in the plural to denote a stable for horses. Pennant says that the royal stables in London were called mews from the fact that the buildings were formerly used for keeping the king's falcons. Scott says here, there is scarcely a more disorderly period of Scottish history than that which succeeded the Battle of Flodden, and occupied the minority of James V. Feuds of ancient standing broke out like old wounds, and every quarrel among the independent nobility, which occurred daily, and almost hourly, gave rise to fresh bloodshed. There arose, said Pitscotty, great trouble and deadly feuds in many parts of Scotland, both in the north and west parts. The Master of Forbes in the north slew the Laird of Meldrum, under tryst, that is, at an agreed and secure meeting. Likewise, the Laird of Drummelsere slew the Lord Fleming at the Hawking, and likewise there was slaughter among many other great lords. Nor was the matter much mended under the government of the Earl of Angus, for though he caused the king to ride through all Scotland, under the pretence and colour of justice, to punish thief and traitor, none were found greater than were in their own company. And none at that time durst strive with a Douglas, nor yet a Douglas's man, for if they would, they got the worst. Therefore none durst plainsy of no extortion, theft, rafe, nor slaughter done to them by the Douglases or their men. In that cause they were not heard so long as the Douglas had the court in guiding. 150. Shingles. Cf. 46 above. 152. As to your sires, the target and claymore were the weapons of the ancient Britons. Taylor quotes Tacitus, Agricola, in Gentibus gladiis et brevibus cetris. 161. Rears. Raises. The word was formerly less restricted in its application than at present. Cf. Shakespeare's Rear My Hand, Temp. Roman 2. 1. 295, J. C. Roman 3. 1. 30, Rear the Higher Our Opinion, A. And C. Roman 2. 1. 35, etc. Milton's He reared me, that is, lifted me up, P. L. Roman 8. 316, reared her lank head, Camus 836, etc. Spenser uses it in the sense of take away, like the can't lift equals steal, as in F. Q. Roman 3. 10. 12. She to his closet went, where all his wealth lay hid, thereof she countless sums did rear. And id. Roman 3. 10. 53. Like as a bear, that creeping close among the hives to rear and honeycomb, etc. W.B. does not give this sense, which we believe is found only in Spenser. 165. Shall with strong hand, etc. Scott has the following note here. The ancient Highlanders verified in their practice the lines of Gray, fragment on the alliance of education and government. An iron race the mountain cliffs maintain, foes to the gentler genius of the plain. For where unwearied sinews must be found, with sidelong plough to quell the flinty ground, to turn the torrent's swift descending flood, to tame the savage rushing from the wood, what wonder if, to patient valor trained, they guard with spirit what by strength they gained? And while their rocky ramparts round they see the rough abode of want and liberty, as lawless force from confidence will grow, insult the plenty of the vales below. So far, indeed, was a krieg or foray from being held disgraceful, that a young chief was always expected to show his talents for command so soon as he assumed it, by leading his clan on a successful enterprise of this nature, either against a neighboring sept, for which constant feuds usually furnished an apology, or against the Sassencatch, Saxons, or Lowlanders, for which no apology was necessary. The Gael, great traditional historians, never forgot that the Lowlands had, at some remote period, been the property of their Celtic forefathers, which furnished an ample vindication of all the ravages that they could make on the unfortunate districts which lay within their reach. Sir James Grant of Grant is in possession of a letter of apology from Cameron of Lochiel, whose men had committed some depredation upon a farm called Moynes, occupied by one of the Grants. Lochiel assures Grant that, however the mistake had happened, his instructions were precise, that the party should foray the province of Moray, a lowland district, where, as he coolly observes, all men take their prey. 177. Good faith. In good faith bona fide, as often in old writers. 192. Bower. See on I. 217 above. 195. This rebel chieftain, etc. the MS. Reads. This dark Sir Roderick and his band, this savage chieftain. And below. From copse to copse the signal flew. Instant, through copse and crags, arose. And in 205 shoots for sends. 208. In every tuft, etc. the MS. Reads. And each lone tuft of broom gives life to platted warrior armed for strife. That whistle manned the lonely glen with full 500 armed men. And below 214. All silent, too, they stood, and still, watching their leaders beck and will, while forward step and weapon show they long to rush upon the foe, like the loose crag whose tottering mass hung threatening o'er the hollow pass. 219. Verge. See on Roman 4. 83 above. 230. Manned himself. Cf. Addison's manned his soul, quoted by W.B. 238. The stern joy, etc. cf. Roman 4. 155 above. 239. Foeman. The reading of the first ed. And that of 1821, Foeman in many recent eds. 246. Their Mother Earth, etc. alluding to the old myths of the earth-born giants and of Cadmus. 252. Glinted. Flashed a Scottish word. Jamieson defines glint, to glance, gleam, or pass suddenly like a flash of lightning. 253. Glaive. See on Roman 4. 274 above. The jack was a horseman's defensive upper garment, quilted and covered with strong leather, nares. It was sometimes also strengthened with iron rings, plates, or bosses. Cf. Lily Euphues, jacks quilted and covered over with leather, fustian, or canvas over thick plates of Iran that are sewed to the same. Scott in the Eve of St. John speaks of his plate jack. For spear the first ed. Has lance. 267. One valiant hand. The MS. Has one brave man's hand. 268. Lay. Were staked. 270. I only meant, etc. Scott says. This incident, like some other passages in the poem, illustrative of the character of the ancient Gael, is not imaginary but borrowed from fact. The Highlanders, with the inconsistency of most nations in the same state, were alternately capable of great exertions of generosity and of cruel revenge and perfidy. The following story I can only quote from tradition, but with such an assurance from those by whom it was communicated as permits me little doubt of its authenticity. Early in the last century, John Gunn, a noted Cateran or Highland robber, infested Invernessshire and levied blackmail up to the walls of the provincial capital. A garrison was then maintained in the castle of that town, and their pay, country banks being unknown, was usually transmitted in specie under the guard of a small escort. It chanced that the officer who commanded this little party was unexpectedly obliged to halt, about 30 miles from Inverness, at a miserable inn. About nightfall, a stranger in the Highland dress and a very prepossessing appearance entered the same house. Separate accommodations being impossible, the Englishman offered the newly arrived guest a part of his supper, which was accepted with reluctance. By the conversation, he found his new acquaintance knew well all the passes of the country, which induced him eagerly to request his company on the ensuing morning. He neither disguised his business and charge, nor his apprehensions of that celebrated freebooter, John Gunn. The Highlander hesitated a moment, and then frankly consented to be his guide. Forth they set in the morning, and in traveling through a solitary and dreary glen, the discourse again turned on John Gunn. "Would you like to see him?" said the guide, and without waiting an answer to this alarming question, he whistled, and the English officer with his small party were surrounded by a body of Highlanders, whose numbers put resistance out of question, and who were all well armed. "Stranger," resumed the guide, "I am that very John Gunn by whom you feared to be intercepted, and not without cause. For I came to the inn last night with the express purpose of learning your route, that I and my followers might ease you of your charge by the road. But I am incapable of betraying the trust you reposed in me, and having convinced you that you were in my power, I can only dismiss you unplundered and uninjured." He then gave the officer directions for his journey, and disappeared with his party as suddenly as they had presented themselves. 277. Flood. Flow, used for the sake of the rhyme, like drew just below. Want equals wanted. 286. And still, etc. the MS. Reads. And still, from copse and heather bush, fancy saw spear and broadsword rutch. 298. Three mighty lakes. Katrine, Atray, and Venachar. Scott says, the torrent which discharges itself from Loch Venachar, the lowest and eastmost of the three lakes which form the scenery adjoining to the Trossachs, sweeps through a flat and extensive moor called Bochessel. Upon a small eminence called the Dun of Bochessel, and indeed on the plain itself, are some entrenchments which have been thought Roman. There is adjacent to Callander a sweet villa, the residence of Captain Fairfall, entitled the Roman Camp. 301. Mouldering. The MS. Has Marshal. 309. This murderous chief, etc. cf. 106 above. 315. All vantageless, etc. Scott says. The duelists of former times did not always stand upon those punctilios respecting equality of arms, which are not judged essential to fair combat. It is true that in formal combats in the lists the parties were, by the judges of the field, put as nearly as possible in the same circumstances. But in private duel, it was often otherwise. In that desperate combat which was fought between Quelus, a minion of Henry III, of France, and Antract with 2 seconds on each side, from which only 2 persons escaped alive, Quelus complained that his antagonist had over him the advantage of a poniard which he used in parrying, while his left hand, which he was forced to employ for the same purpose, was cruelly mangled. When he charged Antract with this odds, "Thou hast done wrong," answered he, "to forget thy dagger at home. We are here to fight, and not to settle punctilios of arms." In a similar duel, however, a young brother of the house of Aubain, in Angoulesme, behaved more generously on the like occasion, and at once threw away his dagger when his enemy challenged it as an undue advantage. But at this time, hardly anything can be conceived more horridly brutal and savage than the mode in which private quarrels were conducted in France. Those who were most jealous of the point of honor and acquired the title of ruffians did not scruple to take advantage of strength, numbers, surprise, and arms to accomplish their revenge. 329. By profit bred, etc. see Roman 3. 91 Fall. Above, and for the expression cf. Roman 4. 124. 347. Dark lightning, etc. The MS. Has in lightning flashed the chief's dark eye, which might serve as a comment on dark lightning. 349. Kern. See on Roman 4. 73 above. 351. He yields not, etc. The MS. Has he stoops not he to James nor fate. 356. Carpet Knight. Cf. Shakespeare T. N. Roman 3. 4. 257. He is knight dubbed with unhatched rapier and on carpet consideration. 364. Ruth. Pity obsolete, though we still have ruthless. Cf. Spencer F. Q. I. 1. 50. To stir up gentle Ruth both for her noble blood and for her tender youth. Milton Lycidas 163. Look homeward, angel, now and melt with Ruth, etc. 380. His targe. Scott says, a round target of light wood, covered with strong leather and studded with brass or iron, was a necessary part of a Highlander's equipment. In charging regular troops, they received the thrust of the bayonet in this buckler, twisted it aside, and used the broadsword against the encumbered soldier. In the Civil War of 1745, most of the front rank of the clans were thus armed, and Captain Grove's Military Antiquities, Volume I. p. 164, informs us that in 1747, the privates of the 42D Regiment, then in Flanders, were for the most part permitted to carry targets. A person thus armed had a considerable advantage in private fray. Among verses between Swift and Sheridan, lately published by Dr. Barrett, there is an account of such an encounter, in which the circumstances, and consequently the relative superiority of the combatants, are precisely the reverse of those in the text. A Highlander once fought a Frenchman at Margate, the weapons a rapier, a backsword, and target. Brisk Monsieur advanced as fast as he could, but all his fine pushes were caught in the wood, and Sawney with backsword did slash him and nick him, while t'other, enraged that he could not once prick him, cried, Sirrah, you rascal, you son of a whore, me will fight you, begar. If you'll come from your door. 383. Trained abroad. That is, in France. See on I. 163 above. Scott says here, the use of defensive armor, and particularly of the buckler, or target, was general in Queen Elizabeth's time, although that of the single rapier seems to have been occasionally practiced much earlier. See Douce's Illustrations of Shakespeare, Volume Roman 2. p. 61. Roland York, however, who betrayed the fort of Zutphen to the Spaniards, for which good service he was afterwards poisoned by them, is said to have been the first who brought the rapier fight into general use. Fuller, speaking of the swashbucklers, or bullies, of Queen Elizabeth's time, says, West Smithfield was formerly called Ruffian's Hall, where such men usually met, casually or otherwise, to try masteries with sword or buckler. More were frightened than hurt, more hurt than killed therewith, it being accounted unmanly to strike beneath the knee. But since that desperate traitor Roland York first introduced thrusting with rapiers, sword and buckler are disused. In The Two Angry Women of Abingdon, a comedy, printed in 1599, we have a pathetic complaint. Sword and buckler fight begins to grow out of use. I am sorry for it, I shall never see good manhood again. If it be once gone, this poking fight of rapier and dagger will come up. Then a tall man and a good sword and buckler man will be spitted like a cat or rabbit. But the rapier had upon the continent long superseded, in private duel, the use of sword and shield. The masters of the noble science of defense were chiefly Italians. They made great mystery of their art and mode of instruction, never suffered any person to be present but the scholar who was to be taught, and even examined closets, beds, and other places of possible concealment. Their lessons often gave the most treacherous advantages, for the challenged, having the right to choose his weapons, frequently selected some strange, unusual, and inconvenient kind of arms, the use of which he practiced under these instructors, and thus killed at his ease his antagonist, to whom it was presented for the first time on the field of battle. See Brantome's Discourse on Duels, and the work on the same subject, see Gentman Ecrit, by the Venerable Dr. Paris Deputio. The Highlanders continued to use broadsword and target until disarmed after the affair of 1745-6. 385. Ward. Posture of defense, a technical term in fencing. Cf. Falstaff's Thou knowest my old ward, one hen. IV. Roman 2. 4. 215, etc. 387. While less expert, etc. the MS. Reads. Not Roderick thus, though stronger far more tall, and more inured to war. 401, 402. And backward, etc. This couplet is not in the MS, and the same is true of 405, 406. 406. Let recreant yield, etc. the MS. Has yield they alone who fear to die. Scott says, I have not ventured to render this duel so savagely desperate as that of the celebrated Sir Ewan of Lochiel, chief of the clan Cameron, called, from his sable complexion, Ewan Dhu. He was the last man in Scotland who maintained the royal cause during the Great Civil War, and his constant incursions rendered him a very unpleasant neighbor to the Republican garrison at Inverlochy, now Fort William. The governor of the fort detached a party of 300 men to lay waste Lochiel's possessions and cut down his trees. In a sudden and desperate attack made upon them by the chieftain with very inferior numbers, they were almost all cut to pieces. The skirmish is detailed in a curious memoir of Sir Ewan's life, printed in the appendix of Pennant's Scottish Tour, Volume I. p. 375. In this engagement, Lochiel himself had several wonderful escapes. In the retreat of the English, one of the strongest and bravest of the officers retired behind a bush. When he observed Lochiel pursuing, and seeing him unaccompanied with any, he leapt out and thought him his prey. They met one another with equal fury. The combat was long and doubtful. The English gentleman had by far the advantage in strength and size, but Lochiel, exceeding him in nimbleness and agility, in the end tripped the sword out of his hand. They closed and wrestled, till both fell to the ground in each other's arms. The English officer got above Lochiel and pressed him hard, but stretching forth his neck, by attempting to disengage himself, Lochiel, who by this time had his hands at liberty, with his left hand seized him by the collar, and jumping at his extended throat, he bit it with his teeth quite through, and kept such a hold of his grasp that he brought away his mouthful. This, he said, was the sweetest bit he ever had in his lifetime. 435. Unwounded, etc. the MS. Reads. Panting and breathless on the sands, but all unwounded, now he stands. And just below. Redeemed, unhoped from deadly strife. Next on his foe his look he cast, through, whose every breath appeared his last. 447. Unbonneted. Past tense, not participle. 449. Then faint afar. The MS. Has faint and afar. 452. Lincoln Green. See on I. 464 above. 462. We destined, etc. cf. Roman 4. 411 above. 465. Weed. Dress. See on Roman 4. 506 above. 466. Bound. Ready. See on Roman 4. 36 above. 479. Steel. Spur. Cf. I. 115 above. 485. Carhony's Hill. About a mile from the lower end of Loch Katrine. 486. Pricked. Spurred. It came to mean ride, as in F. Q. I. 1. A gentle knight was pricking on the plain, etc. cf. 754 below. 490. Torry and Lendrick. These places like Deanstown, down see on Roman 4. 19 above, Blair Drummond, Ochtertyre and Keir are all on the banks of the Teith, between Callander and Stirling. Lockhart says, "It may be worth noting that the poet marks the progress of the king by naming in succession places familiar and dear to his own early recollections: Blair Drummond, the seat of the homes of Kimes; Keir, that of the principal family of the name of Stirling; Ochtertyre, that of John Ramsay, the well-known antiquary and correspondent of Burns; and Craigforth, that of the calendars of Craigforth, almost under the walls of Stirling Castle, all hospitable roofs, under which he had spent many of his younger days." 494. Sees the hoofs strike fire. The MS. has saw their hoofs of fire. 496. They mark, etc. The two of the infinitive is omitted in glance, as if mark had been see. 498. Sweltering. The first ed. has swelling. 506. Flinty. The MS. has steepy, and in 514 gains for scales. 525. St. Cyril. The king himself is in such distress for a rhyme as to be obliged to apply to one of the obscurest saints in the calendar, Geoffrey. The MS. has by my word, and lord for earl in the next line. 534. Cambuskenneth's Abbey Grey. See on Roman 4. 231 above. 547. By. Gone by past. 551. O sad and fatal mound. An eminence on the northeast of the castle, where state criminals were executed. Stirling was often polluted with noble blood. It is thus apostrophized by J. Johnston. Discordia tristis, heu quoties prosrum sanguine tinxit humum. Hoc uno in felix, et felix cetera, nusquam litur aut caeli frans genius soli. The fate of William, 8th Earl of Douglas, whom James II. stabbed in Stirling Castle with his own hand, and while under his royal safe conduct, is familiar to all who read Scottish history. Murdoch, Duke of Albany, Duncan, Earl of Lennox, his father-in-law and his two sons, Walter and Alexander Stuart, were executed at Stirling in 1425. They were beheaded upon an eminence without the castle walls, but making part of the same hill, from whence they could behold their strong castle of Down and their extensive possessions. This Heading Hill, as it was sometimes termed, bears commonly the less terrible name of Hurley Hacket, from its having been the scene of a courtly amusement alluded to by Sir David Lindsay, who says of the pastimes in which the young king was engaged. Some harled him to the Hurley Hacket, which consisted in sliding in some sort of chair, it may be supposed from top to bottom of a smooth bank. The boys of Edinburgh, about 20 years ago, used to play at the Hurley Hacket on the Calton Hill, using for their seat a horse's skull. Scott. 558. The Franciscan Steeple. The Greyfriars Church, built by James Ivy in 1594 on the hill not far from the castle, is still standing, and has been recently restored. Here James VI. was crowned on the 29th of July, 1567, and John Knox preached the coronation sermon. 562. Morris dancers. The Morris or Morris dance was probably of Spanish or Moorish, as the name implies origin, but after its introduction into England, it became blended with the May Day games. A full historical account of it is given in Douce's illustrations of Shakespeare. The characters in it in early times were the following: Robin Hood, Little John, Friar Tuck, Maid Marian, Robin's mistress and the Queen or Lady of the May, the Fool, the Piper, and several Morris dancers habited, as it appears, in various modes. Afterwards a hobby horse and a dragon were added. Douce. For a description of the game, see Scott's Abbot ch. Roman 14, and the author's note. See also on 614 below. 564. The burghers hold their sports today. Scott has the following note here. Every burgh of Scotland of the least note, but more especially the considerable towns, had their solemn play or festival when feats of archery were exhibited, and prize distributed to those who excelled in wrestling, hurling the bar, and the other gymnastic exercises of the period. Stirling, a usual place of royal residence, was not likely to be deficient in pomp upon such occasions, especially since James V. was very partial to them. His ready participation in these popular amusements was one cause of his acquiring the title of the King of the Commons, or Rex Plebeiorum, as Leslie has Latinized it. The usual prize to the best shooter was a silver arrow. Such a one is preserved at Selkirk and at Peebles. At Dumfries, a silver gun was substituted, and the contention transferred to firearms. The ceremony, as they're performed, is the subject of an excellent Scottish poem by Mr. John Mayne, entitled The Siller Gun 1808, which surpasses the efforts of Ferguson and comes near those of Burns. Of James's attachment to archery, Pitscotty, the faithful though rude recorder of the manners of that period, has given us evidence. In this year there came an ambassador out of England, named Lord William Howard, with a bishop with him, with many other gentlemen to the number of 80 horse, which were all able men and wailed men for all kind of games and pastimes, shooting, looping, running, wrestling, and casting of the stone, but they were well said ere they passed out of Scotland, and that by their own provocation, but ever they tint. Till at last the Queen of Scotland, the king's mother, favoured the Englishmen, because she was the King of England's sister, and therefore she took an enterprise of archery upon the Englishmen's hands, contrary her son the king, and any 6 in Scotland that he would wail, either gentlemen or yeomen, that the Englishmen should shoot against them either at pricks, revere, or butts, as the Scots pleased. The king, hearing this of his mother, was content, and gart her pawn 100 crowns and a ton of wine upon the Englishmen's hands, and he incontinent laid down as much for the Scottishmen. The field and ground was chosen in St. Andrews, and 3 landed men and 3 yeomen chosen to shoot against the Englishmen, to wit, David Wemyss of that ilk, David Arnott of that ilk, and Mr. John Wedderburn, vicar of Dundee. The yeomen, John Thompson in Leith, Stephen Taberner with a piper called Alexander Bailey. They shot very near, and warred the Englishmen of the enterprise, and won the 100 crowns and the ton of wine, which made the king very merry that his men won the victory. 571. Play my prize. The same expression occurs in Shakespeare, T. A. I. 1. 399, you have played your prize, cf. Also M. Of V. Roman 3. 2. 142, like one of 2 contending in a prize, etc. 575. The castle gates. The main entrance to the castle, not the postern gate of 532 above. 580. Fair Scotland's king, etc. The MS. Reads. King James and all his nobles went. Ever the king was bending low to his white jennet saddlebow, doffing his cap to burgher dame, who smiling blushed for pride and shame. 601. Their nobles, etc. The MS. Reads. Nobles who mourned their power restrained, and the poor burghers' joys disdained, dark chief, who, hostage for his clan, was from his home a banished man, who thought upon his own grey tower, the waving woods, his feudal bower, and deemed himself a shameful part of pageant that he cursed in heart. 611. With bell at heel. Dhu says that the number of bells round each leg of the morris dancers amounted from 20 to 40. But Scott, in a note to the Fair Maid of Perth, speaks of 252 small bells in sets of 12 at regular musical intervals. 612. Their mazes wheel. The MS. Adze. With awkward stride their city groom would part of fabled knight assume. 614. Robin Hood. Scott says here, the exhibition of this renowned outlaw and his band was a favorite frolic at such festivals as we are describing. This sporting, in which kings did not disdain to be actors, was prohibited in Scotland upon the Reformation, by a statute of the 6th Parliament of Queen Mary, c. 61 A. D. 1555, which ordered under heavy penalties that no manner of person be chosen Robert Hewed, nor Little John, Abbot of Unreason, Queen of May, nor otherwise. But in 1561, the rascal multitude, says John Knox, were stirred up to make a Robin Hewed, whilk enormity was of money years left and damned by statute and act of Parliament, yet would they not be forbidden. Accordingly, they raised a very serious tumult, and at length made prisoners the magistrates who endeavoured to suppress it, and would not release them till they extorted a formal promise that no one should be punished for his share of the disturbance. It would seem, from the complaints of the General Assembly of the Kirk, that these profane festivities were continued down to 1592, Book of the Universal Kirk, p. 414. Bold Robin was, to say the least, equally successful in maintaining his ground against the reformed clergy of England. For the simple and evangelical Latimer complains of coming to a country church where the people refused to hear him because it was Robin Hood's day, and his mitre and rochet were fain to give way to the village pastime. Much curious information on this subject may be found in the preliminary dissertation to the late Mr. Ritson's edition of the songs respecting this memorable outlaw. The game of Robin Hood was usually acted in May, and he was associated with the Morris dancers, on whom so much illustration has been bestowed by the commentators on Shakespeare. A very lively picture of these festivities, containing a great deal of curious information on the subject of the private life and amusements of our ancestors, was thrown, by the late ingenious Mr. Strutt, into his romance entitled Queenhoo Hall, published after his death, in 1808. 615. Friar Tuck. Robin Hood's fat friar, as Shakespeare calls him, T. G. of V. Roman 4. 1. 36, who figures in the Robin Hood ballads and in Ivanhoe. Scarlet and Little John are mentioned in one of Master Silence's snatches of song in Two Hen. IV. V. 3. 107, and Robin, Scarlet, and John. Scathelocke is a brother of Scarlet in Ben Jonson's Sad Shepherd, which is a tale of Robin Hood, and much is a bailiff in the same play. 626. Stake. Prize. 627. Fondly he watched, etc. The MS. Reads. Fondly he watched, with watery eye, for answering glance of sympathy, but no emotion made reply. Indifferent as to unknown wight, cold as to unknown yeoman, the king gave forth the arrow bright. 630. To archer wight. That is, to any ordinary archer. Scott has the following note here. The Douglas of the poem is an imaginary person, a supposed uncle of the Earl of Angus. But the king's behavior during an unexpected interview with the Laird of Kilspindie, one of the banished Douglases, under circumstances similar to those in the text, is imitated from a real story told by Hume of Godscroft. I would have availed myself more fully of the simple and affecting circumstances of the old history, had they not been already woven into a pathetic ballad by my friend Mr. Finlay. His implacability did also appear in his carriage towards Archibald of Kilspink, whom he, when he was a child, loved singularly well for his ability of body, and was wont to call him his Greystale. Archibald, being banished into England, could not well comport with the humour of that nation, which he thought to be too proud, and that they had too high a conceit of themselves, joined with a contempt and despising of all others. Wherefore, being wearied of that life, and remembering the king's favour of old towards him, he determined to try the king's mercifulness and clemency. So he comes into Scotland, and taking occasion of the king's hunting in the park at Stirling, he cast himself to be in his way, as he was coming home to the castle. So soon as the king saw him afar off, ere he came near, he guessed it was he, and said to one of his courtiers, Yonder is my Greystale, Archibald of Kilspindie, if he be alive. The other answered that it could not be he, and that he durst not come into the king's presence. The king approaching, he fell upon his knees and craved pardon, and promised from thenceforward to abstain from meddling in public affairs, and to lead a quiet and private life. The king went by without giving him any answer, and trotted a good round pace up the hill. Kilspindie followed, and though he wore on him a secret or shirt of mail for his particular enemies, was as soon at the castle gate as the king. There he sat him down upon a stone without, and entreated some of the king's servants for a cup of drink, being weary and thirsty. But they, fearing the king's displeasure, durst gave him none. When the king was set at his dinner, he asked what he had done, what he had said, and whither he had gone. It was told him that he had desired a cup of drink, and had gotten none. The king reproved them very sharply for their discourtesy, and told them that if he had not taken an oath that no Douglas should ever serve him, he would have received him into his service, for he had seen him sometime a man of great ability. Then he sent him word to go to Leith, and expect his further pleasure. Then some kinsman of David Falconer, the cannoneer, that was slain at Tantallon, began to quarrel with Archibald about the matter, wherewith the king showed himself not well pleased when he heard of it. Then he commanded him to go to France for a certain space, till he heard further from him. And so he did, and died shortly after. This gave occasion to the King of England, Henry VIII, to blame his nephew, alleging the old saying that a king's face should give grace. For this Archibald, whatsoever were Angus's or Sir George's fault, had not been principal actor of anything, nor no counsellor nor stirrer up, but only a follower of his friends, and that no ways cruelly disposed. Hume of Godscroft, Roman 2. 107. 637. Larbert is a town about 10 miles to the south of Stirling, and Alloa another 7 miles to the east on the north side of the Forth. 641. To Douglas gave a golden ring. Scott says, the usual prize of a wrestling was a ram and a ring, but the animal would have embarrassed my story. Thus in the Coke's Tale of Gamelin, ascribed to Chaucer. There happed to be there beside tried a wrestling, and therefore there was Wyset a ram and owls a ring. Again, the little jest of Robin Hood. By a bridge was a wrestling, and there tarried was he, and there was all the best yeomen of all the west country. A full fair game there was set up, a white bull up wypite, a great courser with saddle and bridle, with gold burnished full brit, a pair of gloves, a red gold ring, a pipe of wine, good day, what man beareth him best, I wise, the prize shall bear away. 648. To hurl the massive bar. Cf. Roman 4. 559 above. 658. Scottish strength. The MS. Has mortal strength. 660. The Ladies' Rock. A point in the valley, between the castle and the Greyfriars Church. It was formerly the chief place for viewing the games, which were held in this valley, or depression in the hill on which the castle stands. It must not be confounded with the Ladies' Lookout, a favorite point of view on the castle walls. 662. Well filled. The MS. Has weighed down, and in 664, scattered the gold among the crowd. 674. Ere Douglas, etc. The MS. Has ere James of Douglas stalwart hand, and in 677, worn for wrecked. 681. Murmurs. Some eds. Have murmur. 685. The banished man. The MS. Has his stately form. 724. Needs but a buffet. Only a single blow is needed. 728. Then clamored, etc. The MS. And first ed. Have clamored his comrades of the train, and in 730 the MS. Has warriors for barons. 735. Atone. See on Roman 4. 421 above. 744. But shall a monarch's presence, etc. The MS. Reads. But in my court injurious blow, and bearded thus and thus outdared. What ho, etc. 747. Ward. Guarding, confinement under guard. Cf. Gen. XL. 3. 752. Misarray. Disorder, confusion. Neither WB. Nor work. Gives the word. 754. Prigged. Spurred road. See on 486 above. 755. Repelled, etc. The MS. Has their threats repelled by insult loud. 768. Hindford. A village on the Clyde, a few miles above Lanark. 790. Widow's mate expires. An instance of prolepsis, or anticipation in the use of a word. He must expire before she can be a widow. Cf. Macbeth, Roman 3. 4. 76. Blood hath been shed ere now, I the olden time, ere human statute purged the gentle wheel. That is, purged it and made it gentle. 794. Ward. Ward off, avert. 796. The crowd's wild fury, etc. The MS. Reads. The crowd's wild fury ebbed ammon in tears, as tempests sink in rain. The first ed. Reads as in the text, but that of 1821 has sunk ammon. The figure here is a favorite one with Shakespeare. Cf. R. of L. 1788. This windy tempest, till it blow up rain, held back his sorrow's tide to make it more, at last it rains, and busy winds give o'er. 3 hen. Vi. 4. 146. For raging wind blows up incessant showers, and when the rage allays, the rain begins. Id. Roman 2. 5. 85. See, what showers arise, blown with the windy tempest of my heart. T. And C. Roman 4. 4. 55. Where are my tears? Rain, to lay this wind, or my heart will be blown up by the root. And Macbeth I. 7. 25. That tears shall down the wind. 808. The rough soldier. Sir John of Hinford, 768 above. 811. He led. The first ed. Has they led, and there for his in 813. 812. Verge. Note the rhyme with charge, and see on Roman 4. 83 above. 819. This common fool. Cf. Shakespeare's Fool Multitude, M. Of V. Roman 2. 9. 26. Just below Lockhart quotes Coriolanus, I. 1. 180. Who deserves greatness deserves your hate, and your affections are a sick man's appetite, who desires most that which would increase his evil. He that depends upon your favors swims with fins of lead and hews down oaks with rushes. Hang ye. Trust ye. With every minute you do change a mind, and call him noble that was now your hate, him vile that was your garland. 821. Douglas. The reading of the first ed, as in 825 below, not Douglas, as in some recent eds. 830. Vain as the leaf, etc. The MS. Has vain as the sick man's idle dream. 838. Cognizance. The sable pale of Mar, see on Roman 4. 153 above. 853. With scanty train, etc. The MS. Has on distant chase you will not ride. 856. Lost it. Forgot it. 858. For spoiling of. For fear of ruining. Cf. Shakespeare Son. 52. 4. The which he will not every hour survey, for blunting the fine point of seldom pleasure. T. G. Of V. I. 2. 136. Yet here they shall not lie for catching cold. Beaumont and Fletcher, Captain Roman 3. 5. Will have a bib for spoiling of thy doublet, etc. 887. Earl William. The Douglas who was stabbed by James II. See on 551 above. Canto Sixth. Lord Geoffrey has objected to the guardroom scene, and its accompanying song as the greatest blemish in the whole poem. The scene contrasts forcibly with the grace which characterizes the rest, but in a poem which rests its interest upon incident, such a criticism seems overstrained. It gives us a vigorous picture of a class of men who played a very important part in the history of the time, especially across the border. Men who, many of them outlaws, and fighting, not for country or for king, but for him who paid them best, were humored with every license when they were not on strict military duty. The requirements of the narrative might have been satisfied without these details. It is true. But the use which Sir Walter has made of them to show the power of beauty and innocence, and the chords of tenderness and goodness which lie ready to vibrate in the wildest natures may surely reconcile us to such a piece of realism. The scene of Roderick's death harmonizes well with his character. The minstrel's account of the battle the poet himself felt to be somewhat long, and yet it is difficult to see how it could be curtailed without spoiling it. It is full of life and vigor, and our only cause of surprise is that the lay should only come to a sudden stand when it is really completed. Taylor. 6. Scaring, etc. The first ed. Reads, and scaring prowling robbers to their den. 7. Battled. Battlemented, as in Roman 2. 702 above. 9. The kind nurse of men. Cf. 2 hen. IV. Roman 3. 1. 5. O sleep, O gentle sleep, nature's soft nurse, etc. 23. Through narrow loop, etc. The MS. Has through blackened arch, etc. and below. The lights in strange alliance shone beneath the arch of blackened stone. 25. Struggling with. Some recent eds. Misprint struggling through. 47. Adventurers they, etc. Scott says. The Scottish armies consisted chiefly of the nobility and barons, with their vassals, who held lands under them for military service by themselves and their tenants. The patriarchal influence exercised by the heads of clans in the Highlands and borders was of a different nature, and sometimes at variance with feudal principles. It flowed from the patria potestas, exercised by the chieftain as representing the original father of the whole name, and was often obeyed in contradiction to the feudal superior. James V. seems first to have introduced, in addition to the militia furnished from these sources, the service of a small number of mercenaries who formed a bodyguard called the footband. The satirical poet, Sir David Lindsay, or the person who wrote the prologue to his play of the Three Estates, has introduced Finlay of the footband, who after much swaggering upon the stage is at length put to flight by the fool, who terrifies him by means of a sheep's skull upon a pole. I have rather chosen to give them the harsh features of the mercenary soldiers of the period than of this Scottish Thraso. These partook of the character of the adventurous companions of Froissart, or the condottieri of Italy. 53. The Fleming, etc. The soil of Flanders is very fertile and productive, in marked contrast to the greater part of Scotland. 60. Halberd, a combination of spear and battle-axe. CWB. 63. Holitide. Holiday. For tide equals time, see on Roman 3. 478 above. 73. Neighboring to. That is, lying in adjacent rooms. 75. Burden. Alluding to the burden or chorus of a song. Cf. Roman 2. 392 above. The MS. Has jest for joke, and in the next line, and rude oaths vented by the rest. 78. Trent. The English river of that name. Cf. 231 below. 84. That day. Modifying cut shore, not grieved. 87. A merry catch I troll. Cf. Shakespeare Temp Roman 3. 2. 126. Will you troll the catch, etc. 88. Buxom. Lively brisk as in hen. V. Roman 3. 6. 27. Of buxom valor, etc. Its original sense was yielding obedient, as in F. Q. I. 11. 37. The buxom air, see also Milton P. L. Roman 2. 842, and id. Roman 3. 2. 23. Of them that to him buxom are and prone. For the derivation, CWB. 90. Pool. Paul, an old spelling, found in Chaucer and other writers. The measure of the song is anapestic, that is, with the accent on every third syllable, with modifications. 92. Blackjack. A kind of pitcher made of leather. Taylor quotes Old Mortality, chapter Roman 8, the large blackjack filled with very small beer. 93. Sack. a name applied to Spanish and Canary wines in general, but sometimes the particular kind was specified. Cf. 2 hen. IV. Roman 4. 3. 104. Good share a sack, that is, sherry wine, and Herrick poems. Thy isle shall lack grapes, before Herrick leaves Canary sack. 95. Up seas. Bacchanalian interjection, borrowed from the Dutch, Scot. Nares criticizes Scott for using the word as a noun. It is generally found in the phrases upsea Dutch and upsea Fries, the same thing, fries being equals Dutch, which appear to mean in the Dutch fashion. Cf. Ben Jonson, Alchemist Roman 4. 6. I do not like the dullness of your eye, it hath a heavy east, 'tis upsea Dutch. That is, looks like intoxication. See also Beaumont and Fletcher, Beggar's Bush Roman 4. 4. The bowl, which must be upside English, strong, lusty London beer. 98. Kerchief. See on Roman 3. 495 above. 100. Gillian. A common Old English name, according to Coles and others, a corruption of Juliana, often contracted into Gill of Jill and used as a familiar term for a woman, as Jack was for a man. The two are often associated, as in the Proverbs, every Jack must have his Jill, and a good Jack makes a good Jill. 103. Placket. Explained by some as equals stomacher, by others as equals petticoat, or the slit or opening in those garments. Cf. WB. It is often used figuratively for woman, as here. Placket and pot equals women and wine. 104. Lurch. Rob. Cf. Shakespeare Core. Roman 2. 2. 105. He lurched all swords of the garland, that is, robbed them all of the prize. 112. The drum. The first ed. Has your drum. 116. Plaid. For the rhyme, see on I. 363 above. 124. Store of blood. Plenty of blood. Cf. Milton L. Allegro, 121. With store of ladies, etc. See also on the adjective I. 548 above. 127. Reward thy toil. The MS. Goes on thus. Get thee an ape, and then at once thou mayst renounce the warder's lance, and trudge through burrow and through land, the leader of a juggler band. Scott has the following note here. The jongleurs, or jugglers, as we learn from the elaborate work of the late Mr. Strutt on the sports and pastimes of the people of England, used to call in the aid of various assistants to render these performances as captivating as possible. The glee maiden was a necessary attendant. Her duty was tumbling and dancing, and therefore the Anglo-Saxon version of St. Mark's Gospel states Herodias to have vaulted or tumbled before King Herod. In Scotland, these poor creatures seem, even at a late period, to have been bondswomen to their masters, as appears from a case reported by Fountainhall. Reed the mountebank pursues Scott of Harden and his lady for stealing away from him a little girl, called the tumbling lassie, that dance upon his stage, and he claimed damages and produced a contract, whereby he bought her from her mother for £30 Scots. But we have no slaves in Scotland, and mothers cannot sell their bairns, and physicians attested the employment of tumbling would kill her, and her joints were now grown stiff, and she declined to return, though she was at least a prentice, and so could not run away from her master. Yet some cited Moses's law, that if a servant shelter himself with thee against his master's cruelty, thou shalt surely not deliver him up. The Lords, renitent Cancellario, assoilsied Harden on the 27th of January, 1687. Fountainhall's Decisions, Volume I. p. 439. 136. Purvey. Provide. Cf. Spencer F. Q. V. 12. 10. He all things did purvey which for them needful were. 147. Bertram, etc. The MS. Has Bertram his such violence withstood? 152. The tartan screen. That is, the tartan which she had drawn over her head as a veil. 155. The savage soldiery, etc. the MS. Has while the rude soldiery amazed, and in 164 below, should Ellen Douglas suffer wrong. 167. I shame me. I shame myself, I am ashamed. The very was formerly used intransitively in this sense. Cf. Shakespeare R. of L. 1143, as shaming any eye should thee behold. Y. L. Roman 4. 3. 136. I do not shame to tell you what I was, etc. 170. Needwood. A royal forest in Staffordshire. 171. Poor Rose, etc. the MS. Reads. My Rose he wiped his iron eye and brow, poor Rose if Rose be living now. 178. Part. Act used for the rhyme. The expression is not unlike, do the part of an honest man, much ado Roman 2. 1. 172, or act the part, as we should now put it. 183. Tullibardine. The name of an old seat of the Murray family, about 20 miles from Stirling. 199. Errant damosel. Cf. Spencer F. Q. Roman 2. 1. 19. Th. Adventure of the Errant Damosel. 209. Given by the monarch, etc. the MS. Has the monarch gave to James Fitz-James. 218. Bower. Chamber. See on I. 217 above. 222. Permit I marshal you the way. Permit that I conduct you thither. 233. The vacant purse, etc. the MS. Reads. The silken purse shall serve for me, and in my barret cap shall flee. A forced rhyme which the poet did well to get rid of. 234. Barret cap. Cloth cap. Cf. The lay Roman 3. 216. Old England's sign, St. George's cross, his barret cap did grace. He puts the purse in his cap as a favor. See on Roman 4. 686 above. 242. Masters. He means the Douglas, but John of Brent takes it to refer to Roderick. See 305 below. 261. What? No understand. See on I. 596 above. 276. Rugged vaults. The MS. Has low broad vaults, and in 279, stretching for crushing. 291. Oaken floor. The MS. And first ed. Have flinty floor, and below. Thou mayst remain, and then retiring bolt and chain and rusty bar he drew again. Roused at the sound, etc. 292, 293. Such. Hold. This couplet is not in the first ed, and presumably not in the MS, though the fact is not noted by Lockhart. 295. Leech. Physician. Cf. F. Q. Roman 3. 3. 18. If any leech's skill, etc., and in the preceding stanza, more need of leechcraft hath your damosel, etc. 306. Pror. Prow Latin prora, used only in poetry. 309. Astrand. On strand cf. Ashore, stranded. 316. At sea. The MS. Has on main, and plain for lee in the rhyme. The first ed. And that of 1821 have on sea. 334. Has never harp, etc. the MS. Reads. Shall never harp of minstrel tell of combat fought so fierce and well. 348. Strike it. Scott says, there are several instances, at least in tradition, of persons so much attached to particular tunes as to require to hear them on their deathbed. Such an anecdote is mentioned by the late Mr. Riddle of Glenriddle in his collection of border tunes respecting an heir called the Dandling of the Bairns, for which a certain Gallividian laird is said to have evinced this strong mark of partiality. It is popularly told of a famous freebooter that he composed the tune known by the name of Macpherson's Rant while under sentence of death, and played it at the gallows tree. Some spirited words have been adapted to it by Burns. A similar story is recounted of a Welsh bard who composed and played on his deathbed the air called Daffody Garrig Wen. But the most curious example is given by Brantome of a maid of honor at the court of France, entitled Mademoiselle de Limuel. Durant sa malady, don't el trespassa, jamais el ni cessa, ainsi casa tausters, car el estoit fort grand parlus, brac arduus, et tresbien et fort apropos, et tresbel avec cella. Quand el hura de sa fin fut venu, el fit venir a sois un valet, ainsi quelles fils de la cour en ont chacun un, qui es appelloit Julien, et scavoit tresbien jouer du violon. Julien, lighted el, prenez vostre violon, et sonnes moi tausters jusques asique vous mi voyez mort, car gmien vis la defait des Suisses, et la mia que vous pourez, et quand vous serez sur le mot, tout est perdu. Sonnes le par quater sing fois, le plus pite usment que vous pourez, si qui fit el otter, et el mesmi li aidet de la voix, et quand si vint tout esti perdu. El le reitre pardu fois. Et si tournant de el otter cost du chevit, el dida ses compagnes, tout est perdu a si coup, et a bon escient, et ainsi dicetta. Voilà une mort joyeuse et plaisante. G tines si cont de judices compagnes, deans de foy, qui virent jouer si mister. O Uvers de Brantome, Roman 3. 507. The tune to which this fair lady chose to make her final exit was composed on the defeat of the Swiss of Marignano. The burden is quoted by Panurge in Rabelais and consists of these words, imitating the jargon of the Swiss, which is a mixture of French and German. Tout est verlor, la tintelor tout est verlor by Gott. 362. With what, etc. this line is not in the MS. 369. Battle of Beal O'Duine. Scott has the following note here. A skirmish actually took place at a pass thus called in the Trossachs, and closed with the remarkable incident mentioned in the text. It was greatly posterior, and date to the reign of James V. In this roughly wooded island, the country people secreted their wives and children, and their most valuable effects from the rapacity of Cromwell's soldiers during their inroad into this country, in the time of the Republic. These invaders, not venturing to ascend by the ladders along the lake, took a more circuitous road through the heart of the Trossachs, the most frequented path at that time, which penetrates the wilderness about halfway between Binion and the lake by a tract called Ye Chilich, or the Old Wife's Bog. In one of the defiles of this by-road, the men of the country at that time hung upon the rear of the invading enemy, and shot one of Cromwell's men, whose grave marks the scene of action and gives name to that pass. In revenge of this insult, the soldiers resolved to plunder the island, to violate the women, and put the children to death. With this brutal intention, one of the party, more expert than the rest, swam towards the island to fetch the boat to his comrades, which had carried the women to their asylum and lay moored in one of the creeks. His companions stood on the shore of the mainland, in full view of all that was to pass, waiting anxiously for his return with the boat. But just as the swimmer had got to the nearest point of the island, and was laying hold of a black rock to get on shore, a heroine, who stood on the very point where he meant to land, hastily snatching a dagger from below her apron, with one stroke severed his head from the body. His party, seeing this disaster, and relinquishing all future hope of revenge or conquest, made the best of their way out of their perilous situation. This Amazon's great-grandson lives at Bridge of Turk, who, besides others, attests the anecdote. Sketch of the scenery near Calendar, Stirling, 1806 p. 20. I have only to add to this account that the heroine's name was Helen Stuart. 376. No ripple on the lake. The liveliness of this description of the battle is due to the greater variety of the meter, which resembles that of Marmion. The 3 accent lines introduced at intervals give it lightness, and the repetition of the same rhyme enables the poet to throw together without break all that forms part of one picture. Taylor. 377. Earn. Eagle. CWB 392. IC, etc. cf. Roman 4 152 above. 396. Bound. See on Roman 4 36 above. Most eds. Misprint bound. 404. Barded. The reading of the first ed. And that of 1821, corrected in all the recent ones into barbed. Scott doubtless wrote barded equals armored or wearing defensive armor, but applied only to horses, a word found in many old writers. Cf. Holinshed quoted binaries, with barded horses all covered with iron, etc. See also WB. Scott has the word again in the lay, I. 311. Above the foaming tide, I ween, scarce half the charger's neck was seen, for he was barded from counter to tail, and the rider was armed complete in mail. 405. Battalia. Battalion, army. The word is not a plural of battalion, as some have seemed to think. CWB 414. Vaward. In the vanward or vanguard, misprinted vanward in some editions. Shakespeare has the noun several times, as in hen. V. Roman 4 3 130. The leading of the vaward, corps. I. 6 53. Their bands I the vaward, and figuratively in M. N. D. Roman 4 1 110. The vaward of the day, etc. 419. Pride. Some eds. Misprint power. 429. As if. See on Roman 2 56 above. 434. Their flight they ply. The reading of the first ed. And that of 1821. Most of the eds have plight for flight, and Taylor has the following note on their plight they ply. The meaning of this is not very clear. Possibly they keep up a constant fire, but they seem in too complete a route for that. Cf. Roman 3 318 above. 438. The rear. The first ed. Has their rear. 443. Twilight wood. Cf. 403 above. The appearance of the spears and pikes was such that in the twilight they might have been mistaken at a distance for a wood. Taylor. 449 450. And closely shouldering, etc. This couplet is not in the MS. 452. Tinchel. A circle of sportsmen who, by surrounding a great space and gradually narrowing, brought immense quantities of deer together, which usually made desperate efforts to breach through the Tinchel. Scott. 459. The tide. The first ed. Has their tide. 473. Now gallants. Etc. cf. Macaulay, Battle of Ivry. Now by the lips of those ye love, fair gentlemen of France, charge for the golden lilies upon them with the lance. 483. And refluent, etc. the MS. Reads. And refluent down the darksome pass the battle's tide was poured. There twalled the spearman's struggling spear, there raged the mountain sword. 488. Lin. Here the word is equals cataract. See on I. 71 and Roman 2. 270 above. 497. Minstrel away. The MS. Has away. Away. 509. Sir. Note the imperfect rhyme. See on I. 223 above. 511. That sullen. The reading of the first ed. And that of 1821, the sullen in many eds. 514. That part's not, etc. Lockhart quotes Byron Jower. The loveliness in death, that part's not quite with parting breath. 515. Seeming, etc. the MS. Reads. And seemed, to minstrel ear, to toll the parting dirge of many a soul. For part equals depart, see on Roman 2. 94 above. 523. While by the lake, etc. The MS. Reads, while by the darkened lake below file out the spearmen of the foe. 525. At weary bay. Sea on eye. 133 above. 527. Tattered sail. The first ed. Has shattered sail, not noted in the errata. 532. Saxons. Some eds. Misprint Saxon. 538. Want. Sea on eye. 408 above. 539. Store. Sea on eye. 548 above. Bonnet pieces were gold coins on which the king's head was represented with a bonnet instead of a crown. 540. To him will swim. For the ellipsis, sea on eye. 528 above. 556. Her billows, etc. The first ed. Has her billow reared his snowy crest, and its for they in the next line. 564. It tinged, etc. The MS. Has it tinged the boats and lake with flame? Lines 561-560, 8 are interpolated in the MS. On a slip of paper. 565. Duncragan's widowed dame. Cf. Roman 3. 428 fall. Above. 567. A naked dirk. The first ed. Has her husband's dirk. 592. Chime. Music. Cf. Roman 4. 524 above. 595. Varied his look, etc. The MS. Has glowed in his look as swelled the song, and in 600. His glazing eye, fiery. 602. Thus motionless, etc. Cf. The introduction to Rob Roy. Rob Roy, while on his deathbed, learned that a person, with whom he was at enmity, proposed to visit him. Raise me from my bed, said the invalid. Throw my plaid around me, and bring me my claymore, dirk, and pistols. It shall never be said that a foeman saw Rob Roy MacGregor defenseless and unarmed. His foeman, conjectured to be one of the MacLarens, entered and paid his compliments, inquiring after the health of his formidable neighbor. Rob Roy maintained a cold, haughty civility during their short conference, and so soon as he had left the house, now, he said, all is over, let the piper play ha till meachily, we return no more. And he is said to have expired before the dirge was finished. 605. Grim and still. Originally stern and still. In a note to the printer, sent with the final stanzas, Scott writes, I send the grand finale, and so exit the Lady of the Lake from the head she has tormented for 6 months. In Canto 6. Stanza 21 stern and still, read grim and still, sternly occurs 4 lines higher. For a similar reason, stanza 24, dun deer read fleet deer. 608. And art thou, etc. The MS. Has and art thou gone, the minstrel said. 609. Foemans. Misprinted, foemans in some eds. 610. Brettlebane. See on Roman 2. 416 above. 614. The shelter, etc. The MS. Has the mightiest of a mighty line. 631. Even she. That is Ellen. 638. Storied. Referring to the scenes depicted on the painted glass. Cf. Milton Il Penseroso 159, and storied windows richly dight. The change of tense in fall is of course for the rhyme, but we might expect lighten for lightened. 643. The banquet, etc. The MS. Reads, the banquet gay, the chamber's pride, scarce drew one curious glance aside. And in 653, earnest on his game. 665. Of perch and hood. That is, of enforced idleness. See on Roman 2. 525 above. In some eds, this song is printed without any division into stanzas. 670. Forest. The first ed. And that of 1821 have forests, but we suspect that Scott wrote forest. 672. Is meet for me. The MS. Has was meant for me, for the ellipsis cf. 540 above. 674. From yon dull steeples, etc. The MS. Has from darkened steeples, etc. See on v. 558 above. 677. The lark, etc. The MS. Has the lively lark my matins rung, and sung in the rhyme. The omission of to with ring and sing is here a poetic license, but in Elizabethan English, it is common in many cases where it would not now be admissible. Cf. Othello Roman 2. 3. 190. You were wont be civil, f. Q. I. 1. 50. He thought of slain her, etc. 680. A hall, etc. The MS. Has a hall should harbor me. 683. Fleet deer. See on 605 above. 707. At morning prime. Early in the morning. Prime is properly the first canonical hour of prayer, or 6 a.m. For its looser use here, cf. F. Q. Roman 2. 9. 25. At evening and at prime. 712. Stayed. Supported, not to be printed stayed, as in some editions. 716. Within, etc. The MS. Reads. Within 'twas brilliant all, and bright the vision glowed on Ellen's sight. 726. Presence. Presence chamber. Cf. Rich. I. 3. 289. Suppose the singing birds musicians, the grass whereon thou treadst the presence. That is strewn with rushes, hen. VIII. Roman 3. 1. 17. The two great cardinals wait in the presence, etc. 727. For him, etc. The MS. Reads, for him who owned this royal state. 737. Sheen. Bright. See on I. 208 above. 740. And Snowdon's knight is Scotland's king. Scott says, this discovery will probably remind the reader of the beautiful Arabian tale of Il Bondacani. Yet the incident is not borrowed from that elegant story, but from Scottish tradition. James V., of whom we are treating, was a monarch whose good and benevolent intentions often rendered his romantic freaks venial, if not respectable, since, from his anxious attention to the interests of the lower and most oppressed class of his subjects, he was, as we have seen, popularly termed the King of the Commons. For the purpose of seeing that justice was regularly administered, and frequently from the less justifiable motive of gallantry, he used to traverse the vicinage of his several palaces in various disguises. The two excellent comic songs, entitled The Gaberlunzie Man and Will Gie Nae Mair a Roving, are said to have been founded upon the success of his amorous adventures when traveling in the disguise of a beggar. The latter is perhaps the best comic ballad in any language. Another adventure, which had nearly cost James his life, is said to have taken place at the village of Cramond, near Edinburgh, where he had rendered his addresses acceptable to a pretty girl of the lower rank. 4 or 5 persons, whether relations or lovers of his mistress is uncertain, beset the disguised monarch as he returned from his rendezvous. Naturally gallant and an admirable master of his weapon, the king took post on the high and narrow bridge over the Almond River and defended himself bravely with his sword. A peasant who was thrashing in a neighboring barn came out upon the noise, and, whether moved by compassion or by natural gallantry, took the weaker side, and laid about with his flail so effectually as to disperse the assailants, well thrashed, even according to the letter. He then conducted the king into his barn, where his guest requested a basin and a towel to remove the stains of the broil. This being procured with difficulty, James employed himself in learning what was the summit of the deliverer's earthly wishes, and found that they were bounded by the desire of possessing, in property, the farm of Brehead, upon which he labored as a bondsman. The lands chanced to belong to the crown, and James directed him to come to the palace of Holyrood and inquire for the guidman, that is, farmer, of Ballingwich, a name by which he was known in his excursions, and which answered to the ill Bondacani of Haroun al Raskid. He presented himself accordingly, and found, with due astonishment, that he had saved his monarch's life, and that he was to be gratified with a crown charter of the lands of Brehead, under the service of presenting a ewer, basin, and towel for the king to wash his hands when he shall happen to pass the bridge of Cramond. This person was ancestor of the Howissons of Brehead, in Midlothian, a respectable family, who continue to hold the lands, now passed into the female line, under the same tenure. Another of James's frolics is thus narrated by Mr. Campbell from the statistical account. Being once benighted when out a-hunting, and separated from his attendants, he happened to enter a cottage in the midst of a moor, at the foot of the Ochil Hills, near Alloa, where, unknown, he was kindly received. In order to regale their unexpected guest, the gudeman desired the gudewife to fetch the hen that roosted nearest the cock, which is always the plumpest, for the stranger's supper. The king, highly pleased with his knight's lodging and hospitable entertainment, told mine host, at parting, that he should be glad to return his civility, and requested that the first time he came to Stirling he would call at the castle, and inquire for the gudeman of Ballingwich. Donaldson, the landlord, did not fail to call on the gudeman of Ballingwich, when his astonishment at finding that the king had been his guest afforded no small amusement to the merry monarch and his courtiers. And to carry on the pleasantry, he was thenceforth designated by James with the title of King of the Moors, which name and designation have descended from father to son ever since, and they have continued in possession of the identical spot, the property of Mr. Erskine of Mar, till very lately, when this gentleman with reluctance turned out the descendant and representative of the King of the Moors, on account of his Majesty's invincible indolence, and great dislike to reform or innovation of any kind. Although, from the spirited example of his neighbor tenants on the same estate, he is convinced similar exertion would promote his advantage. The author requests permission yet farther to verify the subject of his poem, by an extract from the genealogical work of Buchanan of Auchmar, upon Scottish surnames, Essay upon the Family of Buchanan, p. 74. This John Buchanan of Auchmar and Arnprior was afterwards termed King of Kippen upon the following account. King James v. a very sociable, debonair prince, residing at Stirling. In Buchanan of Arnprior's time, carriers were very frequently passing along the common road, being near Arnprior's house, with necessaries for the use of the king's family. And he, having some extraordinary occasion, ordered one of these carriers to leave his load at his house, and he would pay him for it. Which the carrier refused to do, telling him he was the king's carrier, and his load for his majesty's use. To which Arnprior seemed to have small regard, compelling the carrier, in the end, to leave his load. Telling him, if King James was King of Scotland, he was King of Kippen, so that it was reasonable he should share with his neighbor king in some of these loads, so frequently carried that road. The carrier representing these usage, and telling the story as Arnprior spoke it, to some of the king's servants, it came at length to his majesty's ears, who shortly thereafter, with a few attendants, came to visit his neighbor king, who was in the meantime at dinner. King James, having sent a servant to demand access, was denied the same by a tall fellow with a battle-axe, who stood porter at the gate, telling there could be no access till dinner was over. This answer not satisfying the king, he sent to demand access a second time, upon which he was desired by the porter to desist, otherwise he would find cause to repent his rudeness. His Majesty, finding this method would not do, desired the porter to tell his master that the goodman of Ballinjay desired to speak with the King of Kippen. The porter telling Arnprior so much, he, in all humble manner, came and received the king, and having entertained him with much sumptuousness and jollity, became so agreeable to King James that he allowed him to take so much of any provision he found carrying that road as he had occasion for. And seeing he made the first visit, desired Arnprior in a few days to return him a second to Stirling, which he performed, and continued in very much favor with the king, always thereafter being termed King of Kippen while he lived. The readers of Ariosto must give credit for the amiable features with which James is represented, since he is generally considered as the prototype of Zerbino, the most interesting hero of the Orlando Furioso. 743. Glided from her stay. The MS. Has shrinking, quits her stay. Ruskin asks us to note the northern love of rocks in this passage, and adds, Dante could not have thought of his cut rocks as giving rest even to snow. He must put it on the pine branches if it is to be at peace. Taylor quotes Holmes, autocrat of breakfast table. She melted away from her seat like an image of snow. 780. Pry. Look pryingly or curiously. In prose, on would not be used with pry. 784. To speed. To a fortunate issue, unless speed be the verb and equals pass. 786. In life's more low but happier way. The MS. Has in lowly life's more happy way. 789. The name of Snowdon. Scott says, William of Worcester, who wrote about the middle of the 15th century, calls Stirling Castle Snowdon. Sir David Lindsay bestows the same epithet upon it in his complaint of the Papingo. Adieu, fair Snowdon with thy towers high, thy chapel royal, park and table round. May, June, and July would I dwell in thee, were I a man, to hear the birdies sound, whilk doth again thy royal rock rebound. Mr. Chalmers, in his late excellent edition of Sir David Lindsay's works, has refuted the chimerical derivation of Snowdon from snedding, or cutting. It was probably derived from the romantic legend which connected Stirling with King Arthur, to which the mention of the Round Table gives countenance. The ring within which justs were formerly practiced in the castle park is still called the Round Table. Snowdon is the official title of one of the Scottish heralds, whose epithets seem in all countries to have been fantastically adopted from ancient history or romance. It appears from the preceding note that the real name by which James was actually distinguished in his private excursions was the Goodman of Ballingwich, derived from a steep pass leading up to the castle of Stirling, so called. But the epithet would not have suited poetry, and would besides at once, and prematurely, have announced the plot to many of my countrymen, among whom the traditional stories above mentioned are still current. 798. My spellbound steps. The MS. Has. Thy sovereign back to Benvenue, thy sovereign steps. 800. Glaive. Sword. See on Roman 4. 274 above. 803. Pledge of my faith, etc. The MS. Has pledge of Fitz-James's faith the ring. 808. A lightning. Some eds. Have a lightning. 809. And more, etc. The MS. Reads. And in her breast strove maiden shame, more deep she deemed the monarch's ire kindled 'gainst him, who, for her sire against his sovereign broadsword drew, and, with a pleading, warm and true, she craved the grace of Roderick Dhu. 813. Grace. Pardon. 825. Stained. Reddened. 829. The Graham. Geoffrey says, Malcolm Graham has two insignificant A part assigned him, considering the favor in which he is held both by Ellen and the author, and in bringing out the shaded and imperfect character of Roderick Dhu as a contrast to the purer virtue of his rival. Mr. Scott seems to have fallen into the common error of making him more interesting than him whose virtues he was intended to set off, and converted the villain of the piece in some measure into its hero. A modern poet, however, may perhaps be pardoned for an error of which Milton himself is thought not to have kept clear, and for which there seems so natural a cause in the difference between poetical and amiable characters. 837. Warder. Guard jailer. 841. Lockhart quotes here the following extract from a letter of Byron's to Scott, dated July 6, 1812. And now, waiving myself, let me talk to you of the Prince Regent. He ordered me to be presented to him at a ball, and after some saying, peculiarly pleasing from royal lips, as to my own attempts, he talked to me of you and your immoralities. He preferred you to every bard past and present, and asked which of your works pleased me most. It was a difficult question. I answered I thought the lay. He said his own opinion was nearly similar. In speaking of the others, I told him that I thought you more particularly the poet of princes, as they never appeared more fascinating than in Marmion and the Lady of the Lake. He was pleased to coincide, and to dwell on the description of your Jameses as no less royal than poetical. He spoke alternately of Homer and yourself, and seemed well acquainted with both. 842. Harp of the North, farewell. Cf. The introduction to the poem. 846. Wizard Elm. See on I. 2 above. 850. Housing. Returning to the hive. 858. The grief devoured. For the figure cf. P.S. Roman 42. 3 LXXX. 5 in Issa. XXX. 20. 859. Orlive. Several eds. Misprint Orlived. Addendum. Since our first edition appeared, we have had the privilege of examining a copy of Scott's 2D ed. 1810, belonging to Mr. E. S. Good of Yonkers N. Y. This 2D ed. Is in smaller type than the first, and in octavo form, the first being in quarto. A minute collation of the text with that of the first ed. And our own shows that Scott carefully revised the poem for this 2D ed, and that the changes he afterwards made in it were few and unimportant. For instance, the text includes the verbal changes which we have adopted in I. 198, 290, 432, Roman 2. 103, 201, 203, 534, Roman 3. 30, 173, 190, 508 v. 106, 253, 728, 811, Roman 4. 6, 112, 527, 556, 567, etc. in Roman 6. 291 fall. It reads, including the omissions and insertions, as in our text. In I. 336, 340, the pointing is the same as in the first ed, and in I. 360, the reading is dear, in Roman 2. 865, 866, it varies from the pointing of the first ed, but we are inclined to regard this as a misprint, not a correction. In Roman 2. 76, this 2D ed. Has linger wave for lingerer wave, and in Roman 2. 217, it repeats the preposterous misprint of his glee from the first ed. If Scott could overlook such palpable errors as these, he might easily fail to detect the misplacing of a comma. We have our doubts as to I. 336, 340, where the first and 2D eds. Agree, but there a misprint may have been left uncorrected, as in Roman 2. 217. Jan. 25, 1884.